Yo, what up, guys? Hope y'all are doing good today. Hope y'all are chilling. So, yesterday you guys heard me bitching because I fucked up pretty bad. I made a very, very big rookie mistake. However, it ended up playing out in my favor so far. I do have calls left on the UVXY as well. However, towards the upside, you could see the UVXY elevating just because of the volatility of it. You know what I mean? Like if we go parabolic, you might see the UVXY go obviously up as well. I'm going to be paying close attention to Bitcoin and ETH. Okay. So obviously these two share most of the market dominance when it comes to cryptocurrency. We all know that. I have 1750 marked out as a clear mark, and then obviously psychologically 29.5. Okay. We are sub those numbers right this second, and a lot of people are expecting a sell-off today. I, for one, don't really like. I could see them trying to bait us into one. Does that make sense? But then potentially pulling out. Also, Facebook. Facebook is changing tickers in, I believe, 2 days. So keep that in mind as well. Keep in mind the Facebook ticker change. It will change to Meta. There are a lot of TQQ calls for this week at 34 and 35. See what the calls are looking like over here on SQQ. Certainly fewer calls, like in the immediate, compared to the TQQ. See? Something to be aware of. TLT is going up pre-market. TLT up usually means that like SPY will come down. There's more money flowing into bonds. But man, it's hard to see these levels and not think, maybe they're going to go ahead and push these, and then if they push these, usually the SPY moves. However, I've been preaching that there is a situation where we could go ahead and we could sell off Bitcoin. Bitcoin more actually than I believe ETH, simply because Bitcoin has no use case. Has no use case at all. None. I may very well buy Facebook. Just one. It's just a habit. Just in case they like say something crazy after they change their like after they make the name change. I think it's just worth mentioning. I also am thinking, I know the Tide ship has sailed, right? I'm thinking about going into the BBIG fee at these prices. It's not a like a deterrent. That has not been determined yet. I may just buy more Momentous. Momentous has just been on a continuous rip. Like continuous rip. I've been shouting it out. I might just keep accumulating MNTS. I'm a little bit undecided there. But again, it's up, almost 5% pre-market. Again, MULN's down 5% pre-market. Sorry, I was looking at indicators before. It's steep sell-off, right? So we were barcoding earlier. We were just continuing the barcode and doing volume within my range from after hours yesterday all the way up. Tell me it's 8 o'clock. Yeah, right until about 8 o'clock. Okay. Then we see the shot down. Watch a potential rally up, guys. And I'm almost positive it wasn't just MULN. Like I saw Sen was down earlier too. Let's see other EVs. What's Tesla at? Tesla's down 2.5. What's Lucid down? What are Lucid warrants at? Huh. I think they stopped selling them. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, delisted. Red box is up. I know that's not my play, but I know a lot of people are in it, so I figured I'd mention it. Hey, yo, yo, yo. All right, Bill, you're getting your badge back, buddy. If YouTube will load. Hold on a second. The fuck? Okay, there we go. All right. All right, you got your badge back. We had the talk we needed to have. Yo, I'll be honest. I hate China. You guys know how much I hate China and investing in China. But like Alibaba under $100. Like I don't know. Let's look at Alibaba's like fall from grace, okay? And this all was spurred on by the mayhem from like, obviously the invasion, blah blah blah. All right, look at their highs in October of 2020. $319. And then they were going to launch Ant Group, or Jack Ma, the CEO, was going to launch Ant Group. Like, I don't know. I might have to hop in Alibaba for $100. Just one. Kind of like how like I'm talking about Facebook, like just one. Like, I might do the same fucking thing with Alibaba. I probably haven't as much faith in the company, like as far as like leadership goes. Because I mean, Facebook is just like as corrupt as they come. But China is China, and China's always going to do what's best for China. Unlike us, we try to do what's best for everybody. China, they care about their own economy first, which is kind of, honestly, I would kind of wish that we were a little bit more nationalistic. We're not, but if anyone is going to go ahead and anyone's going to catch like some kind of wave in China, I think it should be Alibaba. Simply because Alibaba it's pretty much their version of, if you don't know what it is, it's their version of Amazon, essentially. So for $100, like, huh. I might do it. I might even do a fucking pre-market. Yeah, I think I'm going to. Hold on a second. What are these? Baba F. What are the fuck are these? Oh no, I don't want this. Look at that candle on MULN. Okay. It's about one Alibaba share. Fuck it. Now today, let's go over this. Yellen speaks at 10 o'clock. I'm going to try to go ahead and play that on my other thing and then, obviously give you guys volume. And we'll watch the charts as it goes on. But we will be streaming this. Due to test, now this is very important, okay? I know it's only an orange one, it's not a red one, right? But due to testify on the fiscal year 2023 budget before the Senate. Okay, so she's going to be talking about a lot of important shit regarding the economy. And that could fluctuate what's going to happen. Heavy. Now, I don't know. I think it might be coincidental. That's the end of quarter two. They're not giving us dates on GME. BBIG got pushed off. MULN has what appears to be an NDA. AMC is, honestly, like it could just feed with gamma so quickly. I think what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to crash the market in the least destructive way as possible, but I don't even know if they could do that. That's the problem, is I think that it might be too far gone. Like, for the sake of the people with retirement, like retirement money, okay. I kind of hope so for those folks, But yeah, I don't know. No, I'll also notice if you're a Nile, the preferred, okay. I believe that the difference was that you got dividends and preferred. The preferred is halted. I do not know why. So if you are a Nile, just be aware of the preferred halt. However, just remember that that insiders bought like $2.5 million worth of Nile like last week. So maybe they knew that this was going to be like delisted or halted or something along those lines, and they maybe have pulled out of here, and maybe they just dropped their money into the stock itself. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like we just want to be on top of shit here. That's basically the whole fucking kit and caboodle. I may or may not buy calls on TQQ. I don't think I'm going to. I think I could lever up and try to snipe some AMC shit. Or maybe I'll just buy or I'll buy BBIG V. Maybe that's what I'll do. Man, there's so many opportunities in the fucking market. It's just like Going with your gut. Going with your gut, going off research, going off a bunch of different stuff. And I already have a lot of TQQ stuff. I have calls and puts. I'm running string on TQQ. And as far as the SQQ goes, I have a lot more. Other than that rookie mistake, I have a lot more because that's going to get lifted almost immediately, just to be safe. I'd rather be safe than sorry on that. I have a lot more. I have a lot more upside. Like shit. I mean, I guess I have some TQQ puts. Like I have a decent amount of TQQ puts. Probably have like 9 of them. Decisions, guys, decisions. You know, maybe that's enough. Because those are for next week too. Yeah, I should be fine. But might hop in there. Oh, and I'm gonna pull up Alibaba because I just bought. I think that the current regime is too friendly to let their biggest one, like their biggest stock, get delisted. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Whoa, 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 whoa. You guys see this? Eight minutes ago, rare collaboration, fleet management companies backed by Tencent and Alibaba agree to merge. That's interesting. And that it's funny that OTC stock is $47. That's interesting. But yeah, that was reported 8 minutes ago. That's very, very fucking interesting. Yeah, I saw that. I'm happy I have my calls, like most of my calls, listed for the 24th. And a lot of people are like, a lot of ETFs are going to be forced to purchase just because it's in a new indice, if that makes sense. Like it's going to be, that's interesting. However, just remember that with credit default swaps, like they did screw us in the past with GME when they switched up indices. Just remember that. I know it's not. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news to anybody, but please just remember that, just for your own sake. However, there is a new law that actually goes ahead and makes those more transparent and traceable. So I don't know if it'll have the same effect. I think that Like I mean, the law really hasn't been on our side. I mean, even though we are on the right side of the law really hasn't been on our side, as fucked up as that is. But with that being said, you know, the law now reads that the default swaps are supposed to be more like they're going to be more cohesive. They're going to be more yeah, basically like they're going to be more transparent, supposedly. Well, again, whether or not that's true, I have no fucking clue. But figured I'd say. I might hit on my UVXY calls today. UVXY again could go up while the market goes up. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. We just reclaimed 29.5 on Bitcoin, and we got 1750 here on ETH. See, look, both 200s are right here. The EMA and the MA, right there. Just watch for twist up, guys. Because if it twists up with some demand, we're talking the 13, 24, 48 EMAs as well as the 50 MA crossing up above, which would then be a gold cross on both the EMA and MA. And it would break this resistance line too. Very, very critical levels. And we got a candle as soon as I clicked off. Let me just check ETH. Same deal here on ETH. And we also want to pay attention and see if Bitcoin and ETH are going to be married to SPY today. MindMed is down. You guys know how much of a fan of MindMed I am. It's down 3.3%. It's still trading under a buck. And again, they already got a patent for using acid. Yes, LSD for generalized anxiety disorder. Fuck, I have generalized anxiety disorder. Most of the country has, has that. So to get to be approved to use LSD, it's pretty dope. Okay, we lost both key levels here on the cryptocurrencies with the most capitalization. Watch me on double top here on UVXY. Bang. Stop there, stop there, stop there, stop there. I might leave my hedges on instead of taking profit. The ones that go in the money, obviously, I'll probably roll up if anything, but I could sell them and use the money elsewhere. It's just Do I really want to fuck the market raw? I don't know. I don't think so. GME, very low volume pre-market. Let's note that. It's 9:15. We have 15 minutes till open. Only 6.23 thousand on GME pre-market. I hate China. I can't believe I just fucking invested in China. But it's just so, like, this is the one company where it's like 99 bucks. Really, like 99 bucks with the return potential. And it's a serious company. SoftBank, of course, 10.25%. Vanguard and BlackRock, though, are the second and third largest owners. I like that. And the rest are probably going to be, nope, Fidelity's down there too. A lot of them are individuals. Goldman. JP, UBS, Morgan Stanley, Geode, Deutsche, Jack Ma. Bank of America, JP Morgan again, Canada, pension. When you guys see pensions and shit like that, like, to me, that's very, very interesting. Like, there are just so many institutional owners here on Alibaba, and the fundamentals are fantastic. Remember, people are fucking lazy. I said this a bunch of times yesterday. People are lazy. People are very, 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 very lazy. So for a Chinese version of Alibaba, or of Amazon, I think that they do all right. Look at the revenue start to pick up. That's estimated though. But, like, look at that, 76 to 107. I see the net debt, right? How can I phrase this? It depends on the type of debt, like the interest, etc. Like, the one thing, at least in the United States, that I think is very, very important to note is that you cannot tax debt. Why do you think all the millionaires and billionaires? Why do you think they have debt? Not all of them, but most of them. Because they don't want to get taxed on it. That's why. So in essence, what they could do is they could go ahead and buy an investment property, end up using leverage on that, and use it as collateral for another loan, and then you could take that new property and lever that. It's a shell game almost. It is a fucking shell game. I honestly think, by the way, just saying, for the record, I think that their analyst predictions are low of 154. Like, see how they're like steadily going down? It won't even let me go further than that. I think this is closer to a $200 stock. I mean, look at this. It topped out at $300. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I want to be very, very clear. I do not trust China. You guys know how I stand on investing in China. Alibaba is my one. Under $100. I felt like I had to. And then I did also buy, because if they start talking about the name change, like after the name change, if they start talking about like how deep they're getting into cryptocurrency, right? Then at that point in time, like Facebook might go crazy. I do not like the amount of shares outstanding. I'm going to be honest. Okay. However, this is a mega cap company. Look at the price target. It keeps going down too. What if they come out and with like the VR, because they already have a jump on the Oculus, right? What if they come out and they start talking crazy stuff about cryptocurrency and things of that nature? Like the stock might really, really rip. That's why, like, I figured, you know what? I might as well buy one of each. This is the website. This is the website to the metaverse. Yes, China. China, 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 China. I've looked at this personally. Okay. You guys could go look and look at the whole full, like the interface and all that BS, right? But they talk about IOTA, they talk about NEO, they talk about all IoT different things. I figure that's worth noting. And remember, and DWAC is also still on the threshold list, by the way. Oops. Keep that in mind, folks. Remember, Black Sky just got approved for government funding, like government contracts for spy equipment. I believe it was spying equipment. And RPI is Uplift Aerospace. They are literally going to the International Space Station and they are going to lock away NFTs, completely changing the way that like NFTs are viewed. Okay, they trade for 8 cents. 8 cents. It's an OTC stock, yes. Okay, I understand that, but they already have a NASA fucking contract. All right, keep that in mind, please. Like, you don't get a NASA contract unless something serious is going to happen, in my personal opinion. We did take back both key levels on Bitcoin and ETH. Look at that, pre-market. Clearing the books. Stop loss hunting. Today's Tuesday. Trying to think if I want a YOLO. No, I think I'm just buy BBIG instead with the remaining money that I have here that's settled in this account. The other money I kind of don't want to fuck with right this second. I have some GME calls that are very, very close to the money right now. I have one that's very deep in the money. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get the two accounts. I don't know if I want to make that mistake again where I get the two accounts like fucked up. Because that was, I don't do that. I don't like making rookie mistakes. I should not have done that. That's unbecoming of me. Unbecoming. Open in 3 minutes. This is a lot of, I just want to point this out real quick before open, just in case something crazy happens. This is a lot of, like a lot of the shit that we see in BBIG, when the Greeks get really, really tight, right? The barcode action, we're seeing that almost in AMC. Watch out we don't get slapped at open. This candle should tell you that there's a lot of demand though, right through both 200s. Interesting. Two minutes, well, a minute and a half to open. Sorry. SPY is down almost 1%. Bitcoin does have the 29.5 level, and ETH has the 1750 level. Alibaba up 1% pre-market. 1 minute till open. GM or AMC looks like it wants to go somewhere. Look at that candle. Look at that candle, guys. Look at that candle up to 12 bucks. Market's open. Come on, fill. Come on. The fuck? I'm literally trying to fucking overpay for BBIG. Okay, never mind. Wouldn't order. That was pissing me off. One, two. Okay. I just got some BBIG. Just because I feel very confident with it. Look at AMC and BBI and GME. Do I have enough to buy a CEI left? I think I do. CEI is just one that I buy every single time I have extra money in my account. Because why not if you believe in the company and it's dirt cheap? Why the fuck not? Alright, we got slapped there after a nice looking open. That typically happens, guys. Like, look at pre-market though. There is a demand. It looks like there's a clear demand. Just I'll stop and think about that for a second. Like it to me, it's looking like there's a demand for these meme stocks. That's a gap up, by the way. So this could be filling gap right here. Look at the volume jump up. I just called it out. It was at like what 6,000 pre-market. Now we're already up to 91,000, 96,000. It's doing volume here. Let's go. We're about to jet, I think. Come on. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. All right. Kramer also, I saw an article that said Kramer said to buy oil. He said to buy oil. So I'm staying very far away from oil, especially since last week the Saudis said that they were going to. I already dumped my QQQ, by the way, if you guys are wondering. Like the Saudis already agreed to pump 50% more oil than what they were, which means that the price of oil would necessarily go down, which would make the oil stocks go down. I know I just bought one CEI share, but that's 60 cents, and I believe in them for carbon capture. Okay. One second, my dog wants to go out already. Hold on. Sorry about that. Still over the MACD and BBIG. If they tried to slap it, but really, I don't know. While, so, how do I phrase this? All right. Midterm elections are in November, right? That's 5 months away. Okay. Even though it goes against what they want to do, I personally believe that they will start allowing like the leases. Like they say that like there's oil companies like that could, pump these taps, but they close the pipeline. They won't issue the stuff on the legal side in order to go ahead and pump said gas. I think that they care more about their power, if that makes sense. And I think that they realize that they're losing like a lot of their own base by having crazy gas prices. So I think that they would tap into our own oil if it meant to keeping their seats. And I think a lot of money is going to go into tech. I know a lot of money was just taken out of tech, but I think technology is what gets us away from a recession. That's just my view on it. I mean, I could be fucking wrong. I'm wrong all the time, guys. You know this. I'm very, very speculative, and by being very, very speculative, it causes me to be wrong quite often. We might have to gap fill, but I don't know. Volume is picking up though, like that. Volume here is 2 million on AMC. I'm just looking at volumes right now. I'm not 850,000 on BBIG. 7.7 million on MULN. They wouldn't pump so much FUD unless this was a disruptive company. Think about that. They wouldn't pump, they wouldn't do that. Doesn't make sense. Okay, we're about to grab 29.6 here. Exactly, Bill. That's why I'm so speculative. And I just don't believe in coincidences. It is what it is. I own it. Look, I'm taking a hit right now on Tesla. It is did I buy it for what, 650 last week? Yes, I did. Did I buy it again at 695? Yes, I did. So coming down 16 bucks, right, is coming back down to, the second share I bought. Now, a lot of people disagree with Tesla. I, however, do not. I believe it's more than just a car company. Imagine, this may have come out of the rumor mill. Okay, so again, I do pride myself on giving information that I could source. Okay, I cannot source this information. I want to be very, very fucking clear about that. What I'm about to say, I cannot source. Okay, I was scrolling. I don't even know. I was scrolling on. I think it was something, and I saw. It could have been a mock-up thing, right? But where they were discussing the potential of Tesla making smartphones. Now, think about that for a second. I, for one, I don't know about you guys. I would say, Bill, that, and you might disagree with me. That's fine. We could agree to disagree. I would say that on average, I'm right more than I'm wrong. However, my timing isn't always right, if that makes any sense at all. I can't, generally, I get the gist right, if that makes sense. I'll get Like, I'll nail the gist, but my timing might not be superb. But like, it's life. Go ahead, Facebook. Go ahead. I know it's only one share that I bought, but fuck, it's about to have a gold cross up. Gold cross on the EMAs. I'm gonna have to let my dog in a second. DWAC is up. Guys, DWAC moves, and it moves with the meme basket. Okay. Also, touching back real quick before I let her in. Touching back on what I said about Tesla, if they were to potentially make smartphones, if he wanted to go ahead and he wanted to buy Twitter solely for freedom of speech, think about the security that we would have on Tesla smartphones. Leaving that up for debate. Look at DWAC going. All right, DWAC. I was using DWAC as a top signal for a lot of these meme stocks not too long ago. However, I was playing DWAC W. Just to be clear. Like, I was playing it through the warrant side of things. Just because it moves at higher velocity. Like, here, let's see what's moving at right now. All right, this is up 2.14%. Slightly higher right now, but see the price tag? The price tag, it's weighted, right? And it's not doing as much volume right this second. It's weighted, and if DWAC keeps pumping, chances are it'll follow it. But like, touching back to about being wrong, I didn't think that they could keep this up and kind of like fuck with the general, like, with the media. I think that they could. I just didn't think that they could do it this long. Like, I thought that like, I don't know, somebody would have been able to figure out that they're fucking with like the financial market, like somebody large, and they would have, made a spectacle out of it. Instead, we're like in financial ruins basically, and it seems like a lot of people don't give a fuck. Those are probably the same people though that are in on it and making money themselves off of it. So it is what it is. All right, this is a bullish formation, and we're filling gaps. Like, we're gapping up, and then we'll fill that gap. But like, to me, I'm seeing demand. This is at 6,000 when it was like right here. Okay, so average volume on this was like 5 million. It was 4 million, but it stepped up a little bit. Let's see what it is now. 5.06 million. It was at 4 million and change. BBIG is at 129. Remember, BBIG's key levels is at like 135 to like 140. Above 140 is where MULN gets interesting. SPY. Let's look at SPY. SPY, we might have some crossers. We have the 13 over the VWAP. We have the 48 EMA coming up to the 200 MA. And then after that, obviously, the EMA. Okay. Good call, Greg. HLBZ. Hellbiz. They have warrants too, guys. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the fuck are the warrants trading at? And what is it? 8 cents. Why did it drop so much? So 11.50 per share. It appears as if the warrants are exercisable at, but they're only 8 cents right this second. That's the. What I mean. Fuck it. Fuck it. That's the way I see it. If they believe in their own company, where they're I'll throw $20 at fucking a penny fucking warrant. Even though like they're not exercisable, and I'm not a fan of doing that. I know, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll have to log in a second. Oh, come on. 3. Fuck. Alright, so I bought like a decent amount of warrants. Very, 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 very cheap. I did like I want to add that because I usually don't do that, but in this instance, I felt as if it was necessary. I hate it. I hate how I can't do on E-Trade. You can't do a market buy, and I hate doing market buys, to be very, very clear. But for like a penny stock, like I'm trying to get in it super, super quick. I hate how I can't do a market or like a market buy. All right, fuck it. Goes up, it goes up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Honestly, this is probably the better buy, but this will increase at a faster rate, percentage-wise. Most likely. Not financial advice at all. And that was complete FOMO. Why did I do that? This was not FOMO, though. I did get an Alibaba today. I thought about it. I bought it for under $100. It is what it is. Look at the SPY. Look at the fucking SPY, guys. Hold on one second. Look at the SPY rip, guys. Look at it fucking go. Let's get that paper. Come on. Yo, good job on WHSI, Mike. Good shit, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, all right. So Mike Matthews. Sorry, there's two Mikes. I'm talking about you guys. Mike Matthews, Mike Martin called out WHSI yesterday, and then the bitch ran fucking 53%. So kudos to you. I did not take the play because my money is spread elsewhere, right? But I just want to say congratulations to you if you if you have a very if you had a pretty penny on it. So congratulations, buddy. Mike Matthews, I know you keep saying KG, right? But like I'm in a few penny stocks right this second. And honestly, like a lot of my money is just tied up in MOASS. Like that's kind of where I'm at. What I want to do is I want to look because I know you said it's about energy drinks, and I'm not discrediting your your thesis. Okay, I want to be very, very, very clear about that. What I have to do is because you have to imagine after like 8 hours of streaming, I'm beat. Like I'm not trying to do shit, right? I want to figure out what energy drinks KG represents. That's what I have to do. If you know them, please share them. And also, let me actually do this too. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to throw the Reddit thread that I made yesterday. I'm throwing it in chat. So we could go ahead. Moving forward, I just pinned it to the top of chat. Moving forward, we could throw all DD for each other up there. That way there's never any kind of like debate whether or not something's accurate or not. You know what I mean? IMPP's moving. Okay. I'm not in this position, but I will look at it. Yep. And oh no, that was a different stock, sorry. Let's see. Now I want to see what IMPPP is doing. Hold on a second. Actually, let me do this too. I want to see what the one with 3 P's is doing. I want to see if it's also moving up. Now this is the one with the dividends. See, this is what fucks me up about this stock. Okay. this is what fucks me up with IMPP, okay? Is they have a sector here, right? 16.18 million market cap, low volume, okay? And this one receives dividends. What's the volume? It's like I don't know. Fuck, I should have bought straight up Hellbiz. Son of a bitch. INND. Alright, I want to look up Hellbiz in a second. It won't even let me chart it. I don't know why Webull started doing this. I was able to chart OTC stocks, and then all of a sudden it stopped allowing me to do that. Look at Hellbiz. Hellbiz is going to be on a fucking rampage, I bet. Oh, look at AMC and GME moving up. Hold on a second, guys. The big dogs are moving. I'm sorry, like, not to shit on anyone else's place, but like, obviously most of us have probably more money on AMC and GME. I said this when nobody was in here. I said a lot of people are expecting a shitty day. I'm expecting to get slapped it open, and I'm expecting a rip. You guys could rewind if you guys don't believe me, you guys could rewind the clip. We just got a technical gold cross as well on GameStop. Yeah, you guys could rewind my live, and it's at like it's actually in between the pivot point and a solid region of support and resistance. I think Bill was in here actually, but like I said, I think that we're gonna get slapped it open, and then we might have a rip. So let's see if that happens. I gotta check my other account real quick. Me fucking up yesterday, by the way, might have actually been a pretty good fuck up. Just want to say that. Okay. What's AMC doing? Okay, my closest AMC calls are for 14. So I have a little ways to go here before I'm rolling. What's the name of that company I want to check out? Hellbiz W, okay. HLBZ, 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 HLBZ. Low float. Very low float. Industrials, transportation, road and rail, trucking. Love it. Love the sector. Insiders, 5 million to the buy side. Okay. Fundamentals. Look at the fundamentals, guys. Look at the enterprise value. Look at this. Bang. 2021. Bang. right, cost to borrow average just under 125. The change on the day, they borrowed 16%. Utilization is low, but because of the amount of the float, that could fill up very, very quickly. Interesting. Look at this price in September 21. Good, all the way up to 41.88 is the high. That's crazy. Crazy, 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 crazy. All right, S&P is down 0.5%. NASDAQ down 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 down 0.5%. Oil is up 1%, pretty much on the dot. Well, yeah. Bitcoin down. Europe is down 1.23. The Dow is down 0.5%. Sorry, let me chat back up. Sorry. Nerve function. See, I wouldn't. Okay, so that's good, DD, Greg. The only thing is I don't fuck with the FDA. Good DD, excellent DD. And if you're willing to fuck with the FDA, you might want to look at that. That's just not my cup of tea, though. TLT is rising. This was at 113 yesterday, by the way. CME Group, in case you guys don't know, is the group that deals with commodities, just so you guys are aware. FOA, been calling them out a lot. They're up 8%. US Energy, been calling them out, up 5%. Yeah, this fucker's gonna move probably. Look at how low their market cap is. Oh, look at their average volume. Look at their current volume. Average, current. Average, current. Notice how the shoulder would be up here, and then this is more of a bull flag rather than the shoulder. Good for you, Greg. Good for you, dude. Nice little scalp. Something like this warrants is a place I want to be. Just because it costs less for me to get a fuck ton of exposure, guys. That's the only reason why. And I know I shouldn't have. Like I'm telling you that I shouldn't have. I should have waited. I should have either gotten right into Hellbiz or waited until this got to 1150. My thing is that I don't want to have to really look at it all that much, right? And that's going to have the biggest percentage returns if this climbs to those levels. So I'm willing to take the $20 gamble. It is what it is. Yes, I did just say that. It is more of it's a gamble. However, if the CEO or the insiders are buying like that, how much do they buy again? They brought it all the way down. Oh my gosh. Yesterday. 2.2 million. 2.02 million, excuse me. On the 29th of April, $2.4 million. I don't know. The founder, president / CEO sound like he feels really confident about his fucking company. Right? Nice chunk of change to go ahead and pour into your own company. Yeah, that's a nice little scalp. Fuck yeah. Good for you. There's a fly in my house, I think. What the fuck is he? That'd drive me crazy if I'm trading all day. Well, I'm gonna be trading all day, so yeah. I want this to fucking lift off. And the reason why I don't want to have to pay attention to this stuff, right? Because I want to be down here. Oh. That's him. He owns. So he owns 49% of his company. Shut up, dogs. This company here owns 6%. This company here owns 5.24. Another 2.76. Vanguard. And this company right here, wherever the fuck they are, Barrel Capital. These are like the first like large institutions other than this one. Oh, and that one. I've just never heard of these companies. Obviously Vanguard. Virtu. Don't like them. State Street, Renaissance, UBS, Barclays. Got some players on that one. Got some players on it. What's the... I want to see what its peers are doing. Look how far down they are, and they're specializing in fucking like shipping and stuff. Peers. Look how low it is to its current peer. Just saying. IMPP is up 4%. INDD, good call on that. If you got in it before it went up, that is up 11%. That looks like a nice little cup and handle though to me, right? What do you guys think? So yeah, that guy bought 6% more of his company, but like 6% more is fucking 49% of the company. That is a healthy chunk. Sorry guys, I gotta look at Alibaba real quick. I hate investing in China. I hate the thought of it. I just do. But to me, it's the behemoth that they have. MULN is at 135 again, and we are above the MACD. Guys, you guys know the levels. You guys know the levels I always point out on MULN, in between 135-ish and 140. Once it gets above 140, it becomes dangerous. AMC. Like that candle, get through the pivot point, go ahead. Technical gold cross down here. as well as an EMA. Oh, Yellen is talking. Yellen is talking. Jesus Christ, what am I doing? Hold on a second, guys. She might be late, but I mean, usually they are late, but.
Inflation and accompanying higher interest rates mean higher net interest costs that service the national debt, crowding out other fiscal. Inflation and accompanying higher interest rates mean higher net interest costs. Revenue has been up sharply. National debt, crowding out into other fiscal.
Hold on a second. Sorry. Give me a second. There we go.
Nonetheless,
tell me when volume's good.
To want to raise taxes even more in the face of rising odds of recession. One harmful policy is
that's the highest it goes.
Financial
Let me know that's okay.
Book income. Something so fundamentally flawed that both parties abandoned the previously enacted version more than 30 years ago. This harmful policy would overwhelmingly hit American manufacturers as well as cut investments in U.S. innovation and emerging technologies. This is not the only proposal from Democrats that would harm the competitiveness of American companies. Another prominent example is the international tax agreement that Treasury has negotiated.
That's as loud as it goes. How about now?
Under both pillars of the agreement, Treasury has agreed to give foreign countries sweeping new rights to tax U.S. companies. In an apparent attempt to bind Congress, Treasury agreed to terms without engaging in meaningful consultation with Congress. For more than a year, my Republican colleagues and I have repeatedly requested information on the agreement and its potential effects. Treasury, however, has repeatedly declined to provide any analysis of the effect of the agreement on U.S. businesses or U.S. revenue or the U.S. economy overall. And from what we can see, that impact will be significant on U.S. companies, making them less competitive globally.
Thank you.
We now know that Treasury's failure to share substantive detail foreshadowed underlying flaws and a lack of coherent principles in the agreement. It's increasingly clear that terms agreed to by Treasury will harm U.S. businesses and undermine tax provisions enacted by Congress to encourage certain activities. The flaw with this approach is that the agreement cannot be fully implemented without congressional action. In many cases, the terms can only be properly carried out with a multilateral treaty requiring a 2/3 vote by the Senate. By agreeing to sweeping changes of this nature without bipartisan support, Treasury has put at risk tax certainty and the prospect of a durable or long-lasting agreement. Beyond lack of information about the international tax agreement, nothing more is known about a possible leak of private taxpayer data from the IRS to the left-leaning group ProPublica than we knew 1 year ago when it was first reported. More work is also necessary to establish independent oversight and financial controls over the $350 billion funding to states and localities in the American Rescue Plan, where no meaningful oversight.
Good call on that, Mike. I know you've been saying it.
Treasury must also be willing to consult Congress on debt management, which it has thus far only been comfortable doing with Wall Street and the Federal Reserve. The committee, which is Treasury's authorizing committee, deserves more transparency and accountability from Treasury than we have been receiving.
Candles on IMPP.
Madam Secretary, I do appreciate your service, and I look forward to hearing your testimony on these matters today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. We'll be working together as we always try. Our first witness will be Secretary Janet Yellen, our first and only witness. Secretary Yellen is the 78th Secretary of the Treasury. She's the first person to have led the White House Council on Economic Advisors, the Federal Reserve, and the Treasury Department. Prior to leading Treasury and the Federal Reserve, Secretary Yellen was a distinguished fellow in residence at the Brookings Institution. She served as president of the American Economic Association. and she's a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and the Council on Foreign Relations. She also, on a matter of great interest to the committee, was a founding member of the Climate Leadership Council. We're very glad to have you, Secretary Yellen. Colleagues, today we're really going to be focused on moving expeditiously. The Secretary has a hard stop at 12:45, and please proceed, Secretary Yellen.
12:45.
Thank you. Chairman Wyden, Ranking Member Crapo, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to discuss the administration's budget proposals. This budget prioritizes essential investments in education, medical care, and affordable housing,
AMC calls it print me money right here,
that enable deficit reduction and prioritize a fairer tax system. Over the past year and a half, we've experienced a robust recovery characterized by strong economic growth, historically low unemployment, and high household saving rates. This rapid, broad-based recovery has been buttressed by the congressional response to the challenges of the pandemic, beginning with the CARES Act at the beginning of the pandemic and continuing with the Consolidated Appropriations Act in late 2020 and the American Rescue Plan legislated at the beginning of 2021. As President Biden said last week, we now are entering a period of transition from one of historic recovery to one that can be marked by stable and steady growth. Making this shift is a central piece of the president's plan to get inflation under control without sacrificing the economic gains we've made.
We have not made it.
We also managed to avert the far worse outcomes that were forecast at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. After the onset of the pandemic, CBO forecasted unemployment would exceed 9% in 2021.
They fired
we're
people.
Experiencing historically low unemployment.
They fired everyone because of vaccines.
We're also witnessing sharp reductions in the budget deficit, with CBO recently forecasting the largest nominal reduction to the federal deficit in history. According to their projections, the deficit as a share of the economy this year will be at a lower level than CBO projected before the American Rescue Plan passed. Still, we currently face macroeconomic challenges, including unacceptable levels of inflation, as well as the headwinds associated with the disruptions caused by the pandemic's effect on supply chains and the effects of supply-side disturbances to oil and food markets resulting from Russia's war in Ukraine. To dampen inflationary pressures without undermining the strength of the labor market, an appropriate budgetary stance is needed to complement monetary policy actions by the Federal Reserve. Moving forward, elements of the President's proposed legislation, including the clean energy initiatives and plans to reform the prescription drug market, can help lower the costs paid by American consumers. Treasury has been actively working with Congress on many challenges. Most important is our joint response to Russia's illegal and unprovoked war against Ukraine. Treasury is committed to doing what we can to ensure that Putin's brutal war continues to be met with fierce resistance internationally. Alongside more than 30 other partners abroad, accounting for more than half of the world's economy, the U.S. government has imposed unprecedented financial pressure measures on Russia and its leadership. Today, the Kremlin has been cut off from the global financial system. The Russian economy is experiencing severe contraction, with most analysts projecting a double-digit decline in Russian GDP in 2022, and they're experiencing sharply elevated inflation. We're grateful for the strong support of Congress in this endeavor, including its recent provision of $40 billion in security, economic, and humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine. Our joint resolve is essential to supporting the people of Ukraine against this brutal invasion of their homeland. Over the past year and a half, we have successfully collaborated with Congress on the bipartisan infrastructure bill, a bill designed to do the hard generational work of building a more dynamic, structurally sound economy by smartly investing in the future. The law will rebuild America's roads, bridges, and rails, expand access to clean drinking water, ensure every American has access to high-speed internet, and invest in communities that too often have been left behind. However, our work isn't done. Building a fair and stable tax system that promotes broadly shared growth is
Taxing
important
everybody.
to both adequately funding investments and to reducing deficits and debt. I look forward to working with Congress to ensure that we continue to make progress in this regard. In the administration's fiscal 23 budget, we suggest smart, fiscally responsible investments, cutting deficits and keeping the economic burden of debt low. The budget's investments are more than fully paid for through tax code reforms requiring corporations and the wealthiest Americans to pay their fair share, closing loopholes and improving tax administration. Finally, it's no secret that I'm keenly focused on moving forward on the global agreement on the international tax reform, including a global minimum tax that will level the playing field and raise crucial revenues to benefit people around the world. Last fall, 137 countries, representing nearly 95% of the world's GDP, agreed on a deal that will stabilize our tax systems, provide resources to invest in security and respond to crises like COVID-19, and ensure corporations fairly share the burden of financing government. I'm hopeful that Congress will also implement this global minimum tax as part of its legislative agenda. Thank you, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary and colleagues. Let me just say in the beginning, we've got many members with questions, so this morning we're going to really have to stick to the 5-minute rule. Madam Secretary, let me start with cutting costs and fighting inflation.
This is very bullish.
Some of my Republican colleagues have proposed increasing taxes on 75 million middle-class families by almost $1,500 this year alone, and on nearly half of small business owners. Instead of taking money out of these taxpayers' pockets, President Biden and Democrats propose to lower the cost of energy, healthcare and prescription medicine, childcare and housing. We would also reduce cost pressures by making the wealthy and large corporations pay their fair share. In particular, the President and I believe strongly that billionaires should not be able to use current tax laws to pay little or no taxes for years on end. So my question, Madam Secretary, to start us off, is how would these policies reduce costs for middle-income families?
They won't have fucking jobs.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. The President supports measures that Congress legislating measures that would ease the burden on lower and middle income families. This would involve, for example, continuation of the child tax credit, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, investing in affordable housing, lowering the cost of health care, and the energy investments that you referred to that could cut utility bills significantly.
Yeah, let's talk about energy.
He would pay for those proposals fully, and more than fully, the President believes we should have deficit reduction. And the revenue-raising proposals involve asking upper-income taxpayers and large corporations to pay their fair share. And so we believe, I agree with President Biden, that proposals like this would lower the costs and ease the price pressures that low and middle income households are facing due to rising energy and food costs, the supply chain problems that have been associated with the pandemic, and deficit reduction would complement the work that the Federal Reserve is doing.
Let me get a couple questions in on the IRS. Secretary Yellen, IRS audit rates have fallen by more than 72% over the last decade and by 86% for those earning more than $5 million per year. This lack of oversight, in effect, is giving the high flyers a free pass to cheat. The IRS estimates that we're losing about $600 billion each year from taxes that are owed but not paid. The IRS commissioner testified that our losses could be as high as $1 trillion a year. The president is requesting $80 billion for the IRS over 10 years. According to the Congressional Budget Office, this investment would raise over $200 billion in revenue, primarily from high-income tax cheats. Can you talk a bit about why this is a smart investment and how it would help fight inflation?
Well, tackling that $600 billion annual tax gap is absolutely important in ensuring fiscal responsibility. It would generate substantial revenue in a manner that's efficient and fair. It would enable deficit reduction and help ease price pressures by providing the funding, a part of the funding we need for the urgent fiscal priorities we discussed. More broadly, the IRS is an agency that entered the pandemic without the funding that was in any way needed to navigate the challenges that they faced. It's remarkable that they were able to perform as well as they did in getting out child tax payments and the economic impact payments, but we absolutely have to invest in the IRS to close that tax gap, which reflects opaque sources of income, mainly by high-income earners that are not taxed. Wage payers who earn W-2 income really pay their fair share, and they need the resources to serve taxpayers, to be able to answer their phones, to be able to ensure that they receive the payments that they're due, and they need to modernize their technology, which is really the oldest, dating back to the 60s in the federal government.
My time has expired, Madam Secretary. If my colleagues haven't asked it, I'll ask it for the record, but particularly this backlog situation, Oregonians who filed paper returns this year are wondering if the IRS has lost them. Some are desperately in need of that tax refund to pay bills. I'll talk to you about it further. Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Yellen, you've heard from both Senator Wyden and me today about the significant pain Americans are suffering because of inflation that has accelerated and become broad-based following the enactment of the American Rescue Plan last year. Democrats are claiming that Republicans are trying to raise taxes. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Here we go, guys.
When the reality is that as we speak, the Democrats are trying to negotiate a new massive plan that would raise taxes significantly. Do you believe that it would be prudent fiscal policy to increase taxes or engage in more stimulus spending with an economy facing the prospects of stagflation?
Senator Crapo, thank you for that question. As I indicated in my response to Senator Wyden, I believe there's a lot that Congress can do to ease the cost burdens that households are experiencing. With respect to energy, the administration has done everything that they can to bring down energy costs, for example, through an historic release of 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and energy prices, gas prices, while very high, have risen a lot. They would be higher without that. But
if you guys can throw me a like or a sub if you guys are, the first time, I'd really appreciate it.
Energy and food prices globally. We're not the only country that's experiencing inflation. You can see that in virtually every developed country around the world, what Congress can do and what the Biden administration would like to see is investments in programs like lowering prescription drug costs, investing in clean energy and renewables that would free our dependence on global oil markets, which are subject to geopolitical
We have our
risk,
own oil. What
and
the
could
fuck?
bring down utility bills, affordable housing, help for childcare expenses that would enable higher labor force participation, medical costs. And these are ways that the Congress and the administration can address, bring down some of the costs that households face. And it's appropriate to pay for it, or more than pay for it, to have deficit reduction. We're supportive of deficit reduction and think that asking high-income taxpayers and corporations to pay their fair share is the right way to finance those investments.
And what I heard you say is that it is okay to raise taxes right now and that it is proper to have more stimulus spending to deal with this crisis. I just have to say I disagree with you on that. What I also didn't hear you say was that we should increase our production, our domestic energy production, rather than depressing our domestic energy production. Do you continue to believe that the president's policies with regard to reducing our capacities to develop our own oil and gas reserves and potential is the appropriate approach to this? You mentioned taking from our strategic petroleum reserves, which I think weakens us, but you didn't mention increasing our domestic production of energy.
Well, oil production in the United States fell during the pandemic. I think that oil producers didn't anticipate the strength of the recovery and the fact that oil prices would recover. And they certainly do have incentives now to increase oil production. They're sitting on thousands of leases on federal lands
but they can't
that they have not yet drilled. And
but the permits for proceeding on those leases are not being facilitated.
Thank you.
I mean, the president's executive orders have shut down the Xtail pipeline. They have stopped the issuance of more leases. They've stopped the progress on the permitting of those leases, stopped the offshore oil production. The fact is we were energy independent, and now we are not. And it's not the result of the failure of our capacity.
You know, we may be energy independent. We're actually exporting oil, but we're part of global oil markets, which are subject to geopolitical influences. And given the global nature of these markets, it's virtually impossible for us to insulate ourselves from shocks like the ones that are occurring in Russia that move global oil prices. And look, over the medium term, the critical thing is that we become more dependent on the wind and the sun that are not subject to geopolitical influences, and passing clean energy credits that will boost non-renewables is, I think, really, really critical to addressing climate change and our energy costs for households.
Well, Madam Secretary, my time has expired, but I wanted to get into the OECD information, and maybe either in this hearing or following, we will be able to have the opportunity to discuss the fact that there are serious concerns about the impact on our economy of those changes that are being negotiated.
This guy is what's called the owner.
Senator Crapo, Senator Stabenow.
Well, good morning, Madam Secretary. We're so glad to have you with us. I do have to say, just on the issue of gas prices, after waiting for a long time to have enough chips in this country to finally get my electric vehicle, I got it and drove it from Michigan to here this last weekend and went by every single gas station, and didn't matter how high it was. And so I'm looking forward to the opportunity for us to move to vehicles that aren't going to be dependent on the whims of the oil companies and the international markets. Madam Secretary, let me just back up a second, because when President Biden came in, he really inherited a mess. And the reality is that even starting with the deficit, that 30% of all the publicly held debt in the country was created during 4 years of President Trump, including the largest tax cut for rich people and corporations. And so huge, and thank you for bringing that down. That deficit is now coming down faster even than we would have hoped. But there was no system for distributing vaccines. Children weren't in school. We didn't have testing, let alone home testing. We didn't have medicines. I mean, small businesses and restaurants and theaters, everyone worried about were we going to be able to save lives and get through this. The good news is we did. And a big piece of that was what was done in the American Rescue Plan to make sure we have vaccines and could help children get back in school and help our restaurants and help people survive and so on. So I want to just reiterate the fact that based on all of that effort, we've seen the U.S. add 8.7 million jobs since President Biden took office, including 545,000 manufacturing jobs, which I'm particularly excited about. Business investment up 20%, more small business applications in 2021 than in any previous year. So that's good news. Here's the challenge that we know, and which we're all talking about now. Despite all this great news, when you have a global supply chain, and we're not getting enough of those chips for automobiles, and we have consolidation in the food industry, and we have all these other issues. People have more savings, they want to buy things, but the things aren't there to buy. And that's supply chain breakdowns, and that leads to inflation, which is where we are right now, which is what we're all talking about, which is very real for everyone. I mean, the exact story is different in different parts of the economy, but the bottom line is that people have more savings to buy things, not enough things to buy, prices go up, and so here we are. You didn't create that, President Biden didn't, we didn't. It was the result of what
policies
happened
did
in this global economy, frankly, that I think we need to rectify by bringing jobs home, making more things in America, and so on, which I appreciate the Biden administration doing. So if you could just take a moment to speak a little bit more about what you believe we need to be doing in Congress to help bring those prices down. It's great political theater to point and just say, oh, prices are up. And my reaction is, duh, they're up for everybody. The question is, what are we going to do about it? And that's going to take bipartisan support to get that done. So could you talk a little bit more about what we should be doing to help bring those prices down?
So let me say, I think that bringing inflation down should be our number one priority. And President Biden, in an op-ed on inflation in recent remarks, has indicated that it is our top priority. We do have to recognize the Federal Reserve is charged, has an important role to play, and they're committed to doing what it takes to bring inflation down. And President Biden is strongly supportive of the independence of the Fed and getting out of the way and giving them the room to do what they need to do. I think we can complement that by deficit reduction. But beyond that, the president has done what we can to address supply chain challenges. And as discussed with Senator Wyden, Chair Wyden, that I believe Congress, the president believes Congress can do a lot to mitigate some of the most important and burdensome costs that households face, whether
taxes,
it's that they can't find affordable housing, that prescription drug prices are too high, and we can address that while also raising revenue for the government, whether it's high healthcare costs or high energy costs, by making the investments in renewables that are necessary to bring down utility bills and shield us from geopolitical developments that provide shocks to our economy. These are things that Congress can do. And in the course of doing that, we'll expand the supply side of our economy, because Well, we know private investment is one important investment we need to make to improve the economy's potential. There are others: infrastructure, investment in people and education and training, investment in childcare and early childhood education, elder care that would enable greater labor force participation. All of that could help to bring down inflation and lead to strong, sustainable, stable growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. Our next three will be Senator Grassley, Senator Cantwell, and Senator Portman. I believe Senator Grassley is coming back. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you for your statement, particularly about inflation and trying to tackle those issues. I certainly believe that if we work together in a bipartisan fashion, now there are things that we can do on all those sectors that you mentioned. I think the information age is giving us data and information, for example, on PBMs or on transparency in oil markets and various things. But one I wanted to ask you specifically about is this issue of a chip semiconductor shortage. The fact that we basically now see a 40% increase in the price of used cars. Our colleague here just said she's buying and getting access to a new electric vehicle, but so many more Americans, the price of everything has gone up. We have our trucking industry saying that they can't even ship built trucks because they don't have the chips to put into the trucks. So every aspect of our economy is now more expensive just because shipping costs are going up. And so we are trying to send a price signal in a competition innovation bill to get America's investments in semiconductors up to a level that will show people that we are going to have a domestic supply and that we are going to be on the cutting edge of the next generation of chips, while also dealing with the legacy shortage that exists in automobiles. The problem is our colleagues here don't understand the international competition and how fast they're moving to make the same investments. How critical is it that you think that we get this done in this work period, to show otherwise are we losing a much bigger race than just this challenge of inflation?
It is very important, I think, to pass USICA and to make the investments in semiconductors that will keep the United States in the lead in this critically important industry, and to make sure we have the capacity to produce advanced chips at home. I think this is a national security issue as well as an economic issue, and I think USICA is a very important bill that I would very much like to see pass. We found ourselves in an almost unimaginable situation where the pandemic resulted in such an explosion of demand for chips globally as people switched increasingly to digital work and communications, that our auto factories found themselves unable to get the chips. And so here you have something that's caused a significant piece of the inflation we face that really results from structural shifts induced by the pandemic and insufficient capacity at home to build semiconductors. So I think this is a critically important investment.
So you're just to be clear on that point, you're saying the chip shortage has added to our inflation woes. And
absolutely. Look, I believe about a third of U.S. inflation is new and used cars, and manufacturers have been forced to actually cut production of cars when they face absolutely record demand for those vehicles, and it is all due to a shortage of semiconductors.
Well, and since this market is so strong, it gets a little confusing to people, but at $20 billion a pop to build a foundry, most companies don't have $20 billion sitting around. And so the international chase to get that industry in those countries, I don't know if you think this is a seminal moment for us in this level of investment. I just see what's transpired with us going down in production over the last decade. And I now see how hungry Europe is and how hungry Asia is. How competitive is the financing environment in other countries?
Well, there have been subsidies in many countries of semiconductor production, and certainly a conscious drive in China and other places to boost semiconductor production, and it's drifted away from the United States. And I think we need to do that. It's really critical that we develop that capacity, and certainly American companies understand this and are looking to do it. But USICA would make a big difference to their ability to get that financing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my colleague. Next would be Senator Portman. After him, Senator Menendez. After him, Senator Toomey. After him, Senator Carper, Lankford, Cardin, Gaines, Brown, Young, Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you so much for always being so candid and presenting today before the committee. Let me start with affordable housing, because we are lacking affordable housing in the state of Nevada and quite honestly across the country. I do know that the state and local fiscal relief funds that were provided in the American Rescue Plan provided states with the ability to make a historic investment in desperately needed affordable housing in communities across our country. In Nevada, we expect to build or preserve at least 3,000 new affordable homes with these funds. It's very important that the American Rescue Plan funds leverage the nation's most reliable and impactful affordable housing production investment, which is the low-income housing tax credit. Here's my concern.
That's it.
I am concerned that in my state and some of the states across the country,
nothing else that BBIG does.
Use the funds that they were received through the state and local fiscal relief funds to leverage those against the low-income tax housing credit. So my hope is that the administration, and particularly Treasury Department, will help us clarify to those states that those funds can be used for that leverage. And I'm curious your thoughts on that process.
Well, we are absolutely encouraging the state and local relief funds to be used for affordable housing. And actually, recently we published a fact sheet that explains practices that we have found promising and highlighting some of the ways in which these funds are being used for this purpose. But certainly we are strongly encouraging that these funds be used to boost the affordable housing. I mean, on the low-income housing tax credit, I know there's been an issue around average income regulations, and that was something that Congress intended to provide flexibility to entities that use that credit. And it is our highest priority for our tax team to make sure that those regulations capture that flexibility.
Thank you. I am hearing just in my state that by aligning the low-income housing tax credit with state and local fiscal relief funds, that's the difference between building 3,000 units and 8,000 units in my state. So I have introduced the Lifeline Act, and what this bill really does, it allows state and localities to loan the state and local fiscal relief funds to the low-income housing tax credit projects. The loan authority is necessary because of the obligation to spend all of the state and local fiscal relief funds by 2026. That's my first priority, to pass that. As you can see, there is a challenge in getting both sides, Republicans, Democrats, on board essential legislation to lower costs for families, unfortunately. So my next ask is that I am hopeful that the Treasury Department clarifies in its final rule and allows those types of loans, whether they're blended loans or grants to nonprofits that provide loans, just clarifying through your rules that those funds can be used in that way. That will help us build these more affordable homes in my state and across the country.
I'd be happy to work with you on that, and I'll make sure that my staff is in touch with yours to make sure that we're addressing that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let me jump to Social Security Administration. I appreciated the recognition in the budget of the challenges faced by many individuals in accessing Social Security Administration services. Communities are still reeling from the public health and the economic impacts of the pandemic, and in many cases, The services and supports that the Social Security Administration provides are key to helping individuals recover. Can you talk through the investment in the Social Security Administration that you've proposed in the budget, and how will they help folks access their earned benefits when they need them?
So I know that that's the purpose of those investments. I'll need to get back to you on details.
Please do. I was just in my home state, and we are talking about the high costs that we are seeing at so many levels. And to the extent that we can work together to lower costs at all levels for families, including those that are relying on Social Security, will be beneficial, not just in Nevada, but across the country. Secretary, thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank my colleague. I'm very interested in working with her on these housing issues. That is so crucial. Senator Toomey's next.
He's in report part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, welcome back to the committee. I'm going to talk a little bit about a subject on which you and I disagree, which won't surprise you. But I think it's important that we have a candid conversation about the tax reform of 2017 and the danger that that I associate with the administration's attempt to really throw it out. And let me just remind my colleagues, these are objective facts. In the wake of the tax reform of 2017, take 2019, the first year for which it was fully implemented, we had the best economy of my lifetime. The lowest unemployment rate in 50 years, more job openings than people looking for jobs, record low poverty, median household income at an all-time high, strong wage growth, and this is important, the wage growth was faster than the rate of inflation.
He's saying that because we have runaway inflation right now.
Were becoming more affluent. They were able to improve their standard of living, contrary to today, where the wage growth is not keeping up with inflation. And so today's workers are falling further and further behind under the current economic circumstances. But getting back to post-tax reform, corporate inversions had stopped entirely. It wasn't that they slowed down. We haven't been able to identify a single corporate inversion since our tax reform, which was designed in part to stop corporate inversions, went into effect. There's also the shift in the tax burden, which, contrary to what some of our colleagues like to suggest, the 2017 tax reform shifted the tax burden even more to higher income people. The top 1% wage earners paid a greater share of the total tax burden as a result of the 2017 tax reform. The bottom 50% paid a lesser percentage. And today, the top 1% makes about 20% of the income in America, pays about 40% of the taxes. But what about federal tax revenue? Oh, well, that surged. And this year, looks like we're going to reach another record high. It's coming in so far this year, 22% higher than last year. And last year was a record. For this year, corporate tax revenue is on track to be at the highest level of GDP since 2015. So the statistics are unbelievable. Like, I don't know how you could even conjure up a better economic outcome than what we had right before the pandemic hit. Now, you could suggest that, it's all a coincidence, that the tax reform resulted in exactly what some of us predicted and suggested might happen, which is an acceleration of investment, strong economic growth, repatriation of a huge amount of overseas money. But that's pretty improbable. The fact is, we had the best economy of my lifetime by far, and it was working best for low-income Americans, ethnic minorities who historically have not had as good an economic results as others. And so the Biden administration comes along and says, let's look at all this data and let's throw out the tax reform. It's unbelievable. But my understanding is that apparently is still on the table out of, in part, this concern that if we don't do this two-pillar tax reform that I know you've negotiated, Madam Secretary, we have what you characterize as a race to the bottom, which to me is competition among countries to have an attractive environment for investment. Frankly, I think we should be looking to win that race, not to prevent the race from taking place. But I understand that we've got this negotiation. What we haven't seen is how this gets implemented. So 2 quick questions, and then I'll let you respond. First, I'm very concerned about the impact that the proposal will have on American competitiveness. My understanding is that the Treasury Department has run an analysis, has data about the impact on American business if the tax reform that you have proposed would go forward. So I'd like to know when we can get access to that data. That's my first point. And the second is that since Pillar 1 of your 2-pillar model requires modification of existing tax treaties, it seems clear to me that has to come to the Senate for ratification. I have not yet heard an agreement that that's in fact going to happen, and in the absence of that, an explanation for why, since the Constitution requires it, why it should not. And with that, I will yield to the Secretary.
Well, just very quickly, with respect to access to data, of course, the data relating to Pillar 2 is available, and that was included in the House passed bill and scored by JCT. So I think you must be referring to Pillar 1
right,
and the impact that that would have. And what I would say there is that it could go either way, depending on the details which have not yet been decided in the Pillar 1 negotiations. The impact on fiscal revenues will be small. Pillar 2 has a big impact. Pillar 1 will have a small impact. We're a very large market economy. We will gain revenue from our ability to tax foreign corporations that are doing business in the United States where we consume those services. We will lose some from revenue that's taxing authority that's reallocated.
Thank you, Greg.
To foreign countries. Net, it could be positive.
Please like, share, sub,
depending on
let people know what the fuck is going on in this country.
Been worked out, and that's why we've not provided data. We will when those details are clearer.
After it's too late.
And the ratification process?
And the ratification requires Congress's approval. I think there's no doubt about it, but the form that needs to take is still to be determined.
Congratulations to you about spy calls today.
Thank my colleague. Just so we're clear, one of the first things we stated at the outset is we've got Senate Republicans now proposing to increase taxes on 75 million middle-class families by almost $1,500 this year alone, and on nearly half of small business owners. Senator Carper.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, welcome. Very nice to see you. Thank you for your extraordinary service over the years. Madam Secretary, I don't know what you were doing when you were 29 years old. I was elected state treasurer of Delaware, and we had the worst credit rating in the country. We're dead last. I think we were tied with Puerto Rico, actually. We had no pension fund. We had no cash management system. We had no cash. And I got to be state treasurer. I've been a vocal advocate for a fair and well-functioning tax system ever since that day, and I still am. One way to achieve this goal is by making sure that the taxpayers don't have to jump through hoops to file their taxes. The IRS Free File program was established, as you know, for this very purpose, to help low and middle income families file their taxes easily and without unnecessary fees. However, the program has not lived up to its potential, as you know. In recent years, Free File has faced a number of challenges. They include the withdrawal from the program of major providers, deceptive marketing from providers, and a low participation rate among eligible taxpayers. A recent GAO report, one that I actually requested, recommends that the IRS work with relevant stakeholders to develop additional options for free online filing of tax returns. My question is this: what steps should we here in the Congress and the IRS take
These EMAs stacking up, guys.
accessible and affordable tax filing options for the American people?
So let me say that I totally agree with you that filing taxes can be costly, complicated, and time-consuming for American families. And there's a study that shows it takes 17 hours on average and costs about $230 to complete a tax return. And it's very worthwhile, and we are exploring options to reduce these burdens. On top of that, I'd like to add what's also important for American families is to be able to access payments that they're entitled to, whether it's the EITC or child tax credits or economic impact payments. That's another way in which they interact with the IRS, and it's important that we make tools available that make that easy.
I'm not investing in it. Some people might,
to the families that are entitled to them. But
it could be a very good investment.
The fundamental problem we have here
could be. I'm not going to take that trade, though.
Is just horrendously under-resourced. I think it's miraculous that
Would you say that again? Say that one. That bears repeating. Just say it again.
The IRS is horrendously under-resourced. It has fewer staff than it had, I believe, 40 years ago. And our economy has grown in size. It's operating with technology from the 1960s, using a programming language that is archaic and is no longer taught in any school in the country.
What is 55 days earlier?
It doesn't have the resources it needs. And the pandemic was a huge hit to it, left it with a huge backlog of returns and information that had to be processed.
So
really
after 112, you have over 50% of shorts underwater.
To get out 3 different economic impact payments, child tax payments on a monthly basis, and it's amazing that they were able to do it. So I think this is important. We're looking at it. I agree this is something that the IRS needs to do. But if we want to ask it to do these things, given all the other burdens, we really have to. And I think it should be very high priority for Congress to give the IRS the resources it needs, not to mention closing the tax gap.
I'm Tom Carper, and I approve this message. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
1 second question short. When Secretary Yellen, how can common sense reforms to estate and gift taxes make our tax code fair and more fiscally responsible?
I believe there are loopholes there that should be closed. We put out a number of proposals relating to estate and gift taxation in the Green Book, and we're exploring ideas where we believe that we can curtail some techniques that are used that we can do under existing authority. Agree with you. That's an area to be scrutinized carefully.
I'm going to ask you to respond more fully in writing, but thank you for that initial response.
I just want to take us back. The only problem that I see with this is that it's basically like going back in time and buying a Nextel. That's the only issue that I see.
1 year anniversary of the ProPublica release, actually. And the challenge that we have is getting information about taxpayer information and how it is kept secure. We have asked for just a hearing, just a briefing, just to be able to sit down with you and your team and say, how is taxpayer information being protected? What has changed in this time period? We're not asking for the specific 6103 information. We're not trying to get into the specifics of what's out there with ProPublica. We know there's an investigation. But at the 1 year anniversary, we just want a yes or no answer. Can we get a briefing with you and with your team on how taxpayer information is now being protected and what's changed?
I will certainly ask my team about that.
No, I appreciate you, Greg. I appreciate you.
And we'll try to arrange something.
I just can't take every play. I'm not saying that it would be a bad play at all. Like, it could be a very good play. I can't. I'm using a lot of leverage, and I can't focus on so many different things at one time.
We're just a year into it, and we haven't gotten the information on what's actually happened. So we've heard that, but we just don't know what's actually happening behind behind the scenes.
But I appreciate you doing that, dude. Like, big time. Major. I'm just trying to cover as much ground as possible.
Absolutely. I don't think that there's information that's being leaked out over and over again. If there is, I'm certainly not aware of it.
Well, thank you. We'll follow up on that. We would like that briefing, Tom, on the OECD question on this. This is a challenge for us as we're just trying to keep flow of information as well of what's actually happening on it. In this case, I'm going to show you a map real quick. In this case, we've got an American company. This American company has done everything we've asked them to do based on tax policy. Their jobs are here. Their intellectual property is here. Their research and development is all being done here. They've done all that according to our tax code that Congress has passed to incentivize that. Now, all these countries in the dark blue will have leverage over those American companies that are following our tax law to be able to determine how much they're going to now pay overseas. So if China or the UK gives a subsidy instead of actually having R&D credits on it, then suddenly these American companies following American law are now going to pay more. So our concern on this OECD agreement that's happening is it seems to be structured to incentivize companies to move their IP internationally or to move their R&D internationally. That would allow them to be able to balance out their tax portfolio. Help me understand where I'm wrong on this.
I don't understand that. I mean, we are the only country that imposes any minimum tax on the foreign earnings of our multinational corporations. It's currently at 10.5%, but on a blended rather than country by country basis. No other country does this, and with this global
we also have the largest fucking economy, you dumb bitch.
Is to force every other country around the world that signed up, 137 countries that have signed this agreement, to impose a minimum tax on their corporations, on their overseas earnings of at least 15%.
But our understanding of this is they'll impose that 15% minimum, and then they'll actually take out things like their subsidies, where our credits that have been passed in law won't count on that, but their subsidies will.
Many of our credits will count on that.
But their subsidies won't, yeah.
Well, it's structured so that direct subsidies aren't counted, whether we give them or they give them.
Right.
But on the tax side, it does count. But we certainly would work with Congress to make sure that the benefits that Congress intended, the business credits, are structured so that they will be available.
So yeah, that is reassuring to hear, because we've not had this sense of working with Congress through this process. It seems to be a deal that's negotiated everywhere else, and it's coming back to us last. Obviously, according to the Constitution, revenue changes have to be done through Congress and have to be voted on here. There seems to be an incentive to be able to move to something very different. This is the same thing we're dealing with the foreign tax credit piece right now. The foreign tax credits, the regulation was actually put out in January. A lot of companies, including companies in my state in Oklahoma, are really struggling to be able to understand that. We've had folks from Treasury that have come out and said more guidance is needed, but it seems to be the train is still moving, and they're still trying to figure out only with an audit at some future date if they were following the rules or not on this, because the guidance has not actually come out on time. So can you help me with the foreign tax credit piece to know, is this going to be delayed, or is this still going to be implemented this year when there's not guidance, but there's been a change, and it's been a change that's been different than what's happened for decades?
Well, we have issued a regulation, but
no
we
guidance.
Do understand that there are some issues that businesses have around it, and we certainly wish to work with you to address those.
Will it be delayed, the implementation, until they get guidance?
Time of the gentleman's expired. Let's get an answer to this.
I don't think it will be delayed, but we'll work to address issues with it.
I thank my colleague. Senator Cassidy's next.
Madam Chair, several things. Madam Secretary, I'm sorry. Social Security is going insolvent. The administration has not proposed anything to address the insolvency. Is there going to be a plan coming forward from the administration to address Social Security insolvency, which is, I think, 12 or 13 years away now, with all the implications of further delay makes it harder to address?
Well, so we gained 1 year in terms of the life of the Social Security fund, how long it continues to fund benefits. That was in the recent.
Yes, but that's, if you take a 75-year scoring, we've learned that it's going to be a $211 trillion deficit over 75 years. So saying that it's going to be extended 1 to 2 years seems almost, silly. No offense.
So I do believe this is something, it's certainly true that it's not sustainable on a 75-year basis. And this is something that Congress and the administration should address. This is not news, I would say. We've known about this for at least 30 years and have not taken steps to address it.
So you agree it's important to take those steps?
I do believe it's something we should do.
Let me move on. As regards the inflation, one variable that we can potentially impact is the price of oil and gas. Now, you've mentioned how it's an international market and there's some limit as to the impact of what we do locally. But that said, the administration has proposed decreasing tax incentives for the production of oil and gas. Now, if you decrease tax incentives, you're going to have less oil and gas produced. Now, that's going to intuitively decrease supply and contribute to that upward pressure. Does that make sense?
Well, over the medium term, we absolutely need to move to renewables and to.
But I'm speaking about right now. If we decrease tax incentives to produce, that will decrease supply. And yet the administration is proposing to do that. I'll just make that point and then move on. Indeed, if we're going to speak about, I have a quote here, apparently one of the major problems with producing oil and gas right now is the cost of oil field services. And here's a quote from the CEO of Occidental. She says that the, quote unquote, the paraphrase, given how expensive drilling and oil field services have gotten, it's almost value destruction if you try to accelerate anything now.
Wow.
Now, what would you think about increasing the tax incentive to drill oil and gas, recognizing what the CEO of Occidental says, that the cost of oil field services are so great, it is value destruction to attempt to accelerate?
Well, prices are very high, in part importantly because of Russia's war on Ukraine.
Don't blame fucking Russia, and, you fucking bitch.
I believe the incentives are certainly there to boost production, and that is something we need in the short run to.
If we could make a case that, and I don't mean to be rude, I'm sorry, if we could make the case that increasing the incentive, increasing the tax credit for 3 to 5 years to offset the increased cost of oil field services could increase production, would that be something that should be entertained?
Well, look,
I'm not going to take it. I was thinking about taking it, but I'm not taking it.
Prices have gone up a lot, and that helps to offset those costs to help oil companies cover them. And so the price system is working and provides.
It might be a good play, but I'm not going to take it.
What we're trying to do is lower the cost. Well, let me just move on. We're in a situation right now as regards Russia and the price of oil, in which, because of the restrictions on purchasing Russian oil, their oil profits have increased. So they're selling less, but at a higher price. To say one more time, Russia now makes more money from oil and gas sales than it did before we began to apply sanctions. Now, the Europeans have considered coming together as a buying bloc to limit the price that we will pay, monopsony power, if you will. We'll pay the price of production, but no more. And so therefore, we don't pay the higher price at the pump, but they don't get the increased revenue. Is the administration participating in this? Or are we taking the lead in this? Is this something that we would entertain?
Absolutely. Our objective is...
So absolutely, we are involved in discussions to come up with a buyer's block that will not pay more than X amount?
Yes, we are.
Can you give a kind of assessment of where those negotiations are?
Extremely active. I think what we want to do is keep Russian oil flowing into the global market to hold down global prices.
Why?
And try to avoid a spike that causes a worldwide recession and drives up oil prices. But absolutely, the objective is to limit the revenue going to Russia, and the kind of strategy you suggest, there are different ways technically of accomplishing that, but it's certainly a desirable strategy.
The time of the gentleman's expired.
Thank you.
Thank my colleague. Senator Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for your service. I first want to just concur with the comments of our chair, Senator Wyden and Senator Carper, in regards to needing predictable, sustainable funding for the Internal Revenue Service. The budget that the administration has supported does that, but we need staying power here. I've been working with Senator Portman when we were both in the House of Representatives trying to modernize the IRS through resources for the level of service, for the fairness in enforcement. I just really want to underscore the commitment needs to be there for a sustained period of time so the IRS can provide the level of service that Americans expect and provide the fairness in our tax code. But I want to question in regards to affordable housing. Over this work period, I was on the Eastern Shore of Maryland and Cambridge, looking at some of the challenges we have there for affordable housing. That's a rural area. We go to urban centers, rural areas, we have affordable housing issues. And there are several provisions in the administration's budget that I think are important that have bipartisan support. You can talk about the historic tax credits, which was used in regards to Cambridge. We can talk about the new market tax credits. Senator Blunt and I have introduced legislation that would extend and make permanent the new market tax credits. Low-income housing tax credits.
I was going to draw a ray, but it would already broke. I was going to draw from wick to wick.
I want to concentrate, if I might, on the Neighborhood Home Reinvestment Act that Senator Portman and I have introduced, that's in the administration's budget, that deals with the appraisal gap. There are neighborhoods in which you cannot refurbish homes because the market price makes it impossible to put that investment in. And the Neighborhood Home Reinvestment Act deals with that appraisal gap by providing a credit so that we can have a larger stock of affordable housing in communities that today are being neglected. So can you just share with the committee the priority of this administration in regards to affordable housing and specifically the Neighborhood Home Investment Act?
Well, we're certainly supportive of that. And affordable housing, I think, is one of the most serious and growing challenges we face in this country.
Watch your double bottom right here.
The administration is trying to think of everything we really can to promote the building of affordable housing, the low-income housing tax credit, the New Markets Initiative, and other things that the administration can do internally to try to promote affordable housing.
I would just underscore, as we talk about American families struggling today because of increasing pricing, housing is one of the key areas. We know we have a tremendous shortage. So I just hope that you would put a real priority on it. We have bipartisan support. We need not only for your support, but your active engagement in order to get this to the finish line. Because we have strong support on this committee, and I hope that we'll see it in one of the tax bills that make it to the president's desk for signature. I want to talk about another tax issue that is moving in Congress. The House has taken action on retirement security, a pretty comprehensive bill. Our chairman and ranking member, Chairman Wyden and ranking member Crapo, are bringing all of us together in regards to retirement security. I've worked with Senator Portman for many years on these issues. And we're looking at how we can get people who have saved too little in the past adequate incentives to save, help for small businesses to create saving opportunities for their employees, provide more certainty and flexibility for Americans in the retirement years. All of those are areas that I think are not controversial. They're bipartisan. But once again, if we're going to be able to have that three-leg stool for retirement security, Social Security, private savings, and retirement, we need to strengthen our retirement security tax laws. We need your push here to get to the finish line because there's a lot of stakeholders, a lot of interest groups,
and we've got to come together in a relatively short period of time in order to get a bill passed. Is the administration willing to help us get a retirement security bill to the finish line?
We certainly look forward to working with you on it, and
why don't you do volume above 130?
Talk to one another about what's needed. We're certainly glad to work with you on that.
Well, I appreciate that. We're going to need some priorities here from the administration to help us. There are different views, and we have to reconcile different committees here in the House and the Senate.
There's no TLTs going up.
I know there's a lot on your plate, but I would urge you to give this a high priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's rare that TLT goes up and SPY goes up.
Senator Crapo and I are going to give the retirement bill a very high priority. Good work. Senator Portman's next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your focus on the retirement policy front, as well as Ranking Member Crapo, and to Senator Cardin, thank you for asking the question. I appreciate your willingness to continue to provide technical assistance to us and get through this. This is one of the great bipartisan opportunities we have that actually help the people we represent at a time when people's savings are under more and more stress. And during COVID, a lot of people took money out of their savings. This will help them save for their own retirement through private retirement, and deals with really the 4 or 5 concerns that on a bipartisan basis all of us have raised with regard to the retirement system. And so thank you for working with us on that, and thanks you to Senator Cardin for raising it. On the issue of foreign tax credits, I'm very concerned with the new regulations, in particular the lack of notice and comment that went into the final draft of that. It's a pretty simple issue to me because countries all around the world provide foreign tax credits, so there's not double taxation. So if a U.S. company pays taxes overseas, you don't want to double up and have them pay taxes here, because we want more U.S. companies to do business overseas. I'll give you an example. In my hometown of Cincinnati, Procter & Gamble has over 10,000 employees. 40% of those workers support global sales, international sales outside of the United States.
Yeah, but we want to do business here.
A lot of those are service jobs, back office jobs, high-paying jobs, by the way, white-collar jobs that
Democrat or Republican?
Help strengthen our Ohio economy. But this happens all over the country. And so my concern is that the interest in avoiding double taxation is compromised when you look at these new regulations. Post TCJA, which was 2017, we saw that if businesses are able to compete and workers are able to compete, they do pretty well. In fact, we had a lot more money come back into this country because of that, and we stopped inversions altogether. Something all of us, were wringing our hands about and being very concerned about, which is companies literally becoming more companies to avoid the tax laws here. We stopped them, shut them down.
I don't agree.
So I think what you're doing right now with these new regulations is pulling us in the wrong direction and back to where we were not competitive. So I appreciate you've indicated you want to make changes to the cost recovery and royalty withholding portion of the rules. But I also understand that you've indicated you will not be amending the rules dealing with the creditability, the ability to take credits with regard to withholding taxes on services. And again, that's a lot of what we do in this country. So my question to you would be, one, do you agree with me that we want to have global companies here in America that are expanding jobs here and therefore taking advantage of what, again, the global community does, which is these tax credits, including for services? Or are we just on a different philosophical plane here? If so, that'd be helpful to know. And second, would you be willing to take a look at these regulations as they relate to services in particular to help protect jobs here?
Okay, now I'm on this page.
Further modifications for withholding taxes on services.
They're trying to sell jobs.
So let me say first, of course, we will look at any concrete suggestions that you have and work with you. We understand that there are concerns about these regulations, and we certainly will revisit them and look at comments. But philosophically, let me say, we think that these regulations are very important to protect critical interests of the United States. And the fundamental principle is that we should allow a credit for foreign taxes only where the foreign taxing jurisdiction has the primary right to tax the income. And what we're seeing around the world are new kinds of taxes, like digital service taxes, where foreign countries are essentially trying to expand their taxing jurisdiction through extraterritorial type taxes. And these are taxes that should not be entitled to take the foreign tax credit. And if we grant it, we're just encouraging countries to impose taxes that we think, in the case of digital service taxes, we've found them to be unfair trade practices.
Madam Secretary, let me just for a second because I have a limited time. I don't disagree with you on the digital services taxes. That's not the issue here. And I understand your position on that. And I tend to share your position that American companies have been unfairly targeted with regard to digital services taxes. I'm talking about withholding taxes with regard to services. And I think it's important that we have final regulations that have received notice and comment, from American workers through American companies, because it's very different than the initial regulations in that regard. So that's the issue I'm focused on today.
Well, we certainly work with you on that, and we're reaching out and understanding what the concerns are.
One idea, has been floated as a 1-year delay to give us a chance to actually get the notice and comment and understand it better. I hope you would consider that.
The time, my friend, has expired, and did you want to respond to that, Secretary Yellen?
I was just going to say that if there are changes, they can be applied on a retroactive basis.
Very good. Thank you. Senator Daines is next, and then I very much hope we can get Senator Casey, who's been so patient, and we'll have to see who else is coming. Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary Yellen, thanks for being here today. I do want to talk about inflation because that's what everybody's talking about back home. The chairman mentioned that in his opening remarks. It's truly remarkable what's happening with the inflationary hurricane force winds that are blowing today. It's in the minds of the people that I serve every day, Montanans, every day. They're seeing at the gas pump, they see at the grocery store, they see fertilizer prices for our farmers.
Good call.
The Biden administration has attributed, though, this broad-based rapid inflation that began last year to Putin. It's been attributed to greed, to triggered exploitation, to profiteering.
I like this guy.
The one thing we've not heard the administration say is that there may have been a contributing factor with the $1.9 trillion spending package that was passed in March of 2021 by this Congress. That we were calling out the concerns of the inflationary pressures it would create in the economy. Even former Obama administration officials, we saw that with Larry Summers, who was a director of National Economic Council under Obama, was also President Clinton's Secretary Treasurer. He warned this would spark inflation. He was exactly right. In fact, in a recent Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco research paper titled, quote, "Why is U.S. inflation higher than in other countries?" analysts confirmed the strong connection between heightened U.S. inflation and the government spending that was occurring earlier last year. A large portion of that spending was in that $1.9 trillion package. By the way, there was over $1 trillion of unspent COVID dollars coming into December of 2020. We warned everybody up here, you can't spend another $1.9 trillion because it will have inflationary effects. I've not heard this administration say anything about that, but I do want to allow you the opportunity to set that record straight. My question is, Secretary, do you agree with the San Francisco Fed that the nearly $2 trillion March spending package was a significant causal factor in the high, increasingly broad-based and accelerating inflation that we observed this past year?
Senator, we're seeing high inflation in almost all developed countries around the world, and they have very different fiscal policies. So it can't be the case that the bulk of the inflation that we're experiencing reflects the impact of the ARP.
So was it a causal factor? Would you say that $2 trillion when we had $1 trillion unspent? So do the quick math here. It's about $3 trillion that was put into this economy from December through March of 2021.
So I guess the way I see it is when President Biden was inaugurated, he inherited an economy with very high unemployment, and the Congressional Budget Office and other forecasters were envisioning that this could last for a very long time. And we had to address the possibility that this could be a downturn that would match the Great Recession. And so in designing a policy, there are various risks that need to be taken into account. Of course, inflation was one of them, but the overwhelming risk was that Americans would be scarred by a deep and long recession, and that they would lose the roofs over their heads and not be able to feed their families.
Right. Well, I respectfully, I mean, if there was a forecaster who was worried about the high unemployment rates, that forecast was, I think, massively off. And we're seeing now the biggest challenge, of course, is just families cannot afford to keep food and fuel.
Well, inflation is the number. There's no question. I want
to talk about OECD for a moment here and China's compliance. We've seen China's recent history of non-compliance with international agreements. I'm concerned that China's not going to play by the rules with this agreement. Whether they'll ever play by the rules becomes a question. Here is the question: what makes you confident that China won't similarly stonewall efforts under the OECD agreement to determine whether Chinese companies are in compliance? And this gets back to the SEC issues and so forth.
So China was one of the 137 countries that agreed to comply with these rules, and we expect it to do so. But if it fails to do so, this agreement contains an enforcement mechanism that will allow the United States or any other country that has adopted the global minimum tax to impose taxes on China's companies that would be the same as if China had complied. So there is a tough enforcement mechanism in this deal. And if China doesn't comply, then U.S. and other countries where Chinese firms do business will be allowed to collect the taxes on those Chinese firms on their business outside China that China hypothetically refuses to collect itself.
Time of the gentleman's expired. Senator Grassley. You're next. I was hoping we could get Senator Grassley and Senator Casey, but we have had a number of colleagues coming in. Let me ask my colleague from Indiana. Have you voted already?
I have not, Chairman.
Okay.
I have not either.
The vote hasn't started. All right. We'll go with Senator Grassley, and then we'll go back to the regular order. Thanks.
I can't remember that you've said anything about corporate greed being a cause of inflation, but several members of your political party have, and yet we have mainstream Democratic congressmen or economists reject the greed theory. Jason Furman called it a sideshow. Larry Summers said it was a diversionary. Benjamin Page said it was a red herring. And Catherine Rampel for the Washington Post referred to it as an inflation conspiracy theory. What is your opinion? Does corporate greed explain the broad-based price increases consumers are currently facing?
Well, I guess I see the bulk of inflation as reflecting demand and supply factors. And on the supply side, we've had huge supply chain issues due to the pandemic and shifts in the pattern of consumption away from services and toward goods. We've had enormous increases in food and energy prices, partly reflecting Russia's war on Ukraine.
I think
those are, to me,
you're answering the question in a way that I'm glad you answered it, because I think that your answer rejects the corporate greed argument that we've been hearing. Next question. My concern with the current focus on so-called corporate greed is that it risks taking us down the failed roads of the 1970s, where we had price controls and windfall profit taxes. These policies led to rampant shortages, most notably gas lines around the block. Do you agree that neither price controls nor windfall profit tax are viable solutions to inflation and would have serious negative consequences?
Well, I do believe in a strong antitrust policy, and that's something that's been a priority of the Biden administration, having active competition in markets, I think is critical to innovation and to consumer well-being. And so enforcing a strong antitrust policy, I think, is important. But with respect to the broader inflationary trends, the Fed has to play a critical role. I think deficit reduction deserves a complementary role. And we've discussed earlier in this hearing ways in which Congress can bring down many of the costs, possibly not food and energy, but costs that are really burdening American households, whether it's prescription drugs, the lack of affordable housing.
I think I take your answer as, with all the reasons you've given, that you're not advocating or thinking that price controls or wind profits taxes would have anything to do with fighting inflation. I'm going to yield back my time because I got to go over and vote. I'll put the questions in.
I'm going to go to my colleagues just so we're clear for the record. Clean Energy for America, passed in this committee, according to independent analysts, will save families $500. Okay.
Where did that come from?
Let's see. Now we have an order of appearance, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, our country is suffering from a mass shooting epidemic.
Oh my God!
This year alone, there have been more mass shootings
guns
than days in the year.
Watch.
22 schools have come under gunfire already this year, including Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children were killed in cold blood in their classroom, along with 2 teachers by an assault rifle. According to the Washington Post, more than 311,000 children at 331 schools have experienced gun violence at school since the 1999 Columbine shooting. After decades of Republican obstruction to Democratic efforts to address this epidemic of school shootings, we are now learning the long-term cost of this trauma. Researchers at Northwestern University found that students who are survivors of gun violence at school are less likely to graduate high school, and they are less likely to attend and or graduate from college. These survivors are also less likely to be employed as adults than their peers. And if they are employed, they are likely to earn less over the course of their lives. So, Secretary Yellen, what is the economic cost of allowing the trauma of unabated gun violence in our communities and schools to continue unaddressed?
Well, Senator Menendez, let me first say I am also horrified by gun violence, what we've seen in recent weeks over many years. And I do hope that Congress will take long overdue action and put in place common sense measures to reduce gun violence. I'm not an expert at all on the psychological impact of gun violence on student learning or human capital accumulation, but and I'm not knowledgeable of the study that you mentioned, but I do know that there is a large literature in economics that documents that events that take place in early life in childhood can have a lifelong impact on life outcomes, on labor market outcomes, on psychological well-being. And so it only stands to reason that the threat of violence at schools it keeps our kids.
So let me just ask you from an economic, I know you're not a psychologist, but if Northwestern University's study that found that students who are survivors of gun violence are less likely to graduate high school, less likely to graduate from college, and more likely to earn less over the course of their lives, doesn't that have an economic impact?
Of course, it has a negative impact on these individuals and on our economy. And I don't know what the aggregate size of that is, but it certainly has a negative.
Let me ask you on a different topic. The Washington Post reported 2 weeks ago that the administration was considering canceling $10,000 of federal student loan debt per borrower for individuals with incomes under $150,000. The same article stated that, quote, it was unclear whether the administration will simultaneously require interest and payments to resume at the end of August when the current pause is scheduled to lapse. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau issued a report in April of this year finding that 15 million borrowers, or 60% of all borrowers that have had their loans on pause since March 2020, may have difficulty resuming their student loan payments when a pause is over. Are you concerned about the economic impact on borrowers if we turn student loan payments on prematurely?
Well, look, this is something that the administration is weighing what the right policies are here, and we're in the middle of deliberations on it. It is a very important topic. Student debt has...
If people are called upon to pay and cannot and default, that has a real consequence, as well as in their lives, it has a real consequence to our overall economy. That's why we've been urging the president to seriously consider loan forgiveness. Finally, a study published by the Washington Center for Equitable Growth found that over 118 million homes across the United States, Black and Hispanic homeowners face an average 10 to 13% higher property tax burden when compared to similarly situated white homeowners. Would you agree that our federal SALT deduction is an important tool to reduce the effects of regressive tax policy through property tax relief?
I'm not aware of that study. I'll have a look at it, but that's something I need to look at.
But on a broader proposition, if I give people property tax relief and I have a disproportionate number of the universe of property tax owners who ultimately face a greater consequence of higher burdens, then I would assume that helping them with that burden gives the type of relief that inures to the benefit not only of those families, but to communities as a whole.
That certainly seems logical.
Time of gentleman's expired. I don't know what this does to the Brown-Casey friendship, but Senator Brown is next after Senator Casey's been so patient. Senator Brown.
He's a patient man, so thank you. One quick reference to Senator Grassley's comments about corporate greed. We know that
corporate greed, here we go.
Well, the Secretary is not saying that it's the main driver of inflation. We know that a number of American industries, oil, pharmaceuticals, shipping companies, and others have used the pandemic and used the war with Russia to raise prices, and have seen gargantuan profits from a number of those industries, not by accident. So we know that. Let me shift to one of our favorite topics, Madam Secretary. That is the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. The work you did, again, I compliment you every time in a public forum. What you and Commissioner Reddick did, and with Chairman Wyden's involvement, to get the IRS advanced CTC payments ready to go just 3 months. As I said, on the floor next to Senator Casey, we talked about the excitement of that bill passing on March of 2021. By July, those checks were going out to 60 million, to the families of 60 million children. We should celebrate that perhaps more than we do. We know it slashed hunger rates by 1/3, cut child poverty by 40%. That's why I'm fighting alongside Chairman Wyden and Senator Bennett and others to make sure this gets extended, because it's so important for our country. Tell us in your view. Some have criticized the child tax credit.
They should hire ex-military people that are homeless and arm them and let them fucking, obviously, protect the schools if they're that concerned. How do you stop bad people with guns? Good people with fucking guns.
Well, absolutely, of course it would. The aid that was provided through the child tax credit during the pandemic, as you mentioned, it reduced poverty by almost a half, and all the evidence we have suggests that the CTC reduced
Gotta get homeless vets off the streets. Instead, we're more concerned about giving Ukraine money.
U.S. food consumption in 2021 was above the pre-pandemic level, but what that means is that families were using the additional resources that they got from the CTC to feed their children. Did it have some marginal impact on food prices? Possibly, but what's important is that fewer kids went hungry. And look, this is just not a significant factor, the child tax credit, in impacting inflation. There are a lot of things driving inflation. We've had multiple COVID variants when we
sending money to fucking
early
Ukraine.
on expected the pandemic would ease and we would get back to life as normal. We've had ongoing
firing people from fucking jobs because they won't get a shot.
There are COVID-related shutdowns all around the world, including China, on food prices. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is having dramatic impact on food prices. It has utterly nothing to do with the child tax credit. It was a relatively small expenditure. It was spent out over the full year 2021, and it resulted in a dramatic reduction in childhood poverty and financial insecurity for American families and contributed little or nothing to inflation.
Thank you. It's hard to call it anything but an unqualified success in showing that government can do the right thing and did do the right thing quickly and efficiently and effectively. Let me shift briefly, my last minute or so, Mr. Chairman, international tax. A year ago, I teamed up with the chairman, who was Senator Warner, on an international tax framework that would put Americans first, that would get rid of incentives in the tax code that reward companies for moving overseas and ensuring that multinational companies paid their fair share. You did a very good job rallying the rest of the world around a plan that would stop this global race to the bottom and put workers first. I commend you and your very apt team on that. Why is it important for Congress to take action this year in the international tax issue? Why would American workers be worse off than if the rest of the world moved forward and the U.S. was left out?
Well, I think that this is an extremely important initiative. As one of the leading economy in the globe, and given that it's an initiative that we spearheaded, I believe we should do it. I think we need the revenues. It will raise considerable revenues. I think deficit reduction is important, but we also need revenues to spend on a wide array of programs that will, whether it's affordable housing or making health insurance more affordable, energy investments that will bring down utility bills over time. We need the revenue to support these investments and to support investments in people and making our economy more productive and lowering the burdens that households face.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Brown, and thank you particularly with Senator Warner and I leading this effort. I thank you for it. Senator Casey.
Mr. Chairman, thanks very much. I want to start, Secretary Yellen, by thanking you for your enduring commitment to public service, yet again taking on a tough job, and we're grateful for that and your presence here today and the work you've done. I want to thank the chairman and Senator Brown as well for the work they did to make it possible for us to have the child tax credit, the enhanced version of that in place. In my home state of Pennsylvania, 2.2 million families benefited from that reduction in poverty. And that reduction occurred as much in rural areas as it did in urban areas. So we're grateful for that. I wanted to talk to you about workers and ask you one or two questions about the tax code and workers. When you compare what the tax code has done as it relates most recently to workers compared to corporations, we know in 2017 the corporate rate went way down from 35 to 21. That 14-point drop was about $1.4 trillion over 10 years. But what is not talked about a lot is what workers lost in that tax bill. They lost their ability to deduct moving expenses when a job forces them to relocate. They also lost, if they're a member of a union, they lost the deduction for the cost of their union dues. Workers can't deduct the cost of their union dues, but corporations are still permitted to deduct the cost of running anti-union campaigns. This is both an insult to American workers and should be an insult to every American, but it's also an insult and I think in direct contravention of the of the 1935 National Labor Relations Act. Earlier this year, the President's Task Force on Worker Organizing and Empowerment spoke to these issues. I've got two bills, one bill to restore the tax deduction, but also another bill to crack down on union busting. Madam Secretary, I'd ask you to respond to this question. Do you agree that we need to restore and improve the union dues tax deduction that the 2017 tax bill took away and end the taxpayer subsidization of anti-union campaigns by corporations?
I do, and let me say that we strongly support the work.
Most of them knew finance too and didn't have to learn it like we did.
Task Force is doing. We look forward to working with you and other members of Congress to develop legislative provisions in support of that mission.
Thanks very much. The last question I have is about the code again. In 2017, corporations had their rates cut by that 21%, as I mentioned.
These EMAs are saying
business owners also got a 20% write-off on their personal taxes, but that same cut was not available to their workers. IRS just reported by 2017, it had all but stopped auditing the taxes of wealthy private business owners. Less than 0.2% of pass-through businesses were audited in 2017. So while they were getting huge tax cuts, no one was checking to see if they were paying the taxes that they already owe. We know the EITC, the Earned Income Tax Credit recipients, were 5 times more likely to be audited than a pass-through business owner. Hard to comprehend that. People making $40,000 or less, 5 times more likely to be audited. Madam Secretary, can you speak to the steps the administration has taken to make sure that wealthy business owners pay their fair share in taxes?
I mean, it's an appalling set of statistics, Senator, that you recite there. We have an enormous tax gap. Workers who receive W-2 income pay what's owed. The error rates are absolutely tiny, and most of the tax gap has to do with high-income taxpayers, including those who benefit from pass-throughs, that have opaque sources of income we know less about. And the resources of the IRS have been cut to the point where they've largely cut back on the complicated audits, the ones that are harder of high-income taxpayers. And the fact that such a large share goes to audit the EITC is very unfair. I strongly urge Congress to approve the $80 billion that we've requested for the IRS to be able to to make sure that people are paying the taxes that are due. And it's very unfair to workers and lower income households the way things work now.
Thank you, Secretary.
Senator Casey, you and the Secretary have just given a little teach-in about this double standard in America with respect to audits, and it's time to change it because everybody ought to be held accountable, and it's got to be done in a fair way. And the point you've made and the Secretary's made is that's not being done today to the expense of people of modest means. Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding the hearing and giving me the chance to ask questions. Secretary Yellen, thank you for your service and for being here today. Speaking of horrible statistics, this country is 38th out of 41 industrialized countries in the world in terms of the scale of our childhood poverty. The poorest people living in the United States are our children, and for one brief shining moment, for 6 months, thanks to your efforts, the efforts of your employees at Treasury, we expanded the child tax credit based on the bill that I wrote with Senator Brown, cut childhood poverty in this country almost in half, benefited 90% of the kids in this country, reduced hunger in the United States by 25%. It's hard to think of anything, Mr. Chairman, that we've done here in generations that has made more of a difference for working families. And tragically, we let it expire. Now, there were people on the front end of this who said, this is a terrible idea. It's going to disincentivize people from working. People are going to use the money, for all kinds of illicit purposes. I can tell you, Madam Secretary, people spent the money in Colorado on their kids, and the list is long, from school supplies to lessons on instruments to back to school clothing. But the one thing everybody has in common, when I ask them what their experience was with the enhanced child tax credit, it is the amount of stress that it relieved from their family. Because after all, people in Colorado live in the same economy that this entire country lives in. It's an economy that for 50 years has worked really well for the top 10% of Americans and hasn't worked for anybody else. Washington's response over that period of time has actually been to make worse our income inequality by cutting taxes to the tune of about $8 trillion since 2001. Almost all the benefit of that went to the wealthiest people in the country. It made our deficits worse. It made our income inequality worse. It's staggering that is what we would do. And finally, we finally did something for working people. The enhanced child tax credit and the enhanced earned income tax credit. And at the end of the year, we turned our backs on the poor children in America that benefited from this, the 90% of kids that had the benefit of this. I've been here year after year after year, Madam Secretary, at midnight on New Year's Eve or on Christmas Eve, when we didn't have any trouble extending tax cuts for the wealthiest people in this country. We didn't have any trouble extending tax cuts for the biggest corporations in America. But when we had actually lifted kids out of poverty, when all the studies that I have seen, and this is what I'm going to ask you about, Madam Secretary, all the studies that I have seen have demonstrated that the tax credit worked as it was intended and did not disincentivize anybody from working. We cut it off at a time of rising inflation. Families were getting $450 on average a month. And my understanding is that the inflation has caused about $300 a month of additional costs for families. That was more than covered by the tax credit. So in the last minute and a half, Madam Secretary, let me say, first of all, how grateful I am for your effort and for the IRS's effort and for the employees that work for you, the heroic effort that they put in place to build a system to demonstrate that we do not have to accept these rates of childhood poverty as a permanent feature of our economy or a permanent feature of our democracy. And that was thanks to the work that your folks did. So I'd love to hear your reflections as an economist and a policymaker on the effects of the expanded monthly child tax credit on children and families. And what is your general reaction to all of this?
Senator, you've spoken eloquently about the benefits of the child tax credit. I completely agree with your comments. It cut childhood poverty dramatically.
If the parents had good jobs with no runaway inflation, they'd be fine.
To get a little bit of breathing room and to help their kids afford nutritious food and clothing and back to school supplies. And it really played a critical role. I think you know that the president has repeatedly said that he strongly supports extension. We would love to see Congress enact that. It's made a huge difference to inequality. It was a very important initiative. I feel very proud. I appreciate your comments. I feel very proud of the work that Treasury and particularly the IRS was able to do to get this money out and to do everything we possibly could to ensure that non-filers, all the many households who weren't required to file tax returns, to make sure that they receive the credit as well. I would love to see, and we've been talking about investments in the IRS. One thing that investments in the IRS would do is make sure the IRS has the modern tools it needs when we have tax credits like that to make sure they go to the families that deserve it, whether they file taxes or not.
I thank my colleague. The Secretary has got a hard stop of 12:45. I think we're in good shape to achieve that. Next in line will be Senator Warren.
Oh, God.
I'm going to run and vote and come back.
This is going to be painful. Just warning you guys.
Senator Hassan could chair in my absence. That would be great.
This is about to be pretty painful.
The second vote eventually as well. Senator Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us today, Madam Secretary. So today's hearing focuses on the Treasury Department's budget. Now, I want to talk for just a minute about money for the IRS. Thanks to a 1-2 punch from Republican budget cuts and lobbying from corporations and rich people who don't want to be audited, the IRS today is stuck with 1970s computers and staffing levels, unable to do its job. And
a 1970s computer wouldn't even fucking work.
That underfunding also causes honest, hardworking Americans a lot of grief. According to the IRS, the average American spends about 13 hours and $240 every year just to file their taxes. 13 hours, $240. And sure, some people have complicated taxes that take time. But for maybe about half of Americans, taxes could be as easy as looking at a form the IRS has already filled out, showing your W-2 and 1099 income, then using the standard deduction and common tax credits to calculate how much you owe or how big your refund will be. If you don't agree, check no, fill out your own form. If you do agree, check yes, and you are done. Easy peasy. But the IRS does not have that kind of easy peasy program. Instead, years ago, the IRS cut a deal to send taxpayers to companies like Intuit and H&R Block to figure out what they owe. And in return, these companies were supposed to make free tax filing for 70% of American taxpayers through the Free File program. Secretary Yellen, what percentage of taxpayers actually use Free File?
I won't touch it, but I'll look at it.
I believe that last year about 4%.
About 4%. 4. That's right. So it's supposed to be 70%. Turns out it was 4%. And you know that is not an accident. These companies deliberately sabotaged the Free File program and steered people to products that they could charge for. Now, companies like Intuit and use misleading advertising, hid free products from Google search results, all so that taxpayers had to spend more money to figure out how much they owed. The Federal Trade Commission has now sued Intuit over its bogus advertising of free tax filing software. And last month, the state attorneys general extracted $141 million settlement from Intuit for these scams. Now, these swindles are just one reason why the GAO recently recommended that the IRS develop its own alternative to Free File, stating, quote, the IRS faces mounting risk by continuing to rely on the tax prep industry to provide free tax filing services, end quote. So, Secretary Yellen, it sounds like the Free File has worked out great for corporations like Intuit, which raked in billions of dollars. But do you agree with the GAO that the current system is not working for American taxpayers and that it's time for the IRS to develop a real Free File program? Let me just ask this more directly. If we can get you the resources, will you commit to developing a Free File program that actually works for American taxpayers?
So, look, I absolutely agree with the comments that you made about Free File. It hasn't worked. We need to develop a new system. There's no reason in the world that a modern economy shouldn't have a system that makes it easy for such a large group of taxpayers to file their returns. Beyond that, I would also add that it's important that households be able to access the benefits that Congress often wants to provide, like the Earned Income Tax Credit, the Child Tax Credit when that was available, the economic impact payments, and for individuals who
I don't fuck with
extremely difficult.
So I'm loving everything you're saying, but I'm still listening for the part that says, if we can get you the resources, will you commit that the IRS will build its own free file program and make this available to Americans across the country?
We're certainly looking into it, but I want to make a point, which is that the IRS is under siege. It is suffering from huge underinvestment. It has massive problems that it's dealing with. Right now, our number one priority is dealing with the backlog, a huge backlog of tax returns. The IRS right now doesn't have the authority to hire the people it needs to deal with
Madam Secretary,
backlog.
Look, I'm not somebody who's attacking the IRS. I'm trying to get you the resources that the IRS needs so it can go after wealthy tax cheats. But what I'd like to know is if we're going to fight for the resources to get them over to you, and the resources are available, will you commit to build the free file program?
It's definitely a priority. It's definitely something we should do. And when the IRS is adequately resourced, it's something that will happen.
Well, I think it's something we need to do. Look, I have a bill, the Tax Filing Simplification Act. I'm going to reintroduce it that would require you to do this. But I just want to make clear, you could do this. If we get you the money, I'd really like to see this happen. Treasury has the authority now and needs to use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Thune, I'm going to defer to you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Secretary, welcome to the committee. As you know, President Biden recently wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed that tackling inflation is the, quote, top economic priority. And I think that's a welcome development for the president to acknowledge that inflation is a problem. It wasn't that long ago that President Biden and his top economic officials were claiming the extraordinary increase in Americans' cost of living was merely transitory. I know you've responded to some questions on this subject already, but do you still view inflation, which remains near a 40-year high, as transitory, or do you expect an extended period
contracts for a buck for
well, when I said that inflation would be transitory, what I was not anticipating was a scenario in which we would end up contending with
multiple one for the rollover day for the monthlies as well,
scrambling our economy and global supply chains, and I was not envisioning impacts on food and energy prices we've seen from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Here we go to Russia again. I swear to God.
Mr. Powell indicated himself, both of us probably could have used a better term than transitory. There's no question that we have huge inflation pressures, that inflation is really our top economic problem at this point, and that it's critical that we address it. So I do expect inflation to remain high, although I very much hope that it will be coming down now.
And the president's budget on that point projects inflation at 4.7% for 2022, which seems to be an entirely unrealistic assumption given that inflation the first half this year has been well above that rate. Has the administration's 4.7% inflation assumption proved accurate for 2022, or should that number be revised higher?
Well, we're in the process of producing a new forecast for the mid-session review. The numbers aren't locked in, but it's likely to be higher.
Well, hopefully we won't have to wait long for that, right? I mean, when does that review come out?
I'm not sure what the date is.
Let me just say too, there's a couple things that the president obviously has suggested, that the inflationary numbers are a result of Ukraine. And clearly, if you look at the CPI inflation data, it was largely collected before the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Was the president wrong to blame the pre-existing inflation on the Russian invasion of Ukraine? And do you think that it is at all attributable to the overheated economy that was accelerated by last year's $1.9 trillion partisan spending bill?
Look, when President Biden took office, the United States faced a really horrendous problem in that it was projected that unemployment would stay extremely high for many years. CBO projected.
Okay, so instead they fired everybody, or put their businesses like out of business, or made somebody take a vaccine, which caused people to quit, and then they hired people back, and they're saying that they did a great job with employment. It's fucking ridiculous.
Which is that we were seeing cars line up at food banks, people going hungry, people beginning to lose the roofs over their heads, worried that they wouldn't be able to get jobs, and that we would have a generation that was scarred by high unemployment. And we put in place and designed a program in the ARP that not only was intended to address those risks, but succeeded in doing so better than anyone could have anticipated. Right now, we have about the lowest unemployment rate we've had in post-war history. In recent Federal Reserve survey, more households than ever have described their financial situation as strong. In a question about could you manage to pay an unexpected $400 expense, a record of people since that survey started said they could. So we've accomplished a lot.
I agree with you,
the fastest recovery of any developed country. There's no question that inflation is too high, and it has to be
Nancy
addressed.
Pelosi going ahead and insider trading based off
from a situation of strength. And of course, it's important to bring inflation down.
Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but I would just say the economic crisis American people are feeling right now is this extraordinarily high inflation rate, which, again, to the degree that there may have been jobs created and wage increases completely eaten up. I mean, the American people are getting a de facto pay cut because of inflation, and it just doesn't seem like gas prices contributing largely to that. And I see no strategy out of the administration to do anything to deal with rising gas prices. And I think that there's no question that the $2 trillion bill last year overheated the economy.
You think?
It's why we have the mess that we have today. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Secretary Yellen, and welcome. Inflation is the number one economic issue I hear about from Granite Staters. Supply chain challenges and Putin's invasion of Ukraine have driven up costs across the economy, and these higher prices are straining the budgets of families and small businesses. As one way to help lower costs for families, I've led bipartisan legislation to cut taxes for homeowners who upgrade to more energy-efficient appliances. The administration has been supportive of passing clean energy tax cuts that would help lower energy costs for Americans. Do you agree that passing clean energy tax cuts, as proposed in my bipartisan bill, would help lower costs for Granite Staters?
Senator Hassan, yes, I do. I think various incentives and tax credits that would support clean energy are critical ways in which we can help lower and middle income families cut their costs, offset price pressures that they face, and address climate change in the medium term, reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and on global oil markets where geopolitical risks are often causing spikes in oil prices that if we were more dependent on the sun and the wind, we wouldn't face that.
Thank you. In 2020, I helped lead a successful bipartisan effort to ensure that all small businesses struggling during the pandemic had access to tax cuts through the Employee Retention Tax Credit. However, I've heard from small businesses in New Hampshire, such as Smutty Nose Brewing in Hampton, who are still waiting on Treasury to send their full Employee Retention Tax Credit payments. Madam Secretary, what is Treasury doing to clear the backlog of Employee Retention Tax Credit claims and ensure that small businesses receive this tax relief as soon as they can?
So, Senator, I'm aware of this problem, And what I can tell you is that IRS is working as diligently as it possibly can to clear what is a huge pandemic related backlog. And, you know, things that are filed in paper, IRS is still in the process of opening these. I think a lot of these employee retention tax credit filings were paper filings that are part of this backlog. And so I think that's partly responsible for the delays. You know, I think there will not be penalties for situations that arise where additional income tax may be owed and the taxpayer is waiting for this refund payment to be able to pay taxes owed. Penalties will be waived. I know that the IRS has issued some guidance and told these filers that they may be eligible for relief. It is a very regrettable situation, and IRS is working as rapidly as they can to solve it.
Well, and I thank you for that response. I will keep encouraging IRS to work as quickly as they can, and in the long term, we all have to make sure that the IT and the systems are modernized and IRS has the staffing it needs, because obviously this is not an acceptable situation.
This is really a reflection of decades of underfunding, and it's frankly amazing that the IRS is able to do as much as they can, getting out child tax credit payments and the economic impact payments.
Yeah, I do understand that, but I will continue to push on this because I just was talking with a small business on Saturday that's really kind of on the edge here and waiting for this credit. So let me talk about one other thing, which is Russian gold reserves. Vladimir Putin has stockpiled billions of dollars in gold in an attempt to insulate the Russian economy from international sanctions. I'd like to thank Treasury for heeding calls earlier this year from a bipartisan group of senators, including myself and Senator Cornyn, to ensure that U.S. sanctions freeze Russian gold assets. Can you update us on Treasury's ongoing efforts to combat any
stop oil, though.
to prop up Russia's economy by selling off his gold stockpile?
Yes, this is an important matter, and we've issued guidance that gold-related transactions involving Russia may be sanctionable under the president's executive order, and we're closely monitoring any efforts that we can see to circumvent.
Yo, at 12:45, when this is a hard stop, watch shit doesn't go fucking crazy. Either way, just like watch shit doesn't go crazy to either side. It could go way down, way up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam
Secretary. Watch for volatility.
Appreciate you being here to testify today. Things have gotten a lot worse since the last time you testified before this committee. Inflation is at a 40-year high. It's impacting Americans with higher prices across the board. President Biden took office, the price of a gallon of gas was $2.38 a gallon. Today it is $4.92 a gallon.
$5 for me.
This past Memorial Day was very expensive for people to travel. In my home state of Wyoming, rural areas, people who volunteer to drive for Meals on Wheels to deliver meals to shut-ins have had to stop volunteering. Right? Not because they don't have the time or the commitment or the open heart. They don't have the money for the gas. That is the number one issue affecting the American people. And a few weeks ago, we had the Interior Secretary testifying before the Energy Committee. I asked her if she thought that gas prices were too high. She could not come up with it, didn't think it was an easy question, couldn't come up with an answer. Of course they're too high. But I ask you, do you think that gas prices are too high?
Absolutely.
Thank you. The people of Wyoming, vast majority of Americans agree with you on that point. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? Well, in your fiscal year budget and revenue proposals, as part of the proposed tax hikes, you specifically target U.S. energy production with tax hikes. On top of your tax hikes, the administration is doing everything it can to end oil and gas exploration and production on federal lands. Just last week, the administration announced a sue and settle agreement with environmental extremists
which calls into question millions of acres of oil and natural gas leases in the West, including 2,000 leases, specific leases in my home state of Wyoming. Some of these leases have been let 2015 all the way up through the end of the last administration. The president had his op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, said, talked about gas prices, said, well, we need to take every practical step to make things more affordable. But it seems to me tax hikes and other decisions like this are not going to help and are actually going to make matters worse. Making it more expensive to produce American energy would simply lead to higher prices for consumers. And once that energy is produced, it needs to be transported to refineries and eventually to gas stations. Well, pipelines are an important piece of that transportation. But on CNBC last week, you specifically suggested pipelines don't matter. On one hand, both you and the president say gas prices are too high, to which I agree. But on the other, you are targeting American energy with taxes, and that's going to result in higher costs for Americans. So since you agree the prices are too high, can you please explain the inconsistencies with the policies of the Department of Treasury and the administration?
Well, I would say that as a medium-term matter, the way to reduce energy prices for Americans is to promote credits, energy policy that boosts the production of renewables, that will reduce our dependence on global oil markets where geopolitical factors can cause energy prices to spike, as we're seeing with Russia and Ukraine, and can lower utility prices for Americans. In the short run, before that happens, high prices, we have very high prices, as you pointed out.
I might play it the other way. If I was going to play it, I would play it the other way probably.
Are sitting on
just because it looks like it's really, really hot.
Land under lease from which they can drill and produce additional oil.
To me, it just looks like it's
prices are a motivation to do that.
70 on the RSI.
We need additional oil.
Buy the rumor, sell the news. You know what I mean?
Americans pay are influenced by what happens in global markets.
Not financial advice at all.
So,
just saying.
Promoting the production of additional global oil, it will help to relieve supply shortages in the global market, but it won't completely insulate Americans from global.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, please like, share, subscribe.
Well, I would point out
let's let as many people know how crazy this shit is.
Has blocked all of that, and this
listen to this.
Settle agreement by the administration last week is taking many of those acres that you just described and freezing those so they cannot be used. And with $5 gas, what we see today is the president calling on using the Defense Production Act, not to go after this, but to build solar panels. And that seems to me the wrong place to be using that act. I would just point out, Mr. Chairman, finally, that yesterday's USA Today front page story, picture, Madam Chairman, of you, Madam Secretary, you and the President of the United States. Yesterday's USA Today headline, small risk of inflation swelled to a global threat. Underneath, White House waved off economists' warnings. And they quote you from ABC, March of 2021, is there a risk of inflation? You responded, I think there's a small risk. This is with regard to signing the American Rescue Plan. You say, and I think it's manageable. Given that, it makes me wonder why Americans should put any confidence in your pronouncements and decisions and recommendations today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank my colleague, Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, good to have you with us.
Thank you, Senator.
The end of a long morning for you. In January of 21, more than a year ago, we passed the beneficial ownership legislation that Senator Crapo, among others, was a champion of and that passed with strong bipartisan support. A lot of time has gone by, and we're still waiting for the rule to come out of Treasury. I just helped get you $22 million in additional FinCEN funding to help accomplish that. In the meantime, because there is no rule, Tax Justice has just put America at the top of the Financial Secrecy Index, #1. This is not an index on which we want to be number one. Can you tell us anything about when
you're going to be done with the beneficial ownership rule? It's been over a year.
Well, last December, FinCEN did publish a
enterprise values going
notice
out.
of proposed rulemaking to implement the beneficial ownership reporting requirements, and that's
no debt.
The first rulemaking. The second will govern access to the beneficial ownership information system, and that will be published certainly this year. So all I can tell you is that so we appreciate the extra funding, but to fully implement this, we will in the fiscal 23. We need full funding for building of this database, but we appreciate the funds that were in the Ukraine supplemental. Effective implementation of the Corporate Transparency Act is really a top priority and is getting our full attention.
Well, if you could instruct your people to pick up
the
pace,
fundamentals on it,
helpful. It's been quite a while since the law passed. It's been a year since the regs were supposed to be accomplished. There are 3 different rules that are necessary to implement it. Only one has even been proposed. So there's a lot of room for improvement in the rulemaking process, and I hope you'll see to that. The other topic that we talk about often, you and I, is the problem of the 501cs. You have indicated that the political dark money that they facilitate is a problem.
These EMAs are all on top of each other.
And you have said that you will give it serious review and serious study. And I just want to flag it for you because, again, I'm not seeing either the serious review or the serious study. The problems are quite specific, and I want to flag them for you. One is you have a C3 and a C4 that are indistinguishable. They have the same office, they have the same staff, they have the same board, they have the same, chief executive, and it's just a fanciful distinction that, in my world, you call that piercing the corporate veil. This is a corporate veil you could pierce with a banana. This is not
a banana. Let's go.
And to look into that,
let's fucking pierce it with a fucking banana, guys.
The other issue has to do with the so-called 50% limit. The 50% limit is ignored by circles of affiliated
fucking banana
nominal corporations. So that if somebody makes a donation to one, they can then spend 50% of it on politics and put the other 50% to an affiliated organization, which then spends 50% of it on politics and puts the remainder to another affiliated organization. If you have just 4 of those organizations working in concert together, you're over 90% of the donor's money going for political advertising. And that's not what the 50% rule intended either. And I think that the IRS is simply not looking at these essentially phony setups that are allowing these anonymous folks to get around both the letter and the intent of the law. So again, please, serious review and serious study, I think are in order. What we have had in the meantime has been a completely false narrative blown up by your own Inspector General that this was all a wicked effort to target conservatives. That narrative got legs because an enormous propaganda effort was done to push it, but it was debunked by the Inspector General. But we're still living with the aftermath of that, and nobody is telling the truth.
Thank you.
In the Treasury Department about what really happened,
about
how the system is being gamed by indistinguishable 501c3s and 501c4s, and by these coordinated efforts to spin the money through affiliated groups so that you can end up spending it all
I kind of like this
on
guy.
politics instead of the nominal 50%. So if you could please look at that, I would be grateful.
I thank my colleague.
Could she just quickly answer?
Oh, of course.
Go?
Please.
I know my time's up, but if she could
Madam Secretary, please.
I understand the importance of this issue and agree with you that we absolutely need to get dark money out of politics. We'll work with you to try to do that.
Great. Look, if we can look at those specific things, that would be helpful.
I like him.
Colleague. Members have a week to submit written questions. And Madam Secretary, we're going to have you out the door actually early. And just one thought on closing. It seems to me we're closing where we began, which is that Congress has a big role to play in cutting costs, which helps to cut inflation. We talked about prescription drugs, for example. I mean, that's key. Medical expenses are gobbling up everything in sight. And most of the areas that we're talking about mean that you also have to tackle some very entrenched interests. You know, it seems to me that nobody in America that I meet is saying, gee, Medicare shouldn't negotiate to hold down the cost of medicine. The Biden administration, colleagues on this side of the aisle have said, of course you ought to negotiate for these expensive drugs, the cancer drugs, for example. Same is true about clean energy for America. You know, what we said on this
very critical level right here.
Secretary, to hold down energy.
Let's fuck him with a banana here.
We're going to take those 45 provisions in the tax code on energy and basically throw them in the trash can and say that for the future it will be about clean energy, clean transportation, energy efficiency. And then we will say we'll have a technology neutral, market-oriented system where the more that you reduce carbon emissions, the bigger your savings. But in both healthcare and energy, you're going to have to take on some big, powerful interests to cut costs down. And that's why I'm so glad that you kept putting it right back at us, because I think this is what we've got to focus on, and everything needs to be on the table. We already talked, you and I, about some administrative overhead that can be cut. I saw over the break people in the housing business say that would be beneficial. And I want to thank you for just being out there day after day after day saying, look, everybody has got to be part of this effort. The executive branch, the Biden administration will be. You told Congress, you can show up every day and help cut costs. I want you to tell you, I want to say, as you leave, I'm all in, look forward to working with you, and we'll excuse you at this time.
Thank you, Chairman White. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Okay. So, in closing, they're a bunch of assholes. Don't know why it did show stuff about oil, but it's in oil. So, last week, the Saudis agreed to pump 50% more oil than what they were currently pumping. It makes me a little bit skeptical about skeptical about like buying oil. Like, yes, I believe it'll go up, but if they actually allow like people to pump oil here, then oil prices might go down. Look at Bitcoin. Here we go. Like I said, watch for extreme volatility right after she's done speaking. Let's see if hopefully it's to the upside. And then we might be able to expect Bitcoin, the Qs, hopefully everything to follow. SPY just made the red green move. Pump, 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 pump. Fucking go. Go, 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 go. When you get over the top of that MACD. All right, we're breaking some resistance. Let's go. Get out of there. All right, so during that break, I bought What did I buy? I bought Genius Brands. About $1 calls because of like they just signed it. They just like made like a deal, I believe, with Disney or something not too long ago. And they're finally getting a little bit of momentum. Their Ortex look good. I showed you guys their Ortex. I'll show it again. But I bought calls for both the 24th and then the 17th. I bought $1 calls. They're cheap as balls. They're up 7% today, but they were still like they're like $2 a piece. So I was like, well, fuck it. Float is 300 mil. However, look at the holders. BlackRock, Vanguard, Bang, State Street, Susquehanna, Teachers. I really like when Teachers are in a play. Here are the shorts. 17.11%. Average cost to borrow, 20%. Short score, 87.8. I mean, you guys certainly, I'm not suggesting that you guys take this. I'm just showing you why I took it. This is something I actually didn't even look at. Oh, not number of loans. Average age on loans. What are they? Look at that. 172 days on. That's interesting. They might be selling calls, actually, if it's that high. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Let me move my speakers out of the way. I had my speakers on top of my other computer. Okay. But yeah, that's the reason why I took this one. Perfect. Didn't do much while I was off screen. Let's get GME. GME. Tell me that's a little double bottom right there. That'd be nice. $12.32 on AMC, $134.25 on GME, $210 on BBIG. So Apple's a mega cap, and that just went up 1%. We might see some strength in the overall market. EMAs are getting like right here. They're like on top of each other. That's why I was saying that. Just need some momentum here. We need some volume is what we need. Some demand. Remember, volume is a side effect of demand. So supply, demand, basically we need to go ahead and people need to demand in order to go ahead and get the volume jacked. Again, I do want to keep doing volume above 130 though. I think that's very important to keep just pumping out volume above 130. I want to solidify that line as much as possible. So I have Qs. After my SQQ position yesterday, I do have a little bit of downside risk or like hedge, but most of it is upside on the Qs. I have some that are. I have some puts though as well, just in case. So I'm strangling. But again, I have more calls, and then I have puts on. I've puts on the SQQ just because that's the way the Greeks were kind of telling me to play it at the time when I did it. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. Qs, go ahead. I have no idea, dude. I have no idea, Zip. I just sold some TQQs, some, what's it called? I just sold some that I was using to hedge because I want to do something else with them, essentially. One second. I don't know if that's far enough. Fuck. Fuck. Alright, it's about one SQQ put for next week. Another SQQ put. And then I have extra money left over, so what do I do with extra money? I go ahead and I usually stick it in CEI. Whenever it's cheap as balls. Cool. Yeah, here, I'll get GME up. I want to see some adult candles is what I want to see. This looks like it's like a perfect double bottom. Near perfect double bottom. I wouldn't say perfect. Near perfect. Go ahead. Go ahead. Up. Up. We gotta watch this. Is that the intraday high? That is the intraday high. We gotta break the intraday high right there. 135.04. Up. Up. Power flex, motherfucker. Come on. Get up. Flex on him. Fuck. Woo. I need a power flex. I mean, not necessarily. Remember, today is the day. How do I phrase this without scaring anybody? So today is the day where the T+2 data came back from the Chinese companies, the Chinese military front companies. So while you and I may not understand some of the data, right? Hedge funds that have like quant computers and like are going through like they have the money to spend on it, like they are going to analyze literally every opportunity that they can, and we're going to see some price action off of it. I'm thinking. So that leads me to believe that tomorrow may go either way. I don't know where our boy Flex is. We need to flex on these motherfuckers, though. I wish he was in here so we could just give him challenges. That way we could, smoke the challenges. And he'd be amped to do them, too. Look at this shit. Go ahead. Come on. Up. Up, 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 up. I don't want to, I literally have, fucking, 53 cents in here. I kind of want to just buy, oh, you know what I could buy? I could buy, more of this warrant. Might as well. Oh, I gotta shut off my thing. Speakers. Cool. Ah. So Bitcoin going up is going to affect the overall market. That's why I'm watching it as diligently as I am. Just so, anybody that's fucking curious isn't like, why is he only watching Bitcoin? Because Bitcoin's going to affect SPY. You guys know I don't usually draw wick to wick. Usually I draw body to body. I'm going to do wick to wick here. Look at that. Looking like a weird double bottom. Looking like a weird double bottom. Looking like it's consolidating underneath the 200, above the 200 MA. Underneath the 200 EMA. From there, bang, 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 consolidating again on another line. I think it goes up. Not financial advice, obviously, because I am not a financial advisor. But that's just me reading the chart. Let me look at the candle structure, actually. Inverted hammer, indecision, indecision, and now, yeah, I'm feeling strength for sure. See, this, it just looks like they're consolidating now above 130. That's where I'm at here with GME. It's below the EMAs, above the EMAs, but headed down below the EMAs. It's like we're just winding it nice and tight. Inverted hammer, inverted hammer, inverted hammer. Indecision right there. Push down. Indecision. Hammer candle. So an inverted hammer followed by a hammer. Usually that shows a sign of a reversal, a strong reversal. Maybe we could get it here. 1239 on AMC. BBIG is at 208. MULN's at 131. My dude, Sid's in the building. Okay. So they changed pause. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Okay. So from what I remember, it was lower. It was like, I believe it went up, then it went down, then it went up for like 2 days, and then down, and then up again. Is that right? Because if so, that could signal like some crazy shit to like basically. I'm trying to factor in the T+2 reporting days, right? Because they're not going to want us to see, like, if it goes into a full-on short squeeze. Yeah. So it's plus. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's almost like they might, like, I don't know, from what I remember, if I remember correctly, there was a day where it was down, though, if I'm not mistaken, Sid. I could be completely fucking wrong, but I could have swore that you said that it was, like, it was down a little bit from the day prior, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be like a day, like, where it could be like a pseudo squeeze type. That's because they haven't really analyzed the information yet. Bang, bang, bang. Like, what are the wait, that's after hours, hold on a second. One day. I mean, quantum computers, huh? Let's see. What the fuck is it? Oh, that's a biofarm. I don't fuck with biofarm. That's tech. This one's tech. I don't know if you guys pay attention. What just happened? Why did that gap up like that? What is this, and why did that just gap up like that? Did you guys see that? Hold on one second. It's a pharma play. What just happened though that this just gapped up? Like, that was like a heavy gap up. Fuck. I don't like pharma plays at all. And these are downgrades. Oh yeah. Look at the utilization. I'm not touching that one. Not touching it. All right. What was the one you wanted me to look at? AERC. AERC. My dog's gotta go outside. Give me 1 second though. AERC. Could be a way that they're trying to get themselves out of the fucking shit. Let's see. Hold on a second. They received FDA clearance yesterday. Whoa, look at that. Holy shit. Look at that difference in enterprise value. Whoa. Okay, do they have options? They're gonna be so jacked though. Fuck. The options chain is gonna be so jacked up on these. Oh, there aren't options. Oh, watch out for a scalp, guys. If they're, I mean, you could get scalped either way. Bill, I ended up taking the Genus play that you were calling out. I ended up taking I took ones here. I also took ones here. I mean, they just got cleared by the FDA, but with everything going on, I don't want the FDA in a like involved in a play that I'm in, if that makes sense. But like, look at that gap up though on this. This is an FDA play as well. I don't know. Look, oh, holy shit! Look at AMC and GME. Jesus Christ. Hold on a second. I'll give Ray T his acid. Hold on a second. I told you guys some crazy shit would fucking go on when she stopped talking. My takeaway from that whole entire discussion was basically she was just trying to make an excuse as to why the policies fucking suck. Without like sounding like she was going against like the current party administration. Yeah, Genus looks good, and I like the what's it called? I like how they just had that deal done. I was in it like a while ago, and then I know you've been calling it out today. Like what drew me to it today was the fact that of the call to put ratio, and then obviously the deal, like the past deal, but a majority of my options I did for after the what's it called, after the rollover date. The GME is fucking rolling right now, and that's just in case they try to fuck around with it. Give me 1 second. I gotta let the dogs out. But the gamma from what's it called, the gamma from Genus, it was like a really, really high rating. Give me 1 second. No, I didn't take this. I didn't take like this specific position. I'll show it to you just real quick. So I got it on this big red cell candle. I was kind of hoping that like the price would go down, but it didn't. So I ended up paying like whatever I paid for it. But look at this. Look at the gamma for the ones. They were $1 before when I was looking, but now they're $2. Right? So I bought these guys, and I bought a bunch of these ones, mostly. So it's after the rollover date. But look how low the IV is. I just gave myself extra time, basically, compared to what I thought I needed. Let's go, GameStop. Come on. Let's go, GameStop. Come on. Yo, fuck them, dude. Yo, you should join my Reddit. I pinned it to the top of the screen. We're just getting off the ground now, so like it's a relatively fresh like group. Like literally, like I think there's like 5 people or like less than it. Like literally, it's brand new. But that's like where I intend on having people, stick DD, etc. However, as far as oil plays go, word. What kind of feedback were you looking for? Because like I could try to give you like we could do like some DD together here. Oh baby, yeah you do. Of course you have 19,000. Yeah, we have plenty of shares. Of course you have the right to ask for feedback. Who the fuck are they? And that's for CEI? That's bullshit, dude. Why, like, of course you have the right to ask for feedback. Honestly, if you own one share of CEI, I think that you have the right to ask for feedback. If you're a public company, you should be able to inquire about the fucking business. Sorry. Like, if you do not want to go ahead and you don't want to give information to the public, then you shouldn't be a publicly traded company. Sorry. So I'll tell you what I know. They're doing a one-to-one like takeover basically of Viking. It's currently OTC at the moment. But so they're going to acquire Viking Energy as well. But so Viking will they'll either end up meeting in the middle, or like Viking will probably get sucked up to CEI levels because they're 5 cents off, and 5 cents off when you're under $1 is obviously a decent percentage. So in essence, Viking Energy is going to become CEI. It's just getting all the paperwork in order, and I don't know the exact date. So you were in the right place. I don't know why they had to be dickheads and not answer you. No, you're looking for legit info. You know what I would do if I were you? I would look. This is how I do my DD, and I'm gonna do it super quick. I'm not gonna look at the full report just because of the way these are moving, but let me show you. Look how easy this could be. SEC, Edgar, CEI filings. Right. All SEC filings, bang. And then go through these pages, right? I'm not gonna do it right now because I'm on live. Go through these pages and it'll give you all the information that you are looking for, I believe. No, it's in the what's called, homie. It's pinned to the top chat. Yes, so CEI I believe is worth more than Viking, and yeah, no problem, dude. So CEI is taking over Viking. It's already definitive, like it's a definitive merger, and it's going to be a 1-to-1 share deal. So basically, like if you own one Viking Energy, it's going to become one CEI. Now, there might be something in the works where they have like a share buyback to eliminate dilution, or like lower dilution. You know what I mean? I do not know. Honestly, I just buy CEI because it's as cheap as it is. I buy CEI whenever I have extra change in my account. And then I have like a little, compared to you, I don't have as many as you do. I have like, a little chunk, and then I have some calls and stuff on it, like long dated calls. But yeah, I think Viking Energy is going to come up to their level, honestly, but I don't know what date that's all going to happen. It might happen for the next witching day, which is next week. Or no, sorry, it's the 17th. Sorry. Oh yeah, that is next week. Yeah, so the 17th is a witching day, which means that contracts expire in a couple different markets. And then you have to T+2 that, so you won't get data from that until like Tuesday, based on what happens. No, actually I lied. Because, oh no, wait, no. That's the 4th of July. I'm thinking of quarter 2. Yeah, so you wouldn't get data from that for until Tuesday. However, if they're doing it by the end of Q2, then that would be the 30th, right? So T plus 1, and then if you do T plus 2, it's technically July 4th, okay? But we know how, like June 2nd, for instance, that happened right after a holiday and the market was closed. We're probably, I haven't confirmed that we're closed, but I'd like to assume that we're closed on the 4th of July. We know how 4-day weeks go. You know what I mean? And this would be like this would mark the end of the quarter of Q2. And then we're gonna have the BBIG stuff by then, supposedly. The GME stuff should be, rolling in by then. My guess is they do it all at once. Personally, that's my guess, because if I was a hedge fund manager, I would not want retail investors to be able to hit like a few different short squeezes. I feel like that would be like really, really stupid. So I feel like I would just want it to all happen at once. Yeah, dude, no problem, homie. That's what, like, I just want, like, that's exactly why I do this. I want people to fucking get real information and not just, like, I don't know, either cherry-picked info or, like, false information. Just, like, you could go straight to the source, which is what I suggested. Just literally search, the legal filings. And then at that point in time, then you're going through the documents they're handing into the exchange. You know what I mean? Now things are subject to change, of course. And I'm not an attorney, I'm not a financial advisor, blah blah blah. But like for instance, the SEC changed like the shit on the top or on BBIG. They changed that shit, which it's a clear lock of liquidity. That's what they're doing. They're locking liquidity for people. Because say that I got my tide already, chances are I would have sold like maybe, because I want to say like I have in this account I have 3,300, and then in another account I think I only have like 100 BBIG, and that's I bought them like sets of 100 so then I could sell calls. I might go down to like, I don't know, 3,000, and then I would like, if it were to happen, I might have already leveraged my money onto something like GameStop or AMC and got calls for after Q2, just to be safe. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're clearly locking liquidity. Jesus Christ, Zip. Turn on incognito mode and clear your cookies and your cache. Try that. That might work. Dilly, the answer to that is yes. So what happened was, the bonds and the stocks are two totally different things, right? So basically the bonds were like the Chinese Evergrande bonds or whatever, and then there was another company as well that I believe like got fucked up. Yeah, they couldn't use them as collateral anymore. And then there was like I believe it was 120, if I'm not mistaken, 120 Chinese companies that were acting as fronts for the military. And Biden, I don't even really want to get into politics because I get really heated. Biden went ahead and he signed over. He allowed U.S. market makers to use those Chinese companies as collateral up until I believe it was the 3rd at midnight. Or no, maybe it was June 2 at midnight. So then June 2 at midnight, T. So this would be T, and then +1 +2. So we're we're just getting that data today. I'm more intrigued to see like what kind of things come from today's action. So to see AMC and GME up right now, it's actually very pleasing. Do you have a VPN? Also, if they ban your IP, then I think it would screw with your what's it called. No, they're doing a split, Dilly. They're like they already voted on it. They're doing it. Well, then you would be fine, Dilly. You just need to like hop around on your IP your IP address. I don't know if it would affect your MAC address, but yeah. Yeah, the split's happening. So my problem with Reddit is I never really used it that much, right? Like I would like look around and I would do like a little bit of DD and just read. Like I wouldn't be commenting and I wouldn't be posting and like I just kind of like keep to myself on there. So like I have no fucking karma. And then in order to get karma, you need to be able to post, but these companies wouldn't like, or these pages wouldn't let me post with no karma. So that's kind of where I'm at. So if you guys want to like upvote my stuff on Reddit, that would be dope to give me some karma. My username is the same as a page name. See, I think it happens, Zip. I think it happens by the end of Q2. All right. Well, you know what? Hold on a second. Let's just do something. On average, this is not going to be an accurate answer. Average answer. On average, after a company votes, how long does it take for a stock split? See, I think I did this once before, and it came down to I think they said like a month, but there's just so many splits that they're getting specific. I think I did that a while ago. I searched that, and I believe that they said a month. But then the SEC delayed the Tide dividend. I think I searched it actually for the Tide dividend. I think it said like on average it was like approximately a month, and then they filed the paperwork on May 9th, which a month would obviously be Thursday, right? However, the SEC moved it until the end of the any time I believe they said was any time up until the end of the quarter, right? Which would then make I don't know. Basically, I came up with T+2 off of that being the 5th. That's kind of where I'm at. So all my fresh options, I believe, like all my new ones, are either going to be for the 24th because I want to do T+2 off the rollover or the witching date, and then I want to do T+2 off of the quarter end. No, I agree. So Acid, I actually have a little bit. I agree with you, but I agree. Like I think a little bit differently than most people as far as the split goes. I'm more concerned about them counting the shares originally before they actually split. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. Okay. I'm more concerned about them finding synthetics as opposed to receiving, is it a 7-to-1 split, I think, or something? Or 3-to-1 split, whatever the fuck it was. I'm more concerned about that as opposed to the actual split. I think that's like when we would see people buying it. Like, you know how, like, I don't know, what the fuck, what split, what was before Amazon that split, and like it ran up until it split, and then all of a sudden it just like, as soon as it split, it plummeted. You know, I think it would be something like that. I don't know if it'll plummet, because I think a lot of people are going to be bag holding because they're going to be afraid to sell, or they're going to want to try to lock the float, which I'm down with. I'm going to make my money on calls, and I'm going to just make sure that I'm not too greedy, and I'm going to, like that's it. If we end up locking the float, awesome, right? But I'm not going to go ahead, and I'm not going to say that I'm going to, like, I'm not going to diamond hand options. I think that'd be fucking stupid. You know what I mean? I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to let them run up the price. I'll go ahead and, you know, be conservative. I might throw on a few YOLOs or something like that. And then I'll just hold the shares that I have. And if any of these don't squeeze by then I might go ahead and I might like DCA into something with like squeeze like numbers that has a very large community. That way I could hit something like more than once. I just don't want to be over greedy with it, if that makes sense. Give me 1 second. This looks like it's about to pop. Give me 1 second. Let me let my dog in though real quick. I agree with you, Zip. I agree. They can do whatever the fuck they want, which makes me think that they might do it in unison with BBIG. That's the only issue. See, I think they might do it. I think they might do it right before, like, they're either going to do it right with BBIG, in my opinion, of course. I think they're going to either do it, like, right with BBIG, or they'll do it going into the witching date, which would be next week. Like, can you imagine if they did it on, like a week from now? And then we get T+2 information on it on a Thursday, the day before witching day. Do you know how volatile that would make the market? It would be scary. I think it would be fucking scary. Like the market would be so volatile. I would want to buy UVXYs and just chill. Or maybe like something I believe in, like just on fundamental value as well, other than squeeze plays. I might want to take some profit to like, you know, like I might take some like GameStop profit and then throw it into something like, I don't know, like a BBIG. Or, well, I'd probably buy BBIGV just because of the price difference. And it's too late for me to get tied anyway. I already have, I'm going to get tied because of my other, like the BBIG I currently have. But why pay 209 for tied, or for BBIG without tied, when I go ahead and pay 152 for it? See what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think the market is going to be a very fucking scary place as soon as this shit starts happening. And I think that a lot of people don't realize that, and a lot of people don't have trading plans. And I think that the people that don't have the trading plans, I think that they're going to get fucked the hardest. I agree, Acid. Absolutely about blockchain. Absolutely. And I think that a lot of money is going to come out of the market and go into cryptocurrency. Let's be honest, Robinhood is what fucked them. They fucked us by taking the buy button away, right? But they fucked themselves by like letting, like, I guess a younger generation have such ease to go ahead and learn the market. That's the way I feel about it, at least. I think they start getting screwed when the internet. Well, but that's because we could share information as fast as possible. Yeah, absolutely, I agree with that. Like we could almost immediately share information. Like I'm live right now. I could, if I found something out, I could immediately tell you guys. You know what I mean? That's why I like the fact, like, we should have a transparent market. We shouldn't have T+2. It should be, we have the technology for T+0. If it was running on the blockchain, like Sid said, why the fuck not? I was just thinking about that. That's why my clicker's on fucking BBIG, right? I think BBIG-V, right, and BBIG might meet in the middle. But Cryptide is trading at $8.11. So at the same time, but like the volume on this is probably like fucking zero or very, very little. Very, very close to zero, if not. I feel like they might meet in the middle though. Because BBIG, just counting the TikTok ownership, I showed you before, is worth like $42, give or take. Right? Now, that's without adding in the market cap. That's without adding in the other things that are, I believe, are like not being valued correctly with the company. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, but I mean, like, if you just take the market caps of what they're representing alone and add them together, it's higher than what fucking BBIG is trading at. So, like, how does that make sense? Like, it just doesn't. I wouldn't say BBIG is going to become the BBIG-V price. I think they're going to meet in the middle. Does BBIG-V have options? No. BBIG is one of the most heavily options traded, stocks in the market. I'd have to double check that, but other than like indices, like say like the Qs, like the TQQ, the SQQ, the SPY, Tesla, maybe AMC, maybe MULN. Like BBIG's got to be up there as far as most options traded, like most options volume. This looks like a huge cup, and this looks like it could be gearing up for handle, guys. Hold on a second. That 200 EMA is coming up to the VWAP. Guys, we might see a boom boom. I don't want to get too excited here, but we might see a boom boom. I want to see these EMAs get on top of each other. Fuck, I gotta let my dog in. God damn it. 1 second. See if these EMAs get on top of each other and actually make a move. And remember what I always say. Things often come down to the 200, before making a very large move. It's a very common event. Also, take into consideration that the 200 MA is right there, like the standard moving average, and we did just get a technical gold cross, like within the last 6 candles, give or take, 10 candles. So we did get a technical gold cross on it. Oh, we're fucking mooning, dude, I think. Not financial advice. I think we're fucking mooning. I think that one of these stocks, right? If you have enough exposure, I think you could move. I personally think, and I'm very speculative, okay? I'm very, very speculative. That's what kind of why I made my own channel, is what it is. I just don't believe in coincidences, right? And I'm diversified. I have hedges for my hedges that have hedges almost, right? So basically, some are heavier than others, right? Like, it is what it is. Like, but even if this doesn't hit, right? Say that they try to fuck with us for like a while, okay, right? I'm not saying that it's not going to happen. Let's just pretend though for a second that they keep trying to fuck with us on MOASS stocks. Even if they adopt cryptocurrency, I'm set. Like and they could go ahead and they could fucking like adopt any cryptocurrency they want, and chances are I'm hedged up for it. I'm hedged up for ISO. I'm hedged up for non-ISO. I'm hedged up for altcoins. I'm hedged up for high cap coins. I'm hedged up for like lower in the food chain, but like some strong looking projects. And then I have this kind of shit as well. I mean, I don't know. I'm leveled up. I'm leveled up. I will say that there is one slight issue. My slight issue is that I keep thinking that like there's no way that this like economy can hold this shit up. There's no way, because like I just see some crazy shit happening really around the world. I don't know about you guys, but so like I keep thinking that like it's got to be really, really fucking close. It's got to be really, really, really close. And I don't want, like, I'm worried that I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to over leverage myself and kind of screw myself. And I've already done that once before. So I've learned my lesson and I'm not going to do it again. But at the same time, I don't want to under leverage myself and not like trade at my peak performance. I don't know if that makes any fucking sense, but I just don't want to be greedy and fucking throw away, a large sum of money, because that would suck. So here's the thing, bro. It might not. It's not. He's. I think he's long. I just think he's asking me if the market's going to tank. So the market could tank, right? However, think about it like this, right? So my girlfriend, she's from Argentina. She's currently in Argentina right this second, because of the whole. I think I explained this to you, because like the whole fucking visa situation. Like we were together before that. She went to go visit her family. Didn't think that the visa situation was going to be anywhere near the situation that it is. And now it's just an unexpected long fucking trip. It sucks. But honestly, the big ticket items in Argentina, she told me, are going in US dollars. So, like, that's how bad their currency is that their big ticket items are going in US dollars. And we're complaining about hyperinflation, right? If there's that much liquidity out in the market, the way I see it is we might get like a slow grow, right? It might not be a relief rally. It might be a slow grow, and then all of a sudden we might just fucking boom because there's that much liquidity in the market. Because if you have to think about it from like, say that you were an economist, right? I agree with you on that. I buy calls though. I buy calls on UVXY. I don't buy straight stock on UVXY. Anyways, my thing is that like, if there's that much money out there in the market, right? Then how should I say this? If there's that much money out there in the market, then don't you think that they would want to pump the market up with that currency, like with with the money, and then create a stronger economy by creating stronger businesses? Does that make sense? I don't know. That's the way I see it. But also, you could think about it from the point of view that like people are hoarding that money away then as well, which I think would be very, very silly, and I would never do that, because your money could be your best employee if you manage it properly. That's not my quote. I think that's a Grant Cardone quote. But your money could be your best employee if you use it properly. Okay, so all right, think about this, right? Think about this. All right, so there's money out in the system, right? That we just keep fucking printing over and over and over and over again, right? What if they all just dumped it into the fucking SPY? Like, what if they, like, from like various sources, like, what if, like, you know, people just started dumping fucking money into the SPY? Institutions. You know? Oh, and yeah, these pump and dumps are crazy, right? It is what it is. It's really hard establishing what's not a pump and dump and what's an actual play. It makes me hesitant. However, when I see like a CEO or a founder and I see them like I bought Hellbiz today, right? When I see a CEO or a founder throwing their own money into their company and investing in their own company, I then kind of believe in it. I hate China. I hate investing in China. I did buy one share of Alibaba today, just in case. Because you never know. It's their version of fucking Amazon, pretty much. You know what I mean? I bought one literally in pre-market. And I bought one Facebook in pre-market because in 2 days, I believe E-Trade told me, in 2 days, they're changing tickers over to Meta. And say that they change the ticker over to Meta, right? I have a feeling they're going to start discussing what things are going to be in the metaverse, right? Which could include cryptocurrency. No. I'm happy that you are actually like bringing this. Like, I'm happy to do this. Like, I'm happy to have differences of opinions and try to talk it out and try to like kind of have like a meeting of the minds. If that makes sense. So like, don't ever feel like you're like challenging me. Like, no, like I'm always down to agree to disagree and shit like that. Like, but like let's try to think about it in the most logical sense. You know what I mean? So yes, they will. I think that they do ruin the dollar in the process, right? All right. So, hey, yo, Mac, we're sitting here talking about the U.S. dollar and how fucked up it is. All right. So they wouldn't be YOLOing because they'd be buying like the ETF long term, right? So it wouldn't be just like a YOLO into it. It would be like the government coordinating a buy, which, I mean, that in itself is illegal, but I mean, what that hasn't really stopped them so far. I don't even know who Joey Gumball is. I don't. It is what it is. Maybe they use. Bro, all they have to do, Sid, is drop the fucking XRP lawsuit. And my one mod, I don't know if he's listening, but yes, please like, share, sub. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Greg, for the reminder. Yeah, Mac. I know who you're talking about, but I've never even seen any of his content ever. I mean, maybe it's because I'm literally whenever the market is open, I'm streaming. So I just don't have time to monitor anybody else. Anyways, they could literally just drop the XRP lawsuit and then put the entire fucking U.S. deficit on the ledger. They could put the entire U.S. deficit onto the ledger, right? If they decided to. Yeah, they'd probably make a lot of people rich, including myself, if they did that. If they would erase the U.S. deficit, and then it would be on, say the XRP ledger if they made it legal, right? But that's kind of like just an option for them. And then you could technically pay for things on the ledger with what's it called? You could pay for things on the ledger with what am I trying to think of? With any ISO compliant crypto that I'm aware of. And then also you could the digital yuan or whatever the hell it is, that is also that also works with XRP. It works with every country except for ours. Yes, XRP is Ripple. XRP is Ripple. Yeah. It's made by Ripple Labs or whatever the hell it is, but it's a currency. Fuck. I don't want to leave my chart here. I'm gonna do it real quick. Okay. So here's an overview. All right, so it was built, and this is what fucked up a lot. Dude, it costs 40 cents for one, right? All right, so ISO is connection to the SWIFT banking system that we're currently in. Okay, so that means that if it's compliant, then that means that you could send messages over it. So instead of sending like a fax that takes 30 minutes and costs $30, it costs pennies, and it happens in 5 seconds. Okay. Basically, Ripple, XRP is Ripple, essentially. Like that. I don't want to be off the charts for too long just because I'm on live. Right now, and you guys, I don't know if you guys will be able to do it. I think they closed the window, but I'm compounding Ripple right now at 12%. Like compounding interest through Nexo. If you guys want to buy Ripple, I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying if you guys want to do it, in my description, there should be a link to my my Uphold referral. Just go ahead and click on that, and then I think we both get like $25 or something if you buy so much of it, or of any asset, because they have a lot of assets to choose from. I personally, the only thing that I hold there, because there's nowhere to stake it that I'm aware of yet, is XDC. I do have some XDC just chilling on my Uphold, but everything else I have in an external wallet that is so they're partnered with Backed Securities, which is one of the reasons why I really like Backed, right? Wow, they're up 13%. That's awesome because I have calls on them. Anyways, they have a partnership with BACT, okay, which makes it SPIC insured. So you're insured up for up to $250,000, and then you're also insured for whatever assets you have. Now, what they do is they let you take out like loans against your money that you have in there. Like they'll like let you take out a percentage of the money that you have sitting there anyway. But I think they closed most of it to the public, and now it's just like people who are grandfathered in, like myself, and high net worth individuals. But it's still a separate place to put your money that isn't an exchange, and it's SPIC insured, which is dope. Right before, please do, and I'll give you a list here of a couple different ones that are ISO compliant. So ISO compliant coins: XRP, XLM, XDC, IOTA. Now, the last one I do not have, but I can't exclude them because they have compliance. Like I have like a little bit, but I don't have many. Ripple is by far, in my opinion, going to be like the top of the food chain, I think. Holy shit, look at that candle on GameStop. There you go. But right now it's trading at fucking like 39 cents, and it's better than Bitcoin in every way, shape, or form. It's a better store of value, in my opinion. It's better to send. It's cheaper to send. It's faster to send, and it trades at 40 cents. Like, think about that. All the SEC has to do is drop the fucking lawsuit. As soon as the SEC drops the lawsuit, bang. Now, the only issue that the only thing that I would bring up, BBIG, it's probably just barcoding, dog. No, it's just barcoding. My only issue that I have with Ripple is that I fear, and this might be an irrational fear, right? Or it may be a fear that will go away with time because after so long because Ripple is a deflationary currency, so when there's less of them, obviously it'll boost it above the price tag. But essentially, it's gonna it would replace like the Swift wire system that costs like, I don't know if it costs you guys $25 or $30 from your bank. From my bank account, right, the one that I was using, I changed banks since then, but they were charging me like $30 a wire. So to wire somebody else money to their account number, it was costing $30, right? With XRP, it costs pennies, and it happens within 5 seconds. So instead of waiting a half hour, right, the person would then have it in 5 seconds. So my only holdup that I could even think of or even fathom would be at like the $30 mark, because at the $30 mark, that's what that's then what that's the same price that people were previously paying for for wires. Now, no, it's not twitching. It's barcoding. It just, so this happens with MULN as well. This is why I run 1 minute candles, actually. You see how it bing, 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 bing. It's like a ping pong ball. It's because of the options and how many there are, and it's probably like it's constantly leveling out because if people are buying them, so on and so forth. Anywho, so the only holdup that I could potentially see with Ripple is gonna be the like the $30 mark. And then I think at that point in time, I think that's when XLM and XDC would really come on and kind of turn on the afterburners, because then they would want to catch up to Ripple as fast as possible. However, if the US puts the entire fucking deficit on there, right? I mean, it could immediately just, they could be like $1,000 a piece immediately, like that. Because what it is it's a ledger system that it's a way to go ahead and pretty much move debt from one place to another place. And yes, you still owe it, but it's not on the same balance sheet, essentially. Okay. And then there's something called Quant as well. And this one, there's only 11 million coins out there. It's a pretty expensive one, but like I don't have much of it. Like it's more of like a home run kind of hitter type deal. I'm thinking it's actually like the over ledger for XR, like for any kind of ledger system. So basically, if you had money on one ledger and you wanted to pay something on another ledger, you would use Quant and pay from that one ledger using Quant to the other ledger. In essence, it gets into like to a lot of deep shit. Actually, like if you really dig, you kind of make it kind of makes you sick, to be honest, because it made me sick at least a little bit, because I thought to myself, like, why is the government tying this up, but then allowing something like Tether, which is a Hong Kong listed company, like they're allowing them to go ahead and they're allowing them to like basically like mint US dollars, USDT. They're allowing them to mint as many USDT as they feel like. And they don't have them stuck in a lawsuit, yet they have Ripple in a lawsuit. Like, riddle me that, please. So, like, I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of fucking government treason going on right now, financially at least. Just my view on it. I think, though, that as we progress, I think that like ISO will always be like very, very important. But I think that a lot of other currencies like won't have to be ISO compliant in order to be worth, a decent dollar figure. I think at first it might, but then I think in the long run it won't. Like, because think of how many cryptos are built on ETH, and ETH isn't, nor is Polygon, and Polygon's their layer 2. Polygon's one of my bigger, like, larger holdings as well. Alibaba's moving. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, to even pull up this chart right now. It's just like, look at this slow grow all day. A little bit of a little selly right there. Now we're slow growing. I seriously don't like having to like trust China with that, but I figured it was only $100 when I bought it. It was like 99, so I was like, you know what? We'll see what happens. That's the way I looked at it. What's MULN doing? 40 million in volume. Average volume over the last 3 months is 128 mil. Okay, this is interesting actually. It's right under the VWAP. It's barcoding at the VWAP. And all the EMAs are on top of each other. Could be time to step up. It's above the MACD. Let's see. SPY looks like it wants to turn up on the MACD. Ours has a 53, so it could go. We need to break 415 and hold it. And this looks like it's a huge cup and handle. Let me look at it on a different time scale. All right, this is a 10-minute chart. That looks like a cup and handle to me. A 5-minute, still looking cup and handle-ish. Gold cross in the 5-minute. EMA gold cross. Interesting. We could see a boom here. We just got a PSAR switch on the 1-minute. On SPY. Continuation. Let's get some continuation. We need to take out the intraday high, 413.65. We are 33 cents away. Come on, bitch. Let's go. Run it up. Give me a fucking power flex. I don't know where flex is. Every single time I go to flex, I think about him. He was like a couple minutes ago. Now he said he's drinking and he's gonna listen. So I'm down with that. I gotta focus. I gotta focus and talk about like other stuff. He is probably pumping some. No, he told me he's usually done by like 4, or he wakes up at 4 a.m. and he's usually done by like, I think he said like 7 or something like that. I think that's what he said. I forget. Hi, Belle. What's up, baby? My dog's like looking at me like, are you done yet? Can you be done now? I'm like, no. Sorry. All right, key level on Bitcoin is going to be obviously the psychological level of 3,000 or 30,000 here. Hi, Lucky. What's up, bud? Watch out for the double top. So it already topped off at 30,000. Watch out we don't get another run up and then a push down. It's on the MACD right now. See this sell candle? See how it's pretty big? It's a large sell candle, right? It went down to the resistance towards the 200 and it didn't even get to the 200 and they just bought most of it right back in the first candle. It's showing demand. To me, that's showing like a good demand for something. When I see candles like that. I'm not scalping Bitcoin, but is it still going? So is fucking this. Jesus Christ. See, the problem is there's no fucking, what's it called? There's no options on this, or else I would have taken a position. $1.1 million volume. How is Oxy up, even though they just said in that fucking thing that we were watching that like the potential for growth is very low? How the fuck is that up then? Like that was a Senate hearing, and they're saying that was like that the potential for growth was up. I can't fathom that. Look at this go! Holy shit, Bill! If you're listening, congratulations on AERC. Just, not financial advice, obviously, but just don't get too greedy with it because they might run it as a scout. And it's overbought right now. So just be like, I mean, you're a smart guy. You figure it out on your own, obviously. But I'm just saying, wow, holy fuck. I don't even want to look at it because I could have got in like fucking like 40% ago or more. I agree. And that's because of the SEC. But do you want to know? Okay, so here's the thing though, bro. So in theory, and I'm not telling you to do anything, or I'm not suggesting that you do anything, but I'm just going to talk to you about theory real quick, okay? So in theory, the best time to buy an option on something is when the price is low and there's low volume. Because if you look over here, right, it brings the IV levels lower. Okay? Like, it would bring, like, if I were to buy options on it, I'd probably buy for here, to be honest. But so I'm not telling anybody to buy any options or anything, right? Somebody just slammed on the brakes, like outside my house. I hope nobody's here. That'd be a pain in the ass. Anyways, you want to look at the IV levels, right? And like, look how low the IV levels are compared to what they used to be. Because it's like, for instance, look at the IV levels here on MULN. This is because the volume has been through the fucking roof on MULN. Yeah, see, the only reason I didn't touch it is because it doesn't have options, so I would have to buy it straight up, and I didn't want to take any. Like, I have a lot of leverage. I'm using a lot of leverage right this second. I'm going to be honest. I am. I think that this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I want to. That's why I only look at certain. Like, I'm only paying attention to certain fucking plays throughout the day, and then I'm making money as well through the TQQ, and right now I'm not making money, but I'm long on the UVXY, right? So like I'll make money through and then I have Tesla, I bought Facebook, I bought I have calls on AI, I have BlackRock, I have Blackstone, like I have other stocks, but I believe in those stocks long term, and it's like a set it and forget it type thing for me. What I'm doing is I'm looking to snipe options when I feel like something is at a price or getting beaten down or there's a lack of volume. That way I could get the best price on like I guess the best bang for my buck, essentially. That'd be the best way to say it. That way I get the best bang for my buck, and I'm not stressing about it. Like right now, I bet you ATER contracts are cheap as balls. Now, this is a company with confirmed naked shorts. Let's remember that, please. Look how low the IV is at the money, 131. That's because the volume is super, super fucking low. IV, this is for next week. IV is a 112. That's crazy. And this has numbers. Like, look at this. Oh my god, it's up fucking 152%. Holy shit. I have to let my one dog out in a second, but I want to show you guys a short window on this. Look at this. 100 utilization, cost to borrow average, 88, borrow on the day, 1.42%. The float is almost 35% short interest. And it has confirmed naked shorts. Like they had like a third party authorize, like confirm that it's being naked shorted. So my thought on it is like, I have an idea of like some solid MOASS plays. I'm going to miss some. I know I am. There's nobody on earth is going to be able to hit every single MOASS play. It just, unless you're an institution with like a lot of employees, you're not going to be able to hit every fucking MOASS situation. It's just not going to happen. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to my big plays that I'm going to use a lot of leverage on, or I have a lot of leverage on, and then have my set it and forget it's. Like right now, I buy Facebook pre-market. Not gonna lie, I've had BlackRock, I have Blackstone, I have AI, I have Tesla, I have like there's some like a handful of stocks that I own, and then there's like I have like fucking like 15 contracts or something like that on GME. I have like I want to say like 30 contracts on AMC right now. Like that's what I care. Like that's what I need to keep my eyes on. That way I could be like in and out and snipe if I need to, and then I could watch Bitcoin and SPY to kind of look at the overall market, and then obviously I'm making money on the Qs. But it's very important that you hedge yourself correctly. Because if you don't hedge yourself correctly, then you could lose a lot of money really, really quickly as well. If anybody needs I can't tell you what to buy, but I give you examples of hedging. Just let me know. It's just like you could literally make a fucking fortune just trading the TQQ and the SQQ. It's kind of disturbing how much money you could make or even the UVXY like Acid does. Like, I mean, I'm sure that he's in other things, but like he's long on the UVXY, which is market volatility. There's just so many ways to possibly hedge. The only thing that I won't do, and this looks like a double bottom, the only thing I won't do is I will not put like negative gamma pressure onto any of these MOASS plays. That's the only thing I won't do, which makes it hard to hedge in a way, but as long as I do it efficiently using the methods that I just said, right, then I'm good. Get a candle here. Let's go. Go, 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 go. All right. I'm going to walk away and let my dog out, and hopefully I come back to a huge boom boom. Come on, dog. Let's go. Give me some love. Do you need water or do you want to go outside? Outside? Boom boom. Ah, mini boom boom. Okay, that's a little bit of a gap up. We might fill that gap. We may just fill the gap. I hope not, but like, I mean, you guys know the stats. And look, there's like a gap at like the same level over here. Yeah, don't be surprised if we fill this gap right here, though. Let these EMAs come up and kiss, and then go. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see volume in here before a little bit of a move. It would not surprise me in the slightest. Look at that MACD twisting up, too. Bitcoin, 29.9. We have 17, we're over 1750 here on ETH. Qs are slightly up. I don't know about, see, like the whole thing about AERC, oh, we might get a boom. The whole thing about that AERC is it might be just it might be a rug pull. I don't know. One of my friends told me about it, and I looked at it, and then I just passed on it because like it was already, it's like catching a rocket. Like you don't want to, like you don't know like how far along like the along the launch cycle it is. And I could have got in much cheaper than what it's trading at now. Yeah, but it is what it is. It wasn't worth the risk reward to me because I didn't know much about the business. And it was like a couple bucks by the time that I would have gotten in. So then it was like, it's not like I'm buying like a couple penny, like a cheap security like this, like say 60 cents. It's not like I'm buying like a really like a security on clearance, like I did with Hellbiz. That's what I did that with Hellbiz, and the reason I did was because the owner, first of all, I bought it for pennies. I bought it for like 8 cents. And honestly, it's probably going to go down. The warrants are probably going to go down, but I want to be able to buy it and set it and forget it, and I want to be able to make the most percentage. Look at that candle on GameStop. I love it. But the owner owns like 49% of the fucking company now. That's awesome. Good for him. So if he believes in it that much, then like, I mean, I want some kind of exposure to it. Come on, GME, let's go. 136.01. All right, 138 is the next key level. We have 137, obviously, but the key level is going to be 138. I have it at 138.30. I might have meant to click it at 138 flat. I'm unsure. But basically around that red line is going to be the next major resistance line. Yeah, dude, I was talking about my regret from not getting in it earlier. But the whole thing is like when something's moving like that, first of all, I was gonna get exposure through options, but it doesn't have options. So like, well, look at GME. I wanted to get exposure to it through options, but they didn't have options, and I didn't want to pay like whatever price it was at because today is the day of the T+2 information from the Chinese collateral, like being withdrawed. And I feel like if they were gonna, if they were gonna go ahead and do anything with that, it would be today. Like they would start to buy stuff today. Notice AMC and GME are up. These are down still, but AMC and GME are up, and I would argue that these are probably the most, the positions that they're screwed on the most. And then we're going to get T+2 information on this on what? So let's see. So T +1 +2. So then we'll get trading information of today on the 9th. So like, I didn't want to get into a position that I didn't know enough about. Had to deal with the FDA, even though they did just get an approval. Because I hate the FDA, as you know. And yeah, I mean, like, if they had options, I would have gotten exposure, but they didn't have options. And I didn't want to have to pay really close attention and have to worry about getting scalped. I know it's not slowing down. Did you get a position in it, or did you just ID it? I'm gonna go over here like bragging that you did get into it. I'm like, yeah, my friend told me about this and I almost got into it, but I didn't. But like, they're almost all the fucking time in the stock market. I know it was 650, dude. Look at it. So, all right, watch though. This might come down right now. It might come if it comes down hard, right? It could be his fucking scalp. Not even joking. If it comes down hard, it could be a scalp. Now, if it rebounds and like kind of forms a cup, then things might be different. But they might have just ran it up and are like, okay, fuck you guys now. And then try to take everybody's money. That's what I was worried about. Somebody else suggested this earlier. I think it was Justin. He mentioned this. Genius, I know you mentioned that. Oh, this has got halted. So Genius, I know you mentioned you've been mentioning that. I've been in it in the past. The reason I got into that was because of the option Greeks. But I want to play with as much leverage as possible. I don't want to use straight cash unless I have to. Like, yes, I'm holding MOASS stocks, but I'm holding like the cheaper ones. I'm holding more, right? And I'm getting more exposure with the leverage to the big boys because I want to hit the big boys with as much leverage as fucking possible. Nice scalp, Bill. Nice. Good for you, bud. I want all my friends to make money. That's the way I am. I want all my friends to make money. I'm up on the day, so I'm chilling. There's Flex. What the fuck is up, dude? Where you been? Actually, Justin, I want to let you know. A lot of people are like they don't have like good vibes. Like a lot of people get jealous and do not want their friends to do very, very well because they want to like. See, I'm not like that. I want everybody to succeed because how can I say this nicely without offending anybody? You are who you surround yourself with. So if you surround yourself with like 5 millionaires, chances are you'll be the 6th. If you surround yourself with 5 dirtballs, chances are you'll be the 6th. It's just kind of like who you surround yourself and the company of the company you keep. So some people really, really don't want their friends to succeed, which I think is fucked up, but it is what it is. Oh, yeah, I mean, we all need to win on something. Yeah, absolutely. I think that if one of the big boys go, I think that potentially the whole market could go, though. We took 30,000 on Bitcoin, by the way. I know you have been, Bill. I know you have. I mentioned Genus like fucking like 6 months ago. I don't know if it was in like that chat, like when I first got in it, or I don't know if it was a different chat, but I had a Genus position, it expired, and the way, like the volume deprivation, it started to piss me off. But the Greeks on it today were reading really, really well. So I was, even after going up, which I thought was really weird, but the Greeks on it were reading very well. So I figured, fuck it. Fuck yeah, Sean. Yeah, I see AERC's halted. I see it. Halted to the downside. Let me know when it unhalts. I kind of want to see it. See what's going on with it. But GME is making a move. Hopefully we could take over like 138, and we want to do volume above it. I like how we're doing a volume above 130. I'd like to do volume above 138. You could, Bill, message him the what's it called, dog. Or put in the chat the group chat or the Facebook group, and we could get him in the group chat. Yeah, Gene, you want to see Genus on the chart? Sure. We gotta be quick though if AMC and GME are gonna move. Volume 3.83 mil. Average, so it's not an above average volume day. I'll pull up this. Here's a daily on it. So that's a daily chart on it. They do have. It had really, like, I really like the option chain on it. I was able to buy a shit ton for very little. And they have a licensing deal with Marvel. That's why I really, really like it. Because they have a licensing deal with Marvel. And then on top of that, they have short squeeze numbers, potentially. I don't know. That's why I'm in it. But oh yeah, I forgot to do this. Look at these Greeks. So this was a 2 before. This was a 2. And then like just look how high the gamma levels are on it. I don't know. I just like the gamma levels are really, really stupid high, and then comparing that to the put levels, there's like barely any puts. So just wow. Wow. Okay, so it stopped itself. It's headed to the upside. I bet you it gets halted again. MNTS isn't having a good day, but just want to point out, I called it out like around like here. I know. Wait, let me see what my cost basis is. That should be able to tell me. Yeah, I got in like right in here. That was like right after they announced the deal with SpaceX, maybe, or maybe it was. Fuck, where? Oh no, that's probably the day they announced SpaceX. So I've been like averaging in all the way down in here, which is why my cost basis is like around like 270, 250. It's actually like 260 something, but whatever. They have a deal with SpaceX for 5 flights. Like, name companies, there's not too many companies that have deals with SpaceX. And also, for what they're doing, they're going to, oh, Jesus Christ. Chances are they're going to end up getting government contracts as well. She's beautiful. Okay, hold on a second. Somebody just messaged my one chat. Oh, Tide. So Tide, regular TYDE, just got added to Wealth Simple in Canada, I guess. Do I have any Canadian viewers that they use Wealth Simple? Apparently Tide, and not Tide V, just straight up Tide, got added right to Wealth Simple today. Which I find very fucking intriguing. Hold on a second, I'm going to sell something real quick. Well, let me sell that. What the fuck? I hate when this shit logs me out by accident. Like, it logs me out, like, without my knowledge. My one fucking brokerage. Pisses me off. I wanted to roll some GME contracts there real quick before pop. Okay, so the problem with Redbox is there is a what's it called? There is a trying to think. There is a I can't even think of it. Holy fuck. I think there's a share lockup. Sorry. Come on, go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Go ahead. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, so like I'm not touching because I think there's a share lockup. JAN. I don't remember you bringing that up, but I trust you. Whoo! Halt. Good shit, dude. We could be seeing some fucking margin calls rolling in, to be quite honest. Wait, did I let my dog back in? Shit, hold on a second. God, poor dog. I heard it start to rain outside. $7 up, 6% up. All right, so we took out the intraday high. Here we go. Bull engulf that. Come bullish engulf. Take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it. Come on, we want the intraday high. That's not the intraday high. The intraday high is 72. Yep, there. We have 414 on SPY. We have 30,121 on Bitcoin. Because I bet you the options are jacked on it. Even if there is one. Yeah, no call. See, does it have warrants? No. Halt on AERC, halt to the downside now. See, that's what I'm afraid of on some of these things that I'm not doing, like without doing too much research on them. I'm afraid of hopping into something like that and get fucked. Like, I don't want to drop the ball now when I'm at, like, you guys ever see the video of the one wide receiver? I forget what school he was from, but he, like, dropped the ball as he was going into the end zone, and then the other team picked it up and ran it back to the house. I don't want to be that guy. And, like, I don't know. I might sound really, really stupid. I might be, like, just, like, a dumb fear that I have. But I do not want to be that fucking guy, ever. Gap up on GME. Sorry, I'm looking at my other stuff. Gap up. What are we doing? Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Run, 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 run. Run, run. Run, 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 you son of a bitch. Oh, come on. Come on. Turn around. We want some strength. Go ahead. 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 We want a fucking power flex. Fuck a bow flex. We want a power flex. Big D. Big D. And big G's. Come on. Slap that ass, baby. Slap that motherfucking ass. Go ahead. Drive it. I want to look at GameStop calls because I might sell and roll. Hold on a second. Okay, so the ones that I would want would be like close to like $1,100. Or I could get these ones are 12. No. This might just go parabolic. Like it's either gonna curl down, I'm thinking, or here we go. I just gotta like look and see what's gonna fucking run me. Ugh. Playing on GameStop options is really, really fucking like, I don't know. It's spicy sometimes. Up, 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 up. Okay. I bought 2 more GameStop options for a little bit further out, and I was able to profit $858. I had 130s that I didn't do. I wonder if I could get another fucking option here. It's a little bit more expensive. 858? Yeah, I could. Okay, cancel that. Bye. Modify. Fuck. Just bought another GameStop option. So, and now I still have an extra $32 left in my account. See, this is why I like options, because I could just roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up, and get more. Like, so, yes, I'm a little bit higher now on the chain, but I gave myself even more time in case they fuck up with the AMC, or like with like the like in case they make it like a end of the quarter type situation. I might buy BBIG. I might buy. Does BBIGV have options or no? I never even looked. I don't think so. I might buy BBIG options because they're gonna. Hold on a second. These are gonna be so volume deprived. Sorry, guys. Sorry. BBIG up. I don't want BBIG for, like I said, later, like towards the end. What can I do with $10? Can I do anything with $10? Maybe I should buy a fucking hedge. Oh boy, go ahead, GameStop. Go ahead. Grow some balls. Can I buy like an AMC or an AMC fucking option? I'm gonna say YOLO. No way I'll be able to buy the one that I want, but no. No, not even close. BBIG for sooner. I guess that'll work. And I have $1 left, so what do I do when I have $1? I go, oh no, I have more than $1 left. I could go buy a MULN this time around. Cool. All right. Is what it is. Yeah, I had to flex that big D. Let's go. See, but that was all capable because I rolled like, how do I explain? So I sniped options the other day. I sold an Amazon. I bought, and this was before the split because I was going based off statistics, and usually things kind of go down as soon as something splits. I would like to get back into Amazon, but I sold an Amazon. I did buy Tesla that day though, so I kind of felt a little bit less like an asshole. If that makes sense. But I bought $2,000 options. Like I bought two each of their each one like $1,000 on GME for the 24th at 1:30. I just sold those. I was able to buy 3 GMEs for July 8th, a little bit higher than where they're at now. Of course you looked, you fucking flame. No, but so anyways, I was able to buy options though that were like I was able to buy 3 instead of having 2, and I was able to push it out further. And all I had to do was roll up a little bit on the price, like as far as the price goes, little bit. That's all. If somebody bought the entire book during hours, like during open hours, I kind of don't even know what to say about that actually. If somebody bought the book during market hours, I think it would cause a halt. This looks like it's gonna explode. AMC looks like it's gonna fucking rocket. Do I have money in my other account? Hold on a second. I think. Oh gosh. My one call I'm up 258% on. Fuck. See, I don't want to over leverage myself. Son of a bitch. Let's pull back up. Big D GME. Alright, hopefully you can make me not regret just rolling up on you. Because that'd be great. So far, one of my positions is one of them's up because I had to go a little bit higher on the price, and then one is like lower. But the one that's actually a higher strike price, I'm actually like slightly green on, and then I'm like $80 down on the two that I paid like $1,050 for. I think I did. No. For me, it's all about max exposure. I want max exposure to MOASS, please. That's it. Max exposure to MOASS. Open and running again. I mean, I wouldn't say running. I'd say trying to decide which way it wants to go. That's indecision. That's a hammer. I mean, it looks positive. If that's a hammer, that's like a doji. That's a doji. I mean, it looks like it wants to go up, but I don't know. Yes, I regret not being in that play. Like when you first said it, I regret not getting in that play. But I gotta focus on my big cats here, where I have all my leverage. Come on, go ahead. Big D GME. Let's go ahead. Flex on them. Peggy, please. Yeah, let me check it on the other screen if that's fine with you. Peggy, P-E-G-Y. Oh, go ahead. 137. Oh man. Shit, I kind of want that one up. P-E-G-Y, 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 P-E-G-Y. Pineapple Energy. They just started trading in April. They just started trading in April. Their enterprise value is $8.88 million from 2018 until this year. So it never changed. That's weird to me. Analysts, no analyst slip recommendations. Holders, Northern Pacific, they own 36.76%. Hercules Capital owns 7.46. Never heard of them. Gamco Investors, never heard of them. They own 3.61. Renaissance, very successful. They own 1.92. An individual, and then Vanguard. And then BlackRock is like a little bit down on the list. They own 0.47%. If there's like a good amount of institutional, but then the one that like I don't even know who Northern Pacific Growth Investment Advisors LLC. I don't know who they are, but they own 36% of the stock. Shorts on it. They returned today 28.41% of the change. That's the net change on the days. They returned 28.41%. Their utilization isn't even 100. It's at 80. And their short interest on the float is 3.38. I don't like it personally. That's not my play. I mean, and their 1 day volume is absolutely through the roof. So like there must be some kind of information that is not on Vortex. Like unless it's a scalp, which it might be, but unless there's information that Vortex isn't showing, I'm not seeing anything. Weird though. Very weird movement. That's what I'm saying, Zip. Like, I don't want to be in a stock for like a shit show. I just don't. Up, 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 up. So we started the candle here. Let's gap fill up with some strength. Maybe. Come on, baby. Give me the boom. We have 30,150 on Bitcoin. They could literally pay for MOASS just by scalping Bitcoin. How fucked up is that? Boom, boom. Are we going to get a grown-up candle? Grown-up candle? Grown-up candle? Come on. Come on. Come on, you sloppy son of a bitch. 413.80 on SPY. And we're dropping a little bit. We're dropping a little bit. I don't like that. Come on. Back up. Back up. Up, up, up. Come on, you sloppy fucking bitch. 413.5 on SPY. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys, I did buy, I might have told you guys actually, I did buy a BBIG contract. Actually, I bought two. CEI just went green. Or it already was green, I just didn't even notice it. 61 cents. IWM is at 189.53, 54. Qs are at 308.5. SPY is at 413.50. Bitcoin is at 30,162. And we are getting a mini candle here on GME. Get over this little hump. On what, Peggy? Is that it? Is that the one you're talking about? They saw on Reddit? Or are you talking about AERC? Or both? Come on. Over my cursor. Up to my cursor. Okay, over it now. There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, push. Give me a big flex. Come on. Flex, 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 flex. Power flex. Power flex. Go, 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 go. This is crazy. 138.97. 139. Here we go, guys. Let's go, fam. Come on. Up, 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 up. I have, oh, come on. Up, 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 up. Pump, pump, pump. Pump. Come on. Come on, bitch. Let's go. AMC's climbing as well to 1270. Up, 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 up. Just under 140 on GME. Come on. Up. Up. Strength. Strength. Go. 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 Go ahead, baby. Go. Go, 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 go. Yeah, I'm not even joking, guys. We might be like forcing margin calls. Just saying. Throwing that out there. Might be forcing margin calls. $140. 140. Okay, go ahead. Up. Up. We're at a 77 on the RSI. We want to do volume over 138, guys. 138 has been a key level for us. We want to just keep pumping. Pump, pump. Now remember, if this does start to squeeze, which it very well might be, the RSI, most of the indicators might get thrown out the fucking window, basically. Like a lot of the indicators might just go out the fucking window. Give me a power flex. I don't find it a coincidence that flex got in here and now we're flexing it the fuck up. Let's go. 140 and a half. Up, 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 up. Guys, we just climbed over the MACD too. Like we just climbed over the MACD. Up, 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 up. I'm waiting for one of these other like dime bags to just go ahead and rip like a band-aid. Up at GameStop. Go ahead. Flex time. Come on. Is it flex time yet? Come on. Up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Flex, motherfucker, flex. Come on. Grown up candles, baby. Grown up candles only. That's why my Reddit's not safe for work. Oh, shit. By the way, please like, share, sub. Let's fucking get this bread, though. And also, if you want to hop in the Reddit, we just started it. You just go ahead and hop at the top of the comments. It should be pinned. Let's fucking go. $138 is very, very critical level, guys. Very, very critical level. Oh, just keep going. Just keep going. Fucking. Come on, Nemo. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Nope. 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 Opposite way. What are you doing? What are you doing? RSI is an 85. Like I said, though, I mean, we could just be completely ignoring the RSI. Up, 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 up. Up. Hey, you guys remember that time when the SEC posted about how dangerous meme investors were? People that invested in meme stocks only? You guys remember how dangerous, or how they said, like, they basically made it, like, sound to be stupid? How fucking funny is that? I find it really funny. I don't know about you guys. Those fucking doofuses. Thank you, Bill. Fucking go. Launch. Launch. I want a halt, is what I want. I'll be honest. You guys might not want a halt. I want a halt. Because nothing screams FOMO like something getting halted, and then when they see what it is, and they see either AMC, GameStop, whatever, they're going to be like, oh shit. And then I think we could see some chaos. But there's no halting in after hours, guys. We're about to enter flex hour. There are no halts in after hours, and there's no options in after hours either. Guys, you guys want to hear something really really funny that they didn't talk about during that Yellen thing today? The fact that Biden signed a bill that expired on the 3rd, and now we're getting this kind of movement. So he let hedge funds fuck us for a year. Straight up raw dog, no rubber, okay? And then finally it expired, and they're Chinese military companies. Okay, they're fronts for Chinese military companies. It finally expires, and what happens? We start fucking moving. I don't believe that there's a coincidence there. Sorry, that's just my opinion on it. It is what it is. Up, 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 up. All right, this could be RSI cool off. Not the end of the world, guys. Up, up. Here, I'm looking at GameStop's Vortex on a different chart, on a different screen. All right, so it's GameStop's Ortex. Wait a minute. Do they really have a net borrow on the day? So they have a net borrow of 0.34%. They have a estimated short interest of the free float of 28.82%. Cost to borrow average is 183.32%. So let's see what AMC says real quick. AMC has a net borrow of 0.47%. 23.48% of that is of their floated short is estimated short interest. Cost to borrow average on AMC 17.16. The cost to borrow on AMC never fucking goes up, so I like to see that. Let's take out the high of the day right here. Let's see. Come on. AMC is at 1280 right now. No. I'm happy that you do that, but what I want to see is the data that the exchanges are reporting. That like most of retail is trading off of, if that makes sense, Sid. Because what you're saying is pretty much like I might be able to accredit that with no T+2. That might be like real time, right? But what I'm seeing, chances are it's T+2, and I want to be aware of that. Come on, you sloppy bitch. 143.33 is the high of the day. We hit it on this candle, but we want to cool down, I think. We're at 71 on the RSI, 71.99 on the RSI. All right, what's after this level? 147.50 after we clear this gap is what I have marked up. Wait, I asked today that, hey, I saw Interactive Brokers and Ortega showing this. Why aren't you clicking? Yeah, it sounds a little bit weird though. I mean, I get what you're saying. Maybe Ortex is showing like T+2, and your pool, like the pool of brokers, is in real time. That's the only thing I could think of. Come on, GME, let's go. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. What are the other stocks doing? This is what I was talking about, guys. See how other stuff is up, right? Like, other things are up. Like, the thing about it is that there's so much money out in the market because of the inflation. Look at IDEX. I'm so happy I have fucking calls on them. There's so much money out in the market that people might just go ahead and invest that money as they squeeze. That way we can't then come in after, we're flush with cash and then buy up, like, quality stocks at like like on the low, if that makes sense. That's what I was getting at. We are in the fucking flex zone, baby. Let's go. Well, there's actually an XRP, if I'm not mistaken, there's an XRP, like, I want to say hearing or something to do with the emails that's scheduled for the 9th, if I'm not mistaken. Up, 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 up. Up. I just want to break 144 clean. Hold. Come on, hold it. Break it and hold it. I pick things up and I put them down. Let's go, babe. Push, 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 push. Oh, come on, baby. Let's go. Get the fuck up there. 144.20. Come on. We're on the intraday high. Get up there. I don't think he will. I don't think he's going to be able to. I don't think he's going to be. I don't even think that members of his own party are going to allow that. Push, push, push. That's like me picking out a Lambo and then saying, okay, Biden, this is the color I want. Like, you shop around for a college, you pick the college you want, and then you go to college as an adult, knowing damn well you're going to have to pay for that college one day. And then all of a sudden, like, a president comes in and says that you get it for free? Excuse me? What about everybody before them? Like that, I don't know. If you're gonna have to do something like that, you're gonna have to go ahead and like pass a bill that starting at like birth year of something, somewhat of their paycheck is gonna have to go towards college education. You can't just go ahead and immediately drop that bombshell. Look at this fucker go. 144.22. No, I know he's not making decisions right now. They're gonna talk about it, I bet, and I bet you they're gonna, oh, look at that fucker pop. Go, 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 go. They're gonna talk about it, I think, and try to like get people pissed off almost. But I don't even think that people like Manchin he would never go for that, I don't think. All my leverage, well, not all my leverage. Most of my leverage is on AMC and GME. I gotta check my multiple accounts here. Hold on a second. Oh, I have some calls there. I have some calls on IDEX. I have EVGO calls that actually aren't even doing that great. ARVL, AI, and BlackRock is up slightly, not up much. Other account. Hold on a second. Holy cow! This one's up fucking wow. This account's up a lot of money today. Holy shit! For how small this account is, I must be using a lot of fucking leverage. Guess I am. Oh, I didn't realize how much fucking leverage I had in this account. Wow. Okay. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go. I guess I didn't realize how many AMC calls I had. Wow. Okay. Let's go. Come on. I have a lot of fucking AMC calls. I have ones that expire this week. I have 14s that expire this week that are up 110% today. They're down overall still because I bought them a little bit. They're down like a couple percentage points still. Not even a lie, but they're up fucking 113% right now. 100 something. Oh, let's rip. Come on. So this is why I love playing fucking options, yo. Look at her go. Look at her fucking go, baby. Hold on one second. Let me click on this real quick. People are probably rolling 13s right now. If you guys notice things get hung up on like price tags that have like half strike prices, it might very well be because of the it might very well be because of the what's it called? Like the rolling of options. Like the options that I just bought, that I just rolled up to, they're fucking like pretty close to the money right this second. Holy God. We aren't done yet, baby. We aren't done. Come on, up. See, I disagree. This goes back to you and I disagreeing about that one thing about having so much money in the market. I think that there's so much money in the market right now that they're going to invest in like across the board in solid investments, like solid like value investments, right? While they let us squeeze, if that is the case, because when/if MOASS were to happen, I don't think that they would want us to be able to hit a shit ton of, a shit ton of plays. You disagree with me disagreeing? They might not be able to, Matt, that run itself might cause some margin calls somewhere or something. Like between that, AMC, like they might not have choices. Like it could just be like, ding-a-ling-ling. And then, Kenny G picks up the phone. He's like, oh, fuck. Emotional damage. I'm emotionally damaged from the SEC commercial making fun of me. I can't believe they had the balls to do that. The day of the day that Yellen and Powell met with Biden is the day that they released that commercial. I can't believe that they had the balls to fucking release that commercial. If I was, say that I was an idiot. Okay, then I don't want this to sound like financial advice. This is not financial advice at all. Say that I was an idiot and I actually paid attention to that commercial and I missed all of this, right? I would be so fucking mad at the SEC. Like, I don't even know what I would do. Oh yeah, that commercial was kind of like a desperation cry in my eyes. It was also like a hey, we have more money than you though reminder. So I kind of want to make sure that I don't overstretch. Up, 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 up. Big candles, baby. Big candles. Show me what you're made of. Go ahead. Up, 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 up. $144. Holy shit. We are rolling right now, guys. We are rolling. Rolling, 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 rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Sorry, I can't quote the song anymore. It's been a long time since I listened to Limp Bizkit. Pop, bitch. Pop. That sounds like a lyric they'd say, though. Oh, God. That's too much fun with you guys. Oh, Naked HD Fun's here. Oh, shit. GME. Oh. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Get the fuck up there. Push, baby, push. Push, 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 push. Oh, no, I got a charger, guys. We're good. Okay. If you guys have not already, please like, sub, share. Like, let's get some people in here and let's get some awareness on what the hell is going on. Let's get some fucking awareness. Oh, come on. All right. Now we need the intraday high of 146.74. Look at that MACD. That MACD wants to fucking blister. Come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. ATR just flipped green. Interesting. BBIG and MULN next, please. SPY's ripping. No, I just bought BBIG options. That's why. So just remember when they have light volume, okay? When things have light volume, okay, the IVs are going to be lower. The price, the premium that you would pay for an option is going to therefore be lower, right? So it's a cheaper option price, therefore you're going to profit more in theory if you hit on it. So I actually just bought BBIG options. See, that's what they're trying. You know what? You invest how you want to. I'm holding on to my BBIG because I think it's like a $100 plus stock. Seriously, that's why I'm holding on to it. I just bought options on it for after this quarter. I bought the July 8th options. I bought at 250. Up, 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 up. No, like, see, like, the way I see it is that if you dump BBIG now, the problem is then you already missed the run that you could have been on, if that makes sense. Because what if tomorrow BBIG then fucking takes off? Then you're gonna fucking really, then you're gonna feel like then you're gonna feel like Ziptic. Yeah, like, hopefully this isn't a double top. Not telling you how to invest. Like, you do your thing, dog, but that's why I diversify, guys. Like, I can't imagine being in that position. See, I'm not even in Redbox. Not even. That's not my play. I knew that there's like a lockup or something. I don't know enough information about it. I don't like the business model. I think it's a dying breed of business model. That's exactly how I feel, Greg. I'm like, I have like fucking 10K wrapped up in it, dude. I feel you. Trust me. It sucks. It's probably deteriorated down like a little closer to 9 now at this point. But like, I feel you, dude. It sucks. Like, do I wish I was able to like throw it all for leverage on GME right now? Absolutely. But I have faith in BBIG. And the SEC literally held the distribution of Tide. Like, the only reason that I could think that they would do that is to lock our liquidity. And then I figured that, like, the worst case scenario would be, like, to me, worst case scenario that I could think of was going to be, the end of the quarter for, like, a lot of shit. So then I put T+2 on top of that. My max options are the July monthlies. And then I started buying options for July 8th. $65% of the time works all the time. No, I'd say that about like more often than 65% works. And that's even with manipulation. Like my level on MULN, right? I'm just gonna pull this up real quick. My level on MULN, like this might go at any time, and we might start to we could gamma realistically, but I don't think it's gonna do anything until like it's not gonna be dangerous until it gets above 140. For instance. Like TA is my game, for sure. Like this looks like a fucking rocket. This looks ready to fucking go. It's gonna be like next candle, probably. Dreams that can be recorded, dude. That's the Netflix show. What the fuck? Was it Black Mirror? Dude, they have one of those, and like that episode fucked me up. Yeah, I agree, Bill. That's my thoughts on it. Or those are my thoughts on it as well, I should say. Yeah, well, imagine if the market takes a dump and BBIG is the only one that goes up. I mean, dude, it's the stock market. I mean, sometimes we fuck up. Yesterday, I fucked up. I called it out. I said I fucked up. It turned out to not be a fuck up because, the SQQs ended up, doing well, luckily. But it was so fuck up nonetheless. I mean, it's the stock market. We all fuck up, right? But it's just about doing better, I guess. Always trying to like do better. Here comes a boom. Come on. Give me a boom. Boom, 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 boom. You could always, and this isn't financial advice at all, and especially if you've never played with options before, it would be very, very sketchy to do. But you could also give yourself you could also give yourself, what's it called? You could also give yourself exposure to something via options. It's just, if you got yourself an AMC or GME right now in options, you're going to pay a hell of a premium. I mean, you could get yourself an MULN for probably, well, actually, they've had high volume, so like your chances are you'd be having, what's it called? Chances are you'd be paying a decent premium there too. I mean, as far as meme stocks go, you might be able to get into CEI or ATER for like a cheaper premium, not financial advice again. But if you wanted to get in here, you'd be paying a hell of a premium. That's something that you have to, like, keep in mind. I'm not giving financial advice. I'm just telling him that, like, there are ways to, what's it called? There are ways to get exposure to fucking more things. There you go, Justin. Now you're calming yourself down. It's like you just took like you popped a pill or a chill pill. Calm down. It's all right. It is what it is. I'm fucking jacked though. I can't calm down. Let's fucking rip. Yo, Flex, where's the TAKEDOWN at, dude? XRP telephone conference at 3:30? Bro, can you hop on it? Like, can we hop on it or no? Hey, yo, Mike, where the TAKEDOWN at? I need to get fucking jacked up. Come on. Let's go. Absolutely not, Justin. Absolutely the fuck not. I'm over here talking about taking TAKEDOWN. I'm gonna be able to push this bitch up for you guys. Oh, you see that pop? Oh. Help me out, Flex. Let's press this bitch. I feel like I'm fucking birthing a child. Let's go, you fucking motherfucker. I want to check. Hold on. I'm gonna check the what's it called. I'm gonna check the Ortex out. Come on. 146.75. Come on. All right. Net borrow. Catch this. 0.42%. So they're still borrowing. Cost of borrow average. They're reporting is 187. 28.84% of the float is apparently short interest on estimate. AMC. Let's do that one. AMC borrow 0.51. 17.23 on float. Oh no, sorry. 17.23 to borrow. It's 23.5 on the float. My apologies. Oh, fuck. All right. Quick little vote, guys. Do you guys want to listen to the XRP conference call? Because if so, I could get it on. No. Okay. That's one nay. Oh, come on, you salty motherfucker. Come on, up. Hammer, inverted hammer. Interesting. All right, that's one. All right, one yes, one no. Anybody else? All right. I think it's very important, but I will listen to my audience. Flex, if you want to listen to it and then let me know what happens, I get it. I do. Because I kind of want to listen to it, but I'm not going to because I'm going to cater to the audience. But seriously, help me out with some fucking Teradol. I need to fucking get myself all jacked up to help push this bitch over. Ugh. And what's the other one? They call it Winnie? MULN. MULN isn't dangerous till over 140. And by 140, I mean $1.40. I'm still very long on it, but I mean, I'm just chilling because I can't, like, it's a bar-coded chart. It does not look fun. It honestly looks miserable. It's just gonna move. It's gonna move from left to right and not do anything. Up, 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 up. Uh-oh. Come on. RSI is 56. What, Matt? I already made the. You already said no, so I made the executive decision that we're not doing it. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I'm just wondering if I should like take some calls off the table or if I should not. I have a lot of money in calls, guys. Maybe I should like roll my 14 AMCs at least. I have 4 14s and I have 5 16s. Should I roll my 14s yet? Should I wait a little? I think I should wait a little while. It's only 3:30. Yeah, executive decision. It is what it is, dude. Look at her pump, though. Look at her fucking go. Maybe I'll buy some lottos with them. Maybe I'll buy some lottos and take some profit and then invest like a normal person. Into like something like Tide V or something. I don't know. Who knows? What's Tide V at? Tide V's at 140. Holy shit. Push, 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 push. Ugh. 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 I'm gonna fucking shit myself. Ugh. Come on. Up, 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 up. Come on, you salty motherfucker. Come on. Fuck no. I make the executive decisions around here. Let me let the dog out real quick. Go, 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 go. I'm gonna go over here on the treadmill. I'll try to run this bitch up. Alright, let's run this shit up. Come on. Alright, our next line is at 156. Oh yeah, let's bring back transitory. Let's bring back the word transitory. How are we going to phrase it? If you were the judge at a spelling bee, how would you phrase it? Look at her go, 147.33. Come on, that's the intraday high now. Come on. I'm in the money on one of these fucking contracts now already. Holy shit. Up, 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 up. I just, like, holy fuck. I didn't even realize I had a fucking 140. Up, 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 up. Okay, just gotta fill. GME. No, that's too far out. Fuck me. God damn it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. It's moving so fast I can't even buy this fucking option after trying to roll it. Son of a bitch. Oh, come on. Let me fill that. Alright, I got another. Alright, I filled it a little bit higher than what I've liked, but I got more time on it. I have 189 left. What do I want to buy? That's what I want to buy. Alright. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, fam. Let's go. Holy God. Five-figure club, anybody? Five-figure club? Is anybody in the five-figure club? Come on. Up, 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 up. All right, time to move. Come on. Hell yeah, Sid. Let's go. Oh, my queues. What do I have on the queues right now? I know I'm loaded on the fucking queues. Okay, different account is the one that's loaded on the queues. Oh, okay. This is the only bad part about fucking being in multiple things. I'm up to 350% on one fucking call. I have 160s that expired this week. Holy shit. Oh, what are my queues looking like? Queues are doing good. Okay. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Let me get my other screen up so I can talk to you guys. Yeah, oh yeah, we easily need to break 150. And then we have 156. 156 is a key level, guys. A very, very important key level. Come on, you rat bastard. Oh, I already took some Teradol, dude. I'm ready to push this bitch over. Yes, you can. I do it all the time. Well, you use Fidelity, don't you? That's one reason why I like margin accounts more, is because then I don't have to wait for shit to settle ever. Like, ever. Oh shit. Okay, hold on a second. Wrong account. I like fucking 5 different counts. 4 or 5. I don't even fucking know these days. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Fuck Robinhood. Dude, you need to call them and be like, what the fuck? Who are you? You're using Fidelity, right? That might be why. See if you get approved for margin then. Well, no, that's fine. No, don't do that. That's not financial advice. Being very, very clear. Yeah, wait, you actually already have margin, I think, right? I think you told me. Because I could have access to cash right away. I mean, fuck, even with Robinhood Gold, you get access to cash right away. Well, that's Robin the Hood, like you said. All right, and golf, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing. Come on. I feel like the seagulls from Nemo. Might. See? Yeah. Yeah, that used to be a gold feature, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I have so many fucking AMC and GME calls. Oh my god. It's so hard to not be greedy right now. You know what? Most of them are fucking dated far out, and they're close to the money. Fuck. God damn it, I hate this shit. Well, no, I don't hate it. I love it, but it's just like a wee bit stressful. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Up, 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 up. Come on, you salty motherfucker. Come on. Up, 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 up. Up. Come on. I have a lot more AMC calls than I thought I did. So I'm like very interested to see like how close that could follow GME. I didn't realize how many I had. Up, 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 up. Power flex. Come on, you salty son of a bitch. This is like everybody from like the fucking like the meme commercial. Like this is us rebelling, I feel like. Like, oh, how fucking stupid are we now, you motherfuckers? Come on. XRP is being traded 93% more, apparently. Like, that's what the top volume asset is like on Uphold. Holy shit. Just saying. Come on, up, 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 up. Yeah, I'm curious to see after hours too, because like I think I'm gonna just go iron nuts and lever even more, but give myself a little bit of time on it. Just roll up a little bit in price. I'm thinking. I'm not sure. I just have a feeling that if I'm at fucking 14, I feel like they're gonna like, I don't know. I'll miss out on some like potential IV gains. And I feel like I could actually sell some I could sell GameStop 160. Yeah, up 306%. Yeah, Bitcoin is fucking ripping. Yes, absolutely. That's what I was saying about money in the market, guys. Like, people could be investing heavy money in the fucking market. Like, if you had a SPY call today, like, congratulations. Seriously. Or TQQs. I hit on TQQs. Oh, my neighbor's outside. I'm sorry about the dog. My neighbor's outside saying hi to my dog. Come on. 148.45, 148.50, 148.77. Naked HD fun, just in time for party. Let's go. Ugh. Best adult dating site ever. Holy fucking Christ. Go, 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 go. Bitcoin just went green on the fucking day. It was down a lot. I really want to, I do like really want to break 150 myself. I feel like there's gonna be so much fucking gamma at 150. 383% on fucking on GameStop right now. 380 on one of them. Thank you, Zip. Yes, please like and sub if you have not already. We like to fucking party in here. We had 9 minutes to a close. Fuck, I'm gonna get a little bit more leverage. Fuck. 445 GME. Fuck. I don't know what I want to buy. I'll buy one of these. Okay, I gotta fill. All right. So I just pushed out a call for GME for a week from now. I still have some extra money left over. What am I gonna do? So instead of screwing myself, all right. So I just kind of gave myself an extra week on it. AMC guys, I'm sorry. I gotta see what AMC is doing real quick. This looks like it's about to cup and handle. Fuck me. Come on. Close. You whore. Come on. All right, 184. AMC. All right, so about time for next week. And I just bought one that's out of the money for this week. Oh shit, nope. Can't afford that one. Can afford this one, no. Nope, can't. These are going up quick. Okay. All right, so I got. I did so much fucking broke a sweat there. So I pushed out my one call for that is really close to going in the money on GME. I pushed out a 160 for till next week, and I think what did I get? I don't know, 170 for next week. No, 175. So I think we got 175 for next week. Holy shit. God, that's stressful. I still have like 516 calls for AMC that expired this week, though. I'm just worried that they're trying to option fuck us. That's what I'm saying. Please, like, oh, I didn't. If anything, I mean, as a hedge, maybe. But see, I'd rather play like fucking Qs. I feel like they move like the TQQ and the SQQ and the UVXY. They're leveraged, and they're gonna basically move. Oh, look at GME candle. Engulf it. Engulf. They're gonna move in unison with the Qs, which is gonna move in unison with the SPY. Push down. It's okay. 48 and 50 right there. I'd rather play the Qs. I've played plenty of SPY, like calls and puts, and like I played plenty of shit like that. I personally like to go ahead and I like to trade the what's called. I like to trade the Qs better. They move. I think they move with more velocity. They're cheaper. I could get more of them because they're cheaper. Just saying. I bought Alibaba today at 99 bucks. It's not that bad. Oh, look at this one. We talked about this the other day. It's up 17%. We might have seen some margin calls. Like that might have been some margin calls. Just saying, guys. That could be like a taste of what fucking margin calls look like. It depends. It really, really depends. Because people have been buying the book, and there's also 2 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. Let me look at this account. How much money do I make in this account? Oh fuck! All right, I'm up, but I'm not where I want to be. It just all depends, dude. It's so hard for me to fucking say. I've contracted up 142%. I have a June 160. I'm gonna leave. That's a different account. I'm gonna leave that one up. Basically, it depends on the demand. Because, like I said, they could option fuck us. Basically, like that's something that they could do. They could take advantage of people like me. Although I learned my lesson, I will say. Because instead of getting a shit ton of just like going up the ticker, I started to go out and give myself some more time. So I'm not getting completely like boned. And then also I'm hedging myself with the Qs. I basically learned my lesson when it came to, when it came to this shit. At least I think I did. Yeah, start pumping Bitcoin. Go ahead. So yeah, I'm playing the TQQ. I'm playing the TQQ and the SQQ. Just so I have like a life preserver in case I get fucked. All right, Mark is close. Let's see what happens here. Uh-oh. Come on, stay up. I see. I don't like that. It's already moving. I don't like that. I want to see this rip. MULN starting up again? Is it? It's at 134. It needs to. This needs to be above 145, like 140, to do some damage. Oh yeah, come on. Feed daddy the fucking grown-up fucking candles. Let's go. I need some fucking protein. Power Flex Gym, the only place where you get ripped and rich. It very well could, dude. They could be fucking gathering themselves before they like delta hedge or something. Well, no, it wouldn't be delta hedging. It would just be like a consistent buy. But in the morning, we could see delta hedging. And China could really fuck us. If they want to fuck if China wants to fuck our government, right? Which I think they do. But if China wants to fuck our government, they'll run meme stocks. That's what they would do if they were smart. But they would have to want to fuck our government. I'm pulling up Bitcoin real quick, just because, holy fuck. This is forming a cup and handle. That's just like a straight V-shaped recovery. Like, watch when this MACD twists up. Holy God, guys. I feel like my fucking heart's about to beat out of my fucking chest. Oh, I love days like today. Fuck yeah. See, Justin, that's why I hedge with the SQQ and the UVXY. In case it is a fucking fake out. Do you feel me, homie? That's why I feel like hedging is one of the most important things that anybody could do. But at the same time, you have to think about it, though. Like, why else would they want us to... Okay, first of all, why else would they want to release a commercial to like make fun of us? No, I know. Thank you for the reminder. But also think about it from this term, right? Why would they lock our liquidity? No, dude, I appreciate you. Don't. I feel you. Like, don't worry. I've hedged myself though. That's the thing, is I've hedged myself. But why would they want to lock our liquidity on BBIG? Right? Why would they? Why would GameStop that has a DOJ investigation not give us a date on the split? Why would... Well, AMC is probably just going to follow GameStop's lead just because of FOMO. Like, BBIG is supposed... Like, we're getting the dividend supposedly by the end of the quarter. The end of the quarter is the 30th, right? So, with that being said, the contract rollover date, see that? The contract rollover date, that's somebody buying the entire book. The contract rollover date is the 17th, right? So what I did was I bought most of my options for the 24th. Most of, not all of. And then the remaining, so that's T+2. That's protecting myself for T+2 off of the witching day. So T, 1, 2, and then I'd see that activity, bang, bang. However, then I bought ones for the 8th because if this is the end of the quarter, then T plus 1 plus 2, that's the 4th of July, so that'd be 2, and then I'd have options for the 8th. So that's kind of, and then I have monthly options as well. What does that go all the way down to? Somebody's, and that, folks, is why stop losses could be very, very dangerous if you set them. And I'm all for protecting your money, right? I'm all for it. But just be aware of the fact that people could do fucking shit like that. They went down and slapped the ass. over and over and over and over again, and it filled so many times that it went down to that person's bid. Or their stop loss, excuse me. Look at AMC in a 5 minute. Okay. My lines kind of line up with it perfectly on a 5 minute. Cup, maybe. Big cup. Handle. Maybe we'll form another one. Hopefully we form another one, and hopefully we do something very, very similar. All right, this is a 3 minute. RSI isn't that hot on a 3 minute. MACD is high, and it looks like it could start to curl too on the 3 minute. Same kind of activity you guys see. Very, very similar. Obviously not going to be exact, but now Flex, let me know when you know what was said on the XRP call. And if you tell me that, if you tell me like they're going to drop the suit, I'm probably going to cream myself. Because like that's a lot of fucking money all at once. No comment about Shiba. I made my money off the original rip, and that was it for me. 1 second. Holy shit. Okay. Best adult dating website ever. You called in and said the PIN number was no good. YOLO, Zip. I see your messages. YOLO. No, I'm just kidding. Don't YOLO, but like... just please be careful. Please, 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 please be careful. Especially if, like... Just... Alright, look at BBIG up after hours. Okay, well, it's a very slight amount, but still. Up nonetheless. Just be very, very careful, Zip. I see what you're messaging me. Just be very, very careful. Yeah, dude, just be very, very careful. That's all I'm saying. Be very, very careful with your money. Especially, like, if you were to try options, like, just be very, very careful. Don't, like... Or if you're gonna, like... I don't know. If you're adding to your account, like... and you aren't experienced in options and you want to hop in the meme world, maybe it's better not to do options. I mean, I'm just like saying maybe, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's up to you to decide. But, like, options in the meme world can get very, very, very sketchy. Like, extremely sketchy. Like, honestly, bro, I know how much you love BBIG. You get BBIG for $1.28 right now. You just won't get tied. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about like these companies. Like, you can invest it however the fuck you want, like, but just be careful, because these hedge funds and institutions that are fucked are going to do some really, really dirty things. I just don't want you to get over leveraged. I don't want you to get into a position where you're like losing money that you can't afford to lose. Because then I'll feel like a bad influence, even though I'm not influencing you at all. It's just I'm like gassing everybody up, and yeah, I don't know. I just look at IDEX up after hours too. Whew. Like I don't know. I just don't. So we'll finish up 18% and then up an additional 1.818 after hours. Love it. Fucking love it. I wish I had more calls on it. But if you do BBIG, right? Hear me out. Hear me out. You're not going to get tied anyway, right? So in theory, it would be cheaper to buy BBIGV. In theory. Not telling you what to do, but I'm looking at them side by side, and there's a huge difference in comparison, right? With BBIGV and BBIG. I guess that's all I would know. If you now, again, not financial advice, this is just, me speculating here, right? Say that GME dips tomorrow, right? First of all, I wouldn't even, just to be safe, if you've never fucked with options, I would go far out. Right? See that? See how that just flipped like that? That's how much money I was made in options today. Anyways, you could, if say GME takes a dip, like a dive tomorrow, right? You could pay times everything here by 100. Okay, because there's 100 shares per contract, so you'd be paying like say that you bought a 200, right? You'd be paying like $5.25 a share, or $4.90 a share right there. Actually, like you just gotta read the Greeks, okay? But say that it takes a dive, then you could go ahead and you could get more exposure to GME if that's what you wanted, and then you could go ahead and get exposure to say something like BBIG for $1.28 a pop, approximately. You know what I mean? That way, you get exposure to both, or you could buy fucking MULN straight up if you really wanted to, if that's what you're feeling. Like there's just so many different ways for you to. Wow, look at that, bought all the way up to 139. There's so many different ways for you to get market exposure. Hell, you could buy fucking, if you thought that the market was going to go way up, right? You could buy fucking TQQs if you wanted to. And again, that's going to do 3 times the NASDAQ in one day. It's just all about what you like, the way that you are feeling. Also, I kind of want to know what the hell is happening on that XRP phone call. Oh yeah, they were at the World Economic Forum. How about that? Oh wait, what is this? Europe money in Amsterdam? That's interesting. That seems pretty cool, guys. That's XRP that's there. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. Very, very intriguing, I must say. Oh, God. I mean, somebody just cleared the book all the way down to 12 something. They bought $1 worth of AMC. And it doesn't look like, all right, so you see how they cleared the book on it and see how it went straight down, right? That means that they're buying literally every order in the market. It didn't go up at all. I would pay attention to that. It didn't go up at all. So it ate supply. It ate whoever this was that bought all the book, right? They bought all of the supply underneath 13. Hey, yo, Chris. The fuck is up, dude? High five to $5 or 5-figure days. Fuck yeah, guys. I'm hyped. Yo, did you Flex, did you listen to that phone call? And if you did, can you kind of give me like a Spark Notes version? Excuse me. Because I want to know what the hell's going on with XRP. Look at her go. Go ahead, Bitcoin. I might fucking play futures on ETH. But then I'll be up all night. Fuck. No, I won't. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Sometimes you could be like your own worst enemy, and I feel like that's not putting myself in a like position to succeed. I thought about it real quick, and the reason why I would play futures on ETH rather than playing them on Bitcoin is because ETH pretty much charts the same as Bitcoin, right? It charts very, very similar, like see? But the difference is that ETH moves in larger percentage quantities because of the price tag. Let's fucking go. It's going right back up in there. Come on, get up in there. Curl right back inside my little drawing. Get up there. So right now, what's this doing? Oh, no, never mind. It might jive. So I wouldn't have just taken that position because I would have looked at Bitcoin first. So sometimes Bitcoin will move, will sometimes move first, but ETH will sometimes chart easier. So what I'll do is when I'm doing futures, okay, so it just flipped green again. I would consider taking a trade to the upside on ETH if I was playing futures. It's very, 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 very complex. sometimes, I don't know. Futures are not for the fucking faint of heart. So it's a hammer candle. Hammer candles usually are a sign of strength. And I also have like a really high like trading tolerance. I just want to see if I'd be right on this. I'll scroll down so you guys can see percentages. So you guys heard when I said that I would have went long on ETH. So right now I'd be negative. I would give it until probably like right around here. Right around the 48. If it busted to the 48, then I would just be out. But it might catch some support and then go. MACD looks good. RSI is good. So I'd still be in the trade. I'd be negative, but I'd be in the trade. I'd probably be about even now, ish. Up, you motherfucker. Up. I want everything to go up. Up, 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 up. If this loses 390, then I'd probably pull myself out of the trade if this is still moving down. And then I would have lost that trade. No, oh man, yeah, I'd be out now. I'd be ready to hop right back in though if I was playing futures. So I would have lost that trade, but I still believe in this trend. So if I still believe in this trend, what I'd do is I just did a horizontal. I pretty much get ready to to enter ASAP. I just wouldn't want to take that little bit of a loss. And I'd get ready to hop in, and then as soon as I saw some strength, I'd be right in it. I'd probably put like an order in for like up here. That way I automatically entered. But this might come down to the 48, might not. Might catch some support right off that shit. See, like I'd be getting into the trade somewhere soon. It should jet. See yeah, it's like a pennant type deal. Come on, you fucker. Bitcoin trading sideways. If Bitcoin keeps losing 31.4, then I probably wouldn't be trading futures. But it's just like fucking teetering back and forth. It needs to establish itself above 31.4. It does the same shit. I will say this. Bitcoin does the same shit around 32.4, which is why on my Bitcoin chart, I'll show it to you guys. So there's 32. All right. 32.4, and then I have 32.5 marked right above it. But that's why there's that red line there, the red dotted, because it's a motherfucker right around 32.4. Very important to hold. Yes, dude. Like what kind? Like, can you be a little bit more specific? See, all right. So I'd be in this trade right now. Just saying. Or to slap my order. Up, 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 up. Like, what do you mean on it? Because they have no fucking case, in my opinion. They have no fucking case. Push, 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 push. Oh, I didn't even realize that we were about to make a red-green move. That makes things a little bit differently, but... Belle, you have food, you have water, like, I know, hon. You're just outside. See that MACD? Curl. Basically, if the judge is calling XRP out on their bullshit, crypto might run all night. Just saying. Not financial advice in the slightest, but it is a real possibility. I mean, you're good. I just want to like have an idea of what was said. Wait. I could just look up on Twitter and then I could just read it off to you guys, and it'll be just as effective. Or I could just go to the XRP, probably the XRP page. Crypto's trial of the century, they're calling it. Oh boy. Oh wait, this is from Charlie Gasparino. All right, first person to answer. You guys are the determining factor. Do you guys want me to read a Charlie Gasparino post about Ripple, or should I look for something else? Who's seen him? He was acting. Who's who? Wait, I'm confused. You got me confused, dog. Okay, so apparently it was trending on Twitter. Interesting. Who was under the attorney-client protection, though? Like, who? Are you talking about Hinman? Hinman would be under the attorney? Because if he is, he's no, because that's bullshit. He'd be acting in an official capacity as an official, right? And then, like, technically, you could get a Freedom of Information Act on his bullshit. Dude, they cost like fucking $5. If there's a government agent acting in their official capacity, which somebody from the SEC is a government agent, then you could go ahead, and I'd be out of this trade, by the way. I would have had a stop loss. You could go ahead and you could, what's it called? You could go ahead and get a what's it called? Freedom of Information Act. Wait, they're saying that their case has been ruled on by the. Hold on. Using communication in their official capacity. I think it's a Supreme Court ruling. Okay, so this is another thing, right? So not only elected officials, but those who work for elected officials as well. Here we go. From any federal agency. All right. This is it. The first sentence says it all. That's it. That's it. Since 1967, the FOIA has provided the public the right to request access to records from any federal agency. Yes, the SEC is what's called. The SEC is a federal agency. So you could Freedom of Information Act anything they do, like acting at in their capacity. Do you think that he was writing like emails and shit, not in his public capacity? There's no fucking way. No way. Yo, I'm fucking jacked, guys. Holy shit. I had a message my boy. He's probably I wouldn't say, I don't know if he's up there with you, Flex. Like, I don't know how many you have, but I know he has a lot too. I mean, I have like a baby amount compared to like some of my friends. Like, I have like a decent amount, but like some of my friends have like a lot. And yes, I'm a little bit jealous. Can't step up into the level. Now, tomorrow, they might try to options grind us. That's how I got caught being greedy the one time. Not this last time that I did pretty well, but like on the AMC run-ups and GME run-ups, I kind of got a little bit greedy. I need to let my other dog out. I got a little bit greedy on the second day, and then they option trapped me on the following day, which was a Thursday, and then it was kind of like, do I YOLO or do I kind of like sell it for mad cheap? So tomorrow I'm going to be a little bit more safer than I was today. Give me a second. Whew. So yeah, basically like tomorrow, I'll probably take like a little. I'll probably take some profit and invest it in like something like a little bit more safe. Maybe buy like a few YOLOs, but like date them out for, like I said, like I might go like high and like Maybe I'll just play the Qs. I don't. Oh, it's so fucking. Investing is. It's just like it's. There's so many different ways that you could go about it. Because like, if they're gonna go into a full on short squeeze, I think that BBIG, MULN, ATR, CEI, I think they'll all go. If it's gonna go into a full on short squeeze, if it's not, then I might take some profit and just buy like straight stock and like some serious like I don't know, and just things I believe in, and then I might like go ahead and play the Qs pretty aggressively, whichever way they're moving. Something along those lines. I mean, like, it really, really depends. Today's a good day, guys. Today's a really fucking good day. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. Holy shit. Ooh, up 18% after hours. Hopefully this fucker goes. I might take it. See, I'd consider taking a Bitcoin future up right now. Tell me that doesn't look like a start to a cup handle. It might come down here for double bottom. So like, I would have to know my risk reward on that, but look at that MACD. The overall sentiment is to the upside. Slap that ass. Go ahead. Where we're really going to see shit hit the fan is going to be at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we're either going to go way the fuck up or way the fuck down, I'm thinking. Across the board. All cryptocurrencies. I think that is going to be either people are going to be buying the shit out of stuff, or you're going to see forced liquidations. And that's kind of the time that I would want to be doing futures. I'm like sitting here trying to like talk myself out of it, but I'm explaining exactly what I would do. I just want to see if this fucking breaks up. What's ETH doing? 1844. All right. Now remember, this does more exaggerated moves, but usually moves in unison. Look at that double bottom. Oh, I'd definitely be in this. You know what? I should stop looking at crypto because it's making me want to play futures, and I've already decided that I'm going to be responsible, and I'm not going to do it. So I'll let you out when Lucky's done. Come here. Flex, when you're done with that, dude, I need like a breakdown. We are the only country in the United States. You know what? Actually, we could Google search this. How about this? How about that? I want to go ahead and I want to be able to back up everything I could say, right? So countries currently not accepting. Well, I'll let you know in a minute, babe. XRP. Japan's top securities regulator says XRP is not a security. Thank you. Their remittance thing is live in 25 different countries. It doesn't give me like a straight up yes or no. Okay, so it serves over 55 countries. Sorry. Most of them are like the top, like the major ones, if I'm not mistaken. What did he say though? Don't break your phone. And don't squeeze it till it breaks, but what did he say? How is XRP used? I just want to see. What did he say? It doesn't even say who fucking accepts it. That's funny. But over 55 countries, apparently, Google, or as far as Google says. Like, did he say anything constructive? Did he say anything bad? Are they just dragging, like, did it sound like they're straight up just keep dragging their feet, like usual? He stopped replying. I hope he didn't break his phone. That would suck. That would suck really bad. Alright, pal. Let me see it. If you want to play fetch, you gotta let go. Fuck, I ripped my arm out of my socket. Alright, well, alright, we gotta find out what they said today. That's gotta happen. XRP news judge ruling today. Today's what, 6/7? Okay. May 4th and June 1st. I do not want to read a Charlie Gasparino story, because that's what that one is. I don't want to go on YouTube because I don't want to get like DMCA. What is this? Price is ready for volatility. Traders beware. Interesting. Ooh, look at this. All right, so in the UK, XRP resumes trading on a platform, I guess, that they use. Earlier today. Staggering weekly inflows. Canada, 2 ways Ripple could win. From the US, Ripple powers crypto payments for luxury retail store through Lunu partnership. Yeah, I knew that. Now, this is a source from the Cryptopolitan that says that XRP is going to dip further. Flex, I need to hear from you, dude. You like disappeared, homie. Well, all right. You know what? Let's chart it. Let me go get the dog, and then we're going to chart it. Hold on. I don't know, dude. The price is looking pretty nice to me right this second. All right, this is forming a cup and handle. A little bit of a gap right there. EMAs are on top of each other. It's going to bust right through this. So that's where the gap starts, and then that's where the gap ends, obviously. Looking by the chart, Flex, to me it seems like people think that the phone call went pretty well. We might have a side-ish looking day, like a sideways-ish looking day, I should say, or pre-market. Those Bitcoin powers. It's almost like it, as much as it dove yesterday at 8 o'clock, it's like it just powered up back to those levels for pre-market or for post-market. And that scares me about it, like AMC and GameStop and what I just did. Although I did give myself some more time, so it could be a lot worse. And I didn't go up too far on strikes. See, that's one thing that I will say that I just learned my lesson on. Once you like lose enough money doing something and getting too greedy, you typically don't fucking make the same mistake ever again. Picture here, I got those to wait. All right. Easy, easy, easy. Going from that green to that wick. A little bit more parallel. Kind of keep a channel going. GameStop and AMC are both down. We need to see, like, all right, so the power came from Bitcoin and ETH rising. We need to see that same continuation in post-market to see something, I think, in our memes here. Just my opinion. Come on, baby. Get up there. The fact that that won't fill that gap kind of pisses me off. Fuck. Guys. Apparently, they're trying to say that he would be protected under attorney-client privilege. However, he was acting in his official capacity, which means that he would be eligible to get hit with the Freedom of Information Act. So really, their argument is bullshit, in my opinion. But hey, that's just me. Alright, sorry, I had to tell my boy about XRP and my thoughts. Let's fucking go. Come on. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. That's a bullish engulfing. We gotta go. Go ahead. Up, you slut. Come on. Go ahead, Bitcoin. Come on, you slut. Definitely don't want to see any continuation on that. Let me go see what this one wants now. 1 second, guys. Oh, man, oh, man. You know what? This is what's happening. It looks like the fucking EMAs are stacking on top of each other. Look at this. 13 is now on top of the 24, which is on top of the 48. That's the EMA, not the regular MA. Fuck the... Pardon my language. Screw the regular MA. So just ignore this one. Right there. I think it's going to hit this, or get supplied just beneath it, and we might see some movement. We need to see Bitcoin keep going now. Because if Bitcoin shuts down, then because of its market dominance, unfortunately, it'll affect XRP. Nice. You've been calling that for a while too. Good shit, dude. Good shit. That one that we were looking at the other day. Where the fuck is it? All right. One of y'all made the call earlier this morning on INND, and it went up fucking 51%. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I'm jealous that I didn't hop in, but I'm happy for you. Somebody called out something that ran a good amount today. Fuck, what was it? Maybe I added it to my list here. Oh, this. Let's run another 17, and then we're up after hours. I wanted to get a position in it. I like the chart, but I thought that it was going to fall a little bit further. I guess today was the day that I really shopped in. Oh, well. Oh, well. I just want to see this thing fucking explode. If XRP just, went to the moon, I would be so wealthy. I like that. And so would all my friends. So I wouldn't even I would barely have to do anything. Barely have to do shit. Hey, ouch, 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 ouch. Jesus. That one hurt. No, but really, I might not even, no. See, my problem is I'm too hungry, if that makes sense. I might get bored of doing nothing. Because, I'll be honest, days like today, right, where I'm moving a lot of money and I'm making a lot of money, it's almost like a high. I feel like I get high. So, I might all right, up. That's a little bit of a gap. I might go ahead and I might create some autonomous businesses to get make sure that I stay wealthy, because people that become wealthy overnight, most of them go broke because they don't know how to handle money. Oh, I don't like this. But most of them go broke because they don't know how to handle money. So I would, you don't know, no, so that's what I'm explaining right now. I might be, like, I would still probably be streaming because I would be too, I would get too bored. And then making money kind of gets me high. It's like, it's really fucking weird. I hope there's double bottoms. I would probably just play the Qs though. In all honesty, like I'd probably set myself up with like a portfolio that was like compounding interest on like blue chips, like high end blue chip companies. And then I would just play the S and Q or the SQQs and the TQQs, and I'd play them back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Or I would play strictly Tesla options, something like that. And I either people would probably try to follow my plays, which I don't want anyone to do, but I'd probably stream me doing it, and then at that point it is what it is. I think I would have to get my Series 65 though if I were to do that, because then I'd be like, okay, I just entered this, because then I'd be technically a financial advisor if I got my Series 65, and there'd be like less bullshit that I'd have to deal with on a regulatory front. Gap up, 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 up. Yes, please. Like learn the option Greeks. If you have nothing to do, right? Read option Greeks. Study option Greeks. Now, I will admit, studying option Greeks, it's not going to prepare you 100% for the real deal. The real deal is a little bit more intense. However, it gives you a good basis and lets you understand what you're getting into a little bit better. And then like when you get hit with the real world experience, you're like, oh shit, so that's what it's like. And then you make a couple 100% on an option, and you're like, whoa, I want to do that again. And then you keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. And then you get burned really fucking bad. And you're like, oh boy, I'm scared. And then you're kind of like, I guess a little bit gun shy. I guess that'd be the best phrase to see. Wow, holy shit. Okay, don't like that. So anyways, after you get bit pretty bad, then you get a little bit gun shy on average. And then you're like, you know what? Honestly, I was trading with emotions, and if I traded with it without emotions, chances are I probably would have been fine. And usually at that point in time, then you buckle down, and then you figure it out. It's all about like just not, in my opinion, again, not financial advice. In my opinion, it's about not over leveraging yourself, making sure that you're hedged, and making sure that you could sustain the losses that you are taking. Like, for instance, say that you do say you're buying a naked call or a naked put. Just no strategy whatsoever. You're buying a naked call, naked put. You have the price tag, you have your strike price, you have your date picked out, all that stuff, right? When you go to like confirm, it'll say max loss. At least my screens do. They say max loss, right? I always make sure that I could go ahead and I could sustain that max loss. Because if you can't, then you probably shouldn't be trading what you're trying to trade. You know what I mean? But then and this is something that you should also do if you plan on like learning options, you should look up different strategies as well. Not financial advice, but I guess just, from my experience, it's important to know. I run strangles and straddles every day. Now, do you have to get complicated and run like condors and shit like that? No, absolutely not. You do not, right? You could, but you do not. You don't have to. And they get a lot more. They get extremely complicated, and then like I like to keep things simple. Strangles and straddles are as simple as it is. You just fucking cut your loser. That's it. I mean, determining the loser, obviously, like the faster you could determine the loser, if it keeps going in the direction that, and you're right, then that's the more money you'll make, essentially. However, if you're not good at determining the winner or the loser, then you are going to suffer, most likely. Again, not financial advice, just, kind of speaking from shit that I've come across. Also, I believe, we could look this up on Investopedia, because I don't want to be wrong. I believe that for like a long straddle, it's 120 days is the recommended time. Short straddles are, I don't fuck with them. You guys could go ahead and look at it, but there's way too much data, in my opinion. Long straddle length. Understanding the long straddle strategy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you're thinking that it'll move significantly in price. So this is why I like doing it on, like, say, something like the Qs, right? The profit profile is the same no matter which way the asset moves. Okay, typically the trader thinks the underlying asset will move from a low volatility state to a high volatility state based on the imminent release of new information. If you're playing the Qs could move fucking like, especially the TQQ or the SQQ, it could literally move like, I don't know, 4% in an hour. You know what I mean? Like it could be very volatile sometimes. So the strike prices are at the money, and you buy a put. You're supposed to buy a put, and you're supposed to buy a call, same exact strike price, and at the money. Fed action, blah, 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 blah. So basically, it's a way to go ahead and just so I don't have to like read all this, right? Just literally search this, Investopedia, and then go to this thing and type in long straddle, and it'll give you the definition. But it's a way to go ahead and capitalize from both ways. And like, honestly, I'm going to speak from the heart here. And you guys, please don't hate me for this, because I didn't do it. It's important to note that I did not do it. Fuck the Motley Fool. Yeah, they're bullshit. The Motley Fool is a hedge fund. Like that's the fucked up part. Anyways, about straddles, I thought about it. I didn't do it. Don't yell at me. Didn't do it. I thought about doing it on GameStop, but I didn't, because I didn't want to cause negative negative gamma on on it. However, I would have gotten very, very, I would have made a lot of money this whole time while I've been levering up and holding and stuff. I would have probably made a lot more money if I did do it that way. But then I'd be kind of screwing over everybody who kind of has skin in the game, and I don't know. I don't want to be that kind of a trader. I want to kind of screw Wall Street, because they're always keeping the little guy down and kind of trying to separate the 1% as much as possible. So that's why I have not been doing it. However, there could be money to be made by doing that. I'm not going to do it. Anything with high, you could do it. Well, Tesla is another one where it's a really high, a lot of people, a lot of retail investors own Tesla, but you probably wouldn't get hate for doing it on Tesla. Is if you were to go ahead and buy, let's see, because these premiums are really expensive. All right, so say you have to buy about 120 days out approximately. Yeah, 1 second. Let me finish I'm just kind of talking about this real quick. All right, so this would cost $11,800. That's a 720s. So it cost me $22,000, give or take, to do a straddle on Tesla. But I would virtually lose. I wouldn't lose much theta. And chances are I'd make a lot of money because it's very volatile and it moves up and down very, very quickly. Now today it didn't, right? So then I would just hold on to both the call and the put for an extra day, and then I would lose a day's worth of theta. It is what it is. Because it's so far out, it wouldn't affect me as much. If it's a shorter straddle, it'll affect you. Those theta burn days will affect you like a motherfucker. That's why I won't even touch them. All right, so you said Motley Fool. Am I even allowed to go in on this, or is it gonna? Because I know it's gonna. What's it called? It's gonna ask me to pay to join, and I definitely am not doing that. I'll do that in a second. Let me look at this real quick. We're tired of waiting for a huge short squeeze. No, that was Reuters saying that we were suffering from fatigue. I'm gonna send out a tweet. Hold on a second. I'm gonna tweet at them. That's fine. At REU. Reuters business. Yeah, probably business, right? I'll do the regular Reuters too, just because I'm a dick like that. You guys should be like tweeting at them too. Just because, why the fuck not? Let's blow them up. Well, not like blow them up, guys. Like I'm on live. I can't be saying that. But like, let's like blow up their like Twitter. All right, I might as well tag the Motley Fool too. All right. Yeah. All right. So let's see. After more than a year of propping up the stock of the video game retailer when short sellers piled in GameStop in hopes of driving it down to zero, the news outlet suggests the shorts are sensing small investors are tired of waiting for the mother of all short squeezes. No, we're not. I'm not. I don't know if you guys are. Thus emboldened, the shorts have piled back into the stock, increasing the number of shares sold short by almost 12% in the latest period, or some 1.8 million shares. Good. So that means that they'll have to go ahead and cover more. Ugh. Hold on for dear life. Okay, has become a rallying cry for many small investors who rallied around GameStop and other meme stocks that were also heavily shorted. While they claim the game is rigged against them, did we not prove that it was with ATER? And that the SEC is allowing illegal or improper activities may continue to buy into the commodity that has developed in internet chat rooms. Internet chat rooms, that's funny. They routinely encourage one another to stay the course, believing the massive short squeeze is coming. The thing about meme stocks is they tend to trade more on how much chatter they generate on social media and not whether the underlying business are sound. They're becoming more sound. And honestly, like if you look at BBIG is way undervalued fundamentally, in my opinion. Like fuck. Reuters says a general market malice and a Federal Reserve intent on raising interest rates to cool overheated inflation are causing traders to get antsy, perhaps, but at Reuters noted, retail investors dumped $2.8 billion into the market 2 weeks ago when there were sharp declines in stock values. Holy fuck. All right, so if retail investors threw $2.8 billion into the market after the steep decline, that's interesting. Wow. That honestly made me more bullish. That make you guys more bullish? GME, they didn't announce this, but let's just look it up. Carry out a turn giving shareholders 2 more shares for every share they hold of the company. Plan subject. We already did that. Okay. I want to know about the date. Because like we have no date right now. 2022 is looking like a year of stocks. It's looking like a year of stock splits following Google, Amazon, Tesla. Recent split announcements. GameStop followed suit, hinting at plans for its first split in 15 years. The American video game. Look, all right. Notice how they're bagging on MULN right as I'm reading a GameStop article. Tell me that is not like a planted fucking like. That's funny. The American retailer, which has become a favorite meme stock among retail investors, disclosed an SEC filing during after market hours. Blah blah blah. All right. So stock split in form of a dividend. Okay. We already know this. hear me out here, guys. Coming from up here, right? Yes, that hurt. Right? Yes, that hurt. Yes, this hurt. I'm not feeling fatigue. Are you guys feeling fatigue? Because, like, if anything, this would make me feel very, like, just looking at that, I think of a cup. They really have to think that we're fucking idiots. Risky bet for short sellers. Interesting. For short sellers, GameStop's planned stock split would force them to buy additional shares before they return their loan shares. As the company plans to carry out its split by issuing a stock dividend, shareholders who lend their shares to short sellers are still entitled to the dividend from GameStop, while the short seller will have to either repurchase the share before the dividend date or pay the dividend to the other party. Or they run it up beforehand. That's what I think is going to happen, to be quite honest. I think they're going to run it up before the split. That's what I would do if I was a hedge fund, personally. Obviously not financial advice. I mean, I'm fucking completely speculating there. But, alright, my one dog's at the door. Give me a second. Okay, let's see. I want to know what the fuck is going on with BBIG as well. Are we, like, pushed for sure until exactly the end of Q2? Because if Tide was showing on Wealth Simple today in Canada, then that might be like a foreshadowing of something of some sort. Okay, that's a record date. That's not what I'm looking for. All I know is that it's supposed to be by the end of this quarter. If it's going to be before then, that's 2021. We need something from like literally like the last like week almost. $191%. They still have a net borrow on the day. Oh gosh, you gotta love it. You gotta fucking love it. I don't like that. Okay. So that was okay, that was the Reddit one. Never mind. I want like an official fucking SEC. I want like, yeah, I want like an official like government fucking page. Let's just say I don't think that tomorrow is gonna be a sideways day. I think it's going to be very good or very bad. Nothing's gonna come up. It should. If it's a really bad day, I don't even know if I should. I don't even know if I could say that on live. If it's if it's like a really bad day, it's very important overall, and I think everybody should actually like. I don't think this is like investing advice. I think that this is like just common fucking sense. Your entry points are so fucking important, especially if you're dealing with options. No, that's not what I want. You're like, it's just so important that you enter at points that are gotta be like good points. Like for instance, like let's pull up GameStop for a second. Say you're hell bent on buying an option, right? Ideally, the perfect snipe probably would have been right here. No, actually, wait, no, it goes up even more. Hold on. No, okay, I lied. Honestly, probably in here. Maybe like right there would probably be the best one, because then you get the volatility up. Right there might be a good one. Like you want to get it at like a relative low, and then you want it to absolutely tear faces off immediately. If you're buying a call, you want it to rip as soon as you buy your shit. You want it to just keep ripping. Like, and then that's going vertical. So then that's going to jack IVs, right? If the IVs aren't like already jacked at that point, and then buying an option there would have been very fruitful. See what I'm saying? Like it going sideways and now down, I'm not really a fan of because I have options on it. I still think it's going to go up though. I just think it's doing volume at levels where it kind of skipped doing volume before. Like look at the zone. So from, let's see, right here, look, there's a gap down. Like that should fill that gap at some point. So right there, look at that. It's literally just doing more volume and filling more volume within the zone. I'm actually going to mark that as like a key level. $145. What do you fucking know? So it's doing volume at 145. I think because it's going to solidify 145 as like a support resistance line, most likely. And then I don't think that there's really going to be any holding it back. I don't know if they're going to be able to afford to hold it back, I should say. And this is me speculating, guys, so please don't, take this, verbatim. I don't know if they get going again, right? The only thing that I would really watch out for is if on Thursday we get shit on. Because tomorrow's what, Wednesday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. So I've gotten burned in the past by over leveraging on going for like a 3-day win streak, basically. So I'd hit it huge 2 days in a row, and then I got burned pretty bad on the third day, thinking like, oh, there's no way that they could afford to, to keep this up, right? And I got fucked. I walked right into it. I walked right into an options trap. So what I'm going to do this time is I might buy a few YOLOs, okay? But I'm going to keep a lot of my money as like dry pow on the side. And I'll wait and wait and wait and wait. And if my YOLOs hit, great. If not, then I'll just fucking snipe options. Like with on its way down, I'll just go ahead and I'll be able to fucking DCA into like realistic like options. That way I can't get like option fucked again. And I'll give myself time on them as well. That way, I mean, if the stock is going down and you're trying to buy calls that you're thinking it's going to go up, the IV is going to like slowly but steadily drop. Most likely. Like, you just have to read the Greeks, really. That's what it comes down to. Making sure that you know the Greeks at all fucking times. Also notice how AMC is literally doing the same thing that GME is doing. Can we note that? It's trading sideways in after hours, slightly down, and it's just doing volume after it just ran up. That's actually a decent sign, in my opinion. It's not continuing to rip after hours. It's showing a little bit of, like, hey, I need to cool off. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and confirm these levels. Now, if we drop below this 200 here and just keep on going, then we might have an issue. But as long as we stay in this zone, I mean, hell, obviously I'd like it to go up. But as long as we just keep continuing to pound out some volume, like, we'll be good. We should be good. I just want people to be very, very careful tomorrow with the volatility, because they could really, really hurt us, guys. They could really hurt us. And I don't know if you, like, especially those of you who haven't had your first options heartbreak, right? That's what I'll call it. I'll call it like a first options heartbreak. So those of you who have not had your first options heartbreak, okay, I think that it's very, very important to be very careful if you're going to fuck with options if shit starts to like go haywire. Just know, have a trading plan, please, for your own benefit. Like, at least think about it. You know what I mean? Don't, like, if you take a trade and you have no idea how the hell you want to finish the trade, that's not good trading. That's gambling. Like, formulate, execute. Formulate, execute. Formulate, execute. There should be no fucking emotion. Of course we have emotions, right? We all do. We're all gonna go ahead and we're gonna, trade hoping that something were to happen. Right? Don't fucking do that. Be an ice block. Be a fucking ice block. Trade with no emotion. Read the chart. Like, I read a 1 minute candle. I read a chart and I decide what I'm going to do based off of a 1 minute candle. And then I'll go ahead and I'll confirm on different timelines as well. Every now and then, right? If something's moving really, really quick and I got to roll, I won't confirm. Okay, and I'll just kind of read the overall chart and I'll just be in and out as fast as possible. So can that get me in trouble? Absolutely. It did yesterday. I got lucky yesterday. I bought like $5,000 worth of fucking Q stuff, right? And I ended up being able to sell it first thing in the morning, and I actually made money, and I fucked up. So like, you know, and I'm seasoned. I've been doing this for a while. It's like, if I'm fucking up, somebody who is new to it, and if it's manipulated already, it could just be like not a fun time. I guess one would say. There's recovery here on Bitcoin. Let's see if we can go up here and test. We're at the 50 MA. Oh God. I kind of feel like I want to dip and kind of like relax after like, you know, having a good day, get ready for tomorrow. But at the same time, like, there's so many fucking variables that could happen right now. Somebody could get margin called right the fuck now, for all we know. Like, what would, like, we'd have no idea. We'd be none the wiser. Do you guys want to know the problem with training your dogs to be watchdogs? It's this right here. I train them to be watchdogs, and then I get pissed because like they're just like super loud. It's actually kind of fucking funny. Okay, wait a minute. Watch XRP right here. Hold on a second. Somebody at my house. Hello? What's up? I'm on live. What's up? I don't know, dude. I'm on live. I'm kind of pissed that I didn't hop on INDD though, or INND when I forget who recommended it, or well, not recommended, but you know, was talking about it because it was up 53% today. Would have got in like just in time too. I just don't like penny stocks, especially with like the current environment. Later. Like, there's just too much liquidity that's like that they're trying to capture for their margin requirements. I'm gonna vent real quick. I just hate when my dad just randomly shows up in my fucking house. Oh, like I love you, Pops, but like, come on, just don't just randomly show up in my house, please. Double bottom, bull trap. Staying along the bull flag. This, my friends, is an excellent. I would go long. I keep saying this shit, and like it's gonna make me want to play futures, but if it breaks right there's a key level, right there, okay, right where it's at, pretty much 845 maybe. I'd probably set my target at 845, maybe 846, just so I know that like it got it. Oh no, never mind. I didn't realize how much that was. Maybe like in here is where I take a position. That just looks like it's about to fucking cup and handle though. And that's why I said I'd probably want to be in it like up here somewhere. Because it might battle right here. It might continue down the path. I don't think it will, just because it kind of bounced off like both 200s. It's kind of in Bitcoin's hands. I think everything is in Bitcoin's hands right now. The market, all of cryptocurrency. It all relies on this fucking chart right here. It's sad to say. Like, I wish that AMC and GME did not rely on, like, arguably like one of my least favorite cryptocurrencies. Arguably. I think a lot of what happens here is going to be dictated at 8 o'clock when everything closes. This might trade sideways until then, to be quite honest. And then 8 o'clock, this is either going to rip or this is going to dip. And then I think that's going to kind of dictate what happens tomorrow, if I were to guess. If it rips, I think that we see an absolute ripping. If it dips, I think we might get slaughtered. Yeah. But you know what they could also be doing, though? And this is like the way that I think, is they could be ping-ponging it. Like, look at the volumes. The volume's at, 6.23, slightly above normal, right? They could just be ping-ponging it between pennies to try to, get position. Like, but keep it low, right? Because most retail traders aren't trading in after hours. It just kind of is what it is. I do. I trade in extended hours all the time. Like I said, I bought Alibaba and I bought Facebook today. But they could be making it try to look less appealing for those in Asia that are going to start trading at like 8 o'clock p.m. ish, I think. And then that way, our market closes, their market opens. It's like New Zealand, Australia, like it's like, it might be like 8:30 or yeah, like 8:30 or like maybe it's 9:30. I don't remember, but they could make it try to look less attractive for those people. But then, the UK opens, chances are that they have offices over in the UK, and then it starts getting pumped. Or they wait until the US market opens. Really, it kind of depends on the situation. It's all situational, which is the shitty part. Because if it's completely situational, then it kind of leaves us open for, I don't know, it leaves us open for, a lot of different circumstances. I think I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna chill out. Today was a really good day, guys. If you guys are a part of the 5-figure club on the day, high fucking five. If not, then hopefully by like shit that I say, you kind of just pick up ways in order to go ahead and join that club. Now not every day is like that, but today, I mean, like fucking GameStop was up, almost 15%. AMC is up 10. If you have a shit ton of options, I mean, obviously you're going to do very, very well. It just is what it is, and also it didn't really hurt that the Q fuck up that I had yesterday ended up working ended up working in my favor. You know what I mean? But I kind of wish I bought more SQQs right now, and then I could sell them tomorrow. I don't know though, because I have a feeling that at 8 o'clock, I have a feeling Bitcoin might pump. Watch for that. Watch cryptocurrency basically at 8 o'clock, and see if anything crazy happens. But thanks for chilling, and I will catch y'all tomorrow. And I hope you are ready to fucking power flex. That is right. I hope you are ready to fucking power flex. You guys have a good one. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Please sub, like, hook me up with that if you want. Please join the Reddit in the chat, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.